The Life of Dwight L. Moody. Chapter 1. Early Life. Never mind the ancestry. A man I once heard of was ambitious to trace his family to the Mayflower, and he stumbled upon a horse thief. Never mind a man's ancestry. In this democratic spirit, Mr. Moody disposed of the history of past generations, taking no credit to himself for their achievements, and feeling in no way responsible for their failings. It is, nevertheless, of interest that for 200 years his ancestors lived their quiet lives in the seclusion of their farm homes in the Connecticut Valley. Beyond the limits of local politics, they do not seem to have figured much in public affairs. Among the number there were a few professional men, and in the early struggles for independence, representatives of the Moody and Holton families were among those who counted their lives not too dear a price for those rich privileges of religious and national liberty, which they sought to ensure to their posterity. But for the most part, their careers were bounded by a limited horizon, and they served their day and generation in the simple station to which they were called. As pioneers they were successful, and the same traits of character which distinguished his ancestors in this respect found expression, under different conditions, and in a more remarkable degree, in their descendant. Mr. Moody inherited from that hardy stock an iron constitution, capable of great physical endurance and a capacity for hard, continuous work. Early developed those distinguishing traits of his New England forefathers: a strong love of liberty, loyalty to conviction, courage in the face of obstacles, and sound judgment in organization, and these constituted his most valuable legacy from his 7 generations of Puritan ancestors. The earliest records of the Moody family in America date from the landing of John Moody in 1633. Settling first in Roxbury, he moved later to the Connecticut Valley, where he became one of the original proprietors of Hartford. From there he moved to Hadley, Massachusetts. At the end of the 19th century, Isaiah Moody and his sons were settled in Northfield, and the oldest of these boys was Edwin, the father of Dwight L. Moody. Here for years they followed the family trade of masonry, which, in those early days, included the making and burning of bricks, as well as the laying of foundations, and the building of homes and chimneys. To the conscientious performance of their work, many an old farmhouse in and about Northfield still bears silent witness. A member of Mr. Moody's family was introduced a few years ago to a centenarian of Warwick, a neighboring village. The visitor was presented as a son of D. L. Moody, but the old farmer found a far stronger recommendation in the fact that the young man's great-grandfather and grandfather had, 3/4 of a century before, laid the foundation and built the chimney of the house they were in, and with a slight touch of jealous pride for the former generation, he declared that the work was well done and had stood the test of time. From his mother's family, too, Mr. Moody received a goodly heritage of Puritan pluck, the Holtons antedating the Moodys in America by 3 years. They landed in 1630, and were among the first settlers of Northfield, where for more than 200 years they had been residents. They cherish a national pride in the fact that, from the date of the original grant from the British Crown, no deed of transfer of the old Horton homestead has ever been recorded. This farm, beautiful in its situation, lies on the west bank of the Connecticut River, a mile or 2 from Northfield Street, adjoining the commanding site purchased by Mr. Moody, upon which is built the well-known Mount Hermon School. Some idea of the hardships through which the Moody and Holton families passed, in common with their neighbors, is preserved in the early records of the towns of Hadley and Northfield. In the local cemetery, near the Mount Hermon School, lies the remains of many of the Holton family, whose names for more than 7 generations are recorded on the old headstones. Betsy Holton and Edwin Moody were married on January 3, 1828. It had been arranged that the ceremony should take place on New Year's Day, but the Connecticut River had little regard for the lovers, and unexpectedly rose above its banks after a sudden thaw. Although the young people's homes were but 4 miles apart, in those days, before bridges spanned the river, the swollen stream was an insurmountable obstacle, even to so resolute a character as Edwin Moody. And only by making a detour of many miles was the marriage celebrated, without a still longer postponement. The bride was 23 years old, and her husband 28, when they left the old Holton homestead that January evening to make a new home in Northfield. It was a true love match between the reckless, dashing, and open-handed young man and his pretty wife, and for 12.5 years they enjoyed their happiness. God blessed their union with 7 children during that time, and by the skill and industry of his trade, the father provided amply for his family support. Dwight Layman, the 6th child, was born February 5, 1837. The old family records adds the name of Ryther, but this was early discarded. In those days it was customary for one who was complimented by the bestowal of his name upon a child to present a sheep to the baby in recognition of the honor his babyhood was innocently conferring. The feelings of the fond parents were wounded by the omission, in Dwight's case, of the customary gift, and rather does not seem to appear again after its entry on the records of the births in the large family Bible. It was foreign to the disposition of Edwin Moody to give much thought to the future, and so it is not strange that he made little or no provision for the contingency of his sudden death. When, therefore, he was stricken down without a moment's warning at the early age of 42, the widow was left with practically no means of support. The homestead itself was encumbered with a mortgage, and but for the merciful provision of the law securing dower rights, the widow would have been left without even a shelter for the family. The creditors took everything which they could secure, to the very kindling wood in the shed, and left the widow with her 7 children in the utmost straits. It was at this time that one of Mrs. Moody's brothers ministered most opportunely and generously to the needs of the family. The supply of firewood had been completely exhausted, and the children had been told that they must stay in bed till school time to keep warm. It was then that Uncle Cyrus Holton came to the rescue with a load of wood, and good Samaritan that he was, sawed and split it for immediate use. I remember, said Mr. Moody in later years, just as vividly as if it were yesterday, how I heard the sounds of chips flying, and I knew someone was chopping wood in our woodshed, and that we would soon have a fire. I shall never forget Uncle Cyrus coming with what seemed to me the biggest pile of wood I ever saw in my life. It was such remembrances as these that always made his heart vibrate with peculiar sympathy for those who were in want. A less determined and courageous heart than the resolute widow's would have been overcome by the dark prospect of the future, but that true soul had inherited the sturdy strength and undaunted courage which had distinguished her early ancestors as pioneers in the New World, and with a strong faith in God she faced the conflict with poverty. Some of her neighbors urged her to break up the little home and place the children in families where they might be cared for by strangers. Even those from whom more practical help might have been expected strongly advised this course, and because their advice was not accepted, seemed to feel that they were absolved from any further duty. The birth of twins after her husband died added greatly to the cares and difficulties of her position, and during the long summer that followed there were many times when it seemed that the burden was too great for human endurance. It was during these days that Mrs. Moody's brother aided her, and at this time, too, the old minister of the Unitarian Church, the Reverend Mr. Everett, interested himself in the family's behalf. Shortly after the father's death, this good man visited the destitute family, and helped them both by counsel and material assistance. The older children were all enrolled in the Sunday school of the church, and from the hands of this minister the entire family received the ordinance of baptism, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. No sooner had the attendance of the Moody children been secured than they were commissioned to bring in other scholars. In a sense, therefore, Mr. Moody's Sunday school mission work began at an earlier age than is commonly supposed, for as a child he and his brother George frequently acted as aggressive home missionaries in securing recruits for the village Sunday school. With the sole care of so large a family, the religious instruction in the home was not so thoroughly doctrinal as in some households of today, but the mother instructed her children in the true religion of the heart, that seeks first God and His righteousness. And although Dwight, at 17, as a member of a young men's Bible class in Boston, was bewildered by the request to turn to a simple scriptural reference, it is doubtful if any of his amused companions were more thoroughly established in pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father than he. Certainly none was purer and more innocent in heart than the keen, awkward country boy. It was not till after he left home that his actual personal conversion occurred, but it was to a tender conscience and an open heart that the gospel invitation was given, and a soul already trained to love and honor God readily accepted his offer of salvation. The Christian training of his mother and the faithfulness of her good pastor was a sacred remembrance in all his after experiences, and he ever spoke appreciatively of the debt he owed to the ministry of Mr. Everett. Trust in God was the brief creed of his mother's simple Christian faith, and early in life the children learned to love that God and pray to Him who is the strength of the fatherless and the widow. Many evidences of the thoroughness with which this lesson was taught to Dwight and his brothers are found in their early experiences. One night in the late fall, Dwight's older brother, a boy of 12, and himself, then only 8 years of age, started to a neighboring farm about 4 miles away, where they had secured employment in the cutting of broom corn. Boylike, they had not started on their journey until the evening had set in, and long before they reached the old ferry across the Connecticut River, it had become very dark. Hand in hand, they crossed the meadow to the landing, and then shouted over the river for the ferryman to bring his skiff. Soon they could hear voices and see a lantern approaching from the opposite bank. Then a voice shouted across the flood that one man would cross the river with the boat, while the other would remain where he was with the lantern to direct their course. In the intense darkness, they soon lost sight of the approaching boat, and for a long time they could hear nothing of the ferryman, who had been carried far down the stream by the swift current. After some suspense, they heard the boat approaching along the bank of the river, and finally the boatman reached them. When they had taken their places and were pushing out from the bank, the boys found that the old man was intoxicated and in no condition to row them safely across the river. Dwight held tightly to his brother, who, seeing that they were being carried far away from the lantern on the opposite bank, urged to be allowed to take the oars and help, but the old man in his condition stubbornly refused, and as the current bore them swiftly down the stream, they became more and more alarmed. Then Dwight, taking his brother's hand, tried to encourage him by assuring him that God would care for them and guard them even in their present peril. Many a child in similar circumstances would have thought only of human expedience, but at that early age he had been taught an implicit trust in God as the true resource in time of danger. Mrs. Moody was tender-hearted, and the children early learned the privilege of giving from their scanty store. The hungry were never turned away from her door, and on one occasion when the provision for the evening meal was very meager, it was put to the vote of the little ones whether they would give of their little supply to a poor beggar who appealed for aid. The children begged that he should be aided, and offered to have their own slices cut thinner. It was also one of the irrevocable laws of her home that no fault-finding or complaining of neighbors or friends would be tolerated. The mother thus implemented in the children a spirit of independence as well as charity, and even those whose neglect was most inexcusable never heard directly or indirectly one word of complaint from that little family in their want and adversity. Dwight Moody was not the only Yankee boy who could look back on that combination of charity for others with inflexible independence for oneself that has made the New England character what it is. His very limitations taught the poor boy of that day the sharpness and contrivance that grew into what we call executive ability, just as the most Spartan simplicity of diet and training developed in a good constitution the wonderful power of endurance that had marked many New Englanders. While the mother was truly kind and loving, she was withal a strict disciplinarian. Order was enforced by rules, with old-fashioned whippings as a penalty. These events were more or less frequent in the case of Dwight, who was the leader in all kinds of boyish mischief. In later years he described these punishments and his futile attempts to escape them. Mother would send me out for a stick, and I thought I could fool her and get a dead one, but she would snap the stick and then tell me to get another. She was rarely in a hurry, and certainly never when she was whipping me. Once I told her that the whipping did not hurt at all. I never had occasion to tell her so again, for she put it on so it did hurt. To those whippings Mr. Moody always referred with great approval, but with delightful inconsistency never adopted the same measures in the government of his own family. In his home grace was the ruling principle and not law, and the sorest punishment of a child was the sense that the father's loving heart had been grieved by waywardness or folly. Among the principles which this Puritan mother taught her children to observe was the sanctity of a promise. In later years it was characteristic of Mr. Moody that he hated to commit himself absolutely by promises, and doubtless that aversion was in part to the outgrowth of the stern but wholesome teachings of his youth. If the children tried to avoid an obligation, the question they had to meet was not, "Can you?" but, "Did you say you would?" If a promise had been made, it must be kept. Once, when Dwight went to his older brother to be released from an agreement to work for a neighbor for his board during the winter, while he was also attending school, the case was carried to their mother. Dwight's cause of complaint was that for 19 consecutive meals his only food had been cornmeal and milk. When his mother found that he had enough to eat, such as it was, Dwight was sent back to keep his agreement. But with all the strictness of her discipline, the mother was tenderly wise, in a manner not so common at that day as now, when the needs of the children are so carefully studied. Knowing the dangers that awaited her children in the outside world, she determined to guard them as long as she could. To do this, it was necessary to make home attractive, and this she proved herself able to do far better than many who have had more means with which to secure the luxuries of life. She discouraged her children from going to the neighbors to find their recreation, but always welcomed their friends to the hospitality of their own home. They were spirited children, and given to wild romps, but she would sit quietly at her mending, though the very roof seemed threatened by the boisterous games of her own and her neighbors' boys and girls. Advent of a Sabbath's rest, beginning with sundown on Saturday, and ending at the same time Sunday evening, must have been to her a most welcome respite. Church attendance was not a debatable question in the family, but was as inevitable as a law of nature. The boys used to go barefoot, carrying their shoes and stockings in their hands, and putting them on when they came in sight of the church. The elder boys, who were out at work during the week, came home on Saturday night to attend church with their brothers and sisters. They carried luncheon and stayed all day, hearing the 2 sermons and attending the Sunday school, which came in between. And then all would troop home again for supper, the older ones returning late to their work, while the younger children, as the sunset approached the end of the day of rest, would release their long pent-up spirits in wild romps and shouts. In spite of the poverty which parted them during the week, the mother thus preserved the home life on the one day in 7. In later years, Mr. Moody looked back with gratitude to the strict requirement of church attendance. Those hours in the village church, tedious as they were, listening as he must to sermons which he could not understand, he came to look upon as a blessing, because they fixed upon him the habit of attending God's house. I remember blaming my mother for sending me to church on the Sabbath, he once said. On one occasion, the preacher had to send someone into the gallery to wake me up. I thought it was hard to have to work in the field all week, and then be obliged to go to church and hear a sermon I didn't understand. I thought I wouldn't go to church any more when I got away from home, and I had got so in the habit of going that I couldn't stay away. And after 1 or 2 Sabbaths, back again to the house of God I went. There I first found Christ, and I have often said since, "Mother, I thank you for making me go to the house of God when I didn't want to go." Sunday evenings after supper, the mother would gather the children about her, before the old-fashioned fireplace in winter, or under one of the great sugar-maple trees in the front yard if it were summer, and read to them out of the books which they brought home from the Sunday school library. 3 books constituted the home library: a large family Bible, in which were written the family records, a catechism, and a book of devotions, comprising contemplations and written prayers. From the latter a portion was read each morning, and also a prayer before the family entered upon the work of the day. Mr. Moody could never speak of those early days of want and adversity without the most tender references to that brave mother, whose self-sacrifice and devotion had sacredly guarded the home entrusted to her care. When, at the age of 90, her life voyage ended, she entered the haven of rest. Her children, her children's children, and an entire community rose up to call her blessed. And well she deserved the praise they gave her, for she had wisely and discreetly discharged the duties God had placed upon her, and entering the presence of her master, could render a faithful account of the stewardship of motherhood. To rule a household of 7 sturdy boys and 2 girls, the oldest 12 years old, required no ordinary tact and sound judgment, but so discreet was this loyal mother that to the very end she made home the most loved place on earth to her family, and so trained her children as to make them a blessing to society. For nearly 50 years I have been coming back to Northfield, said Mr. Moody, long after that little circle had been broken up, and I have always been glad to get back. When I get within 50 miles of home I grow restless and walk up and down the car. It seems as if the train will never get to Northfield. When I come back after dark, I always look to see the lights in Mother's window. Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 2, Leaving Home. It was an early characteristic of Moody that his determination to accomplish his purpose was not easily thwarted. On one occasion he wished to visit his grandmother Holton, who lived about 4 miles away. The little man was scarce 5 years of age, and so long a journey seemed even greater than many times that distance to an older child. Someone had given him 5 cents, but this was only half the amount required for a child's stage fare for this distance. Nothing daunted, however, little Dwight stopped the passing stage, and having stated his case to the driver, asked if he would accept the 5 cents for his fare. The stage was already full inside, but the stage driver consented to take him his baggage, and for 5 cents placed him on top of the coach within the rack that guarded the trunks. He reached his grandmother's, the only other home in the world where the Moody children were assured of a welcome, and after spending a day at the old farm, was urged by his relatives to make an early start for home, as it was supposed that he intended to walk back to Northfield. The little fellow had made up his mind, however, that the stage-coach was far preferable to a long tramp, and had already made his plans for riding home. Going out into the field, he picked a bouquet of wild flowers, and another of caraway, and once more hailed the coach, proffering his flowers for his return journey. We can imagine the surprise of his mother at seeing Dwight returning in triumph, perched upon the stage box. It was this spirit which made him a leader among the boys in his native town, and the wild escapades into which he led his companions were the source of amusing reminiscence in later years. Squire Alexander, from the fact that he was the nearest residence to the old red schoolhouse of the district, was most frequently the victim of these pranks. Stories are told of how Dwight and his companions would approach the squire's old pung to coast down the steep hill below his house, the recklessness of the venture only adding the greater zest to its enjoyment. On another occasion he led his followers to the cattle sheds of the squire, where they quietly climbed up on the empty rafters, and then of a sudden raised the most awful whoops and yells, at the same time jumping about on the loose planks. The effect of this tumult upon a lot of young steers may be better imagined than described, and the rush of the animals through the barnyard fences gave the youngsters occupation suited exactly to their taste. Of course no one knew who was to blame for the stampede, for before the squire could reach the barn there were no boys in sight, and in the round-up of the cattle young Dwight was the most indignant at the inexcusable vandalism of the act. The closing exercises in the district school was an event of great local importance to the younger element, and Dwight was not the boy to let pass such an opportunity for some unusual excitement. On one such occasion he was to give as a recitation Mark Antony's oration over Julius Caesar, and to add, as was supposed to the dramatic effect, introduced a square box to represent the coffin of the illustrious dead. The teacher's desk served as a place upon which this rested, and as the eloquence of the orator found added expression in extravagant gestures, the lid of the box was knocked off, and out jumped a very frightened old tomcat. The scene which followed had just the effect Mark Antony seemed to have aimed at, for though the stones of Rome did not rise, every animate being in the room did. Even simpler tricks delighted him. Once when asked to hand a jug of cider to a farmer in his wagon, Dwight, who was then working on the farm, intending, indeed, to go home in that very wagon, waited only till the jug was at the farmer's lips to startle the horses, so that their sudden jump unseated the driver, who fell back into the bottom of the wagon, unable to rise, and equally unwilling to relinquish the jug, which would have drenched him had he taken it from his lips. Dwight's busy hand and brain were always occupied, and he wanted to see others busy too. In those younger days he seemed to love the excitement of a crowd, and once when an unusually uneventful winter had dragged by, he decided that something must be done. This he arranged without conference with anyone, not daring to trust his closest friend. Writing out an announcement for a temperance meeting to be addressed by an out-of-town lecturer, he posted it on the district schoolhouse door. On the evening announced there was quite a gathering at the schoolhouse, which was warmed and lighted for the occasion, but no lecturer put in an appearance, and Dwight with the others scolded the practical joker, whom no one could discover. For such mischief he frequently received a double chastisement, first at the hands of the schoolteacher, and afterwards from his mother. For according to the strange reasoning of the day, it was thought that if the boy was so naughty in school to be punished, the same offence called loudly upon the mother, also not to spare the rod and spoil the child. But evidently Dwight thought the fun was worth the whipping, for his love of practical jokes never grew less. It should be said, however, that when the joke was at his own expense, he enjoyed it just as much, for as he expressed it, no man has a right to play a joke unless he is willing to take one. A new teacher came at last to the little school, and another order of things appeared. To begin with, she opened the exercises with prayer, which greatly impressed the boys, and when later she announced that she proposed to rule the school without the old-fashioned whippings, their astonishment was increased. It was not long before young Dwight had broken a rule, and with a summons to remain after school, he expected the customary punishment, and immediately assumed the attitude of injured innocence. To his surprise, when they were alone, the teacher began to talk kindly to him, and tell him how sorry she was to have him disobey. This treatment was worse than the cane, and Dwight did not like it. After telling him how it grieved her to find that he could not be trusted, the teacher said, "I have made up my mind that if I cannot rule the school by love, I will give it up. I will have no punishment. If you love me, try to keep the rules, and help me in the school." This was too much for Dwight. Where law had failed, grace had complete victory. "You will never have any more trouble with me," he answered, "and I will whack the first boy that makes you any trouble." And whack them he did, the very next day, to the surprise of his companions, and to the consternation of the teacher. Swapping is a Yankee weakness, and in common with other boys, Dwight was keen on a bargain. Sentiment in those youthful days was less pronounced than the love of a trade, for he bought off with a broken slate pencil the affections of a rival suitor for a little companion. But it was more expressly to shrewdness in horse trading that Dwight aspired, and at the earliest opportunity he earned his title for it. The older brother George, who had fathered the younger children and conducted the farm, was away from home for one day, when a party of gypsies came along. As usual, they had a number of horses to trade, and Dwight, who was only 10 years old at the time, was alive to business. The farm horse in the possession of the family at this time was old and lazy enough, and Dwight reasoned that in an exchange he couldn't get a worse animal, so he challenged the gypsies to a trade. Before any of the family knew it, he had made what actually proved to be a good bargain, though the new horse was a lank, raw-boned animal with a docked tail. The consciousness of success filled him with pride. On the first occasion after the new horse had been duly tested, Dwight harnessed him into a wagon, and taking an empty barrel for a seat, started to mill for the weekly supply of meal. The new horse seemed to rise to the occasion. He started briskly down the hill, and all too swiftly round the corner, leaving the barrel and its occupant by the roadside. When Dwight grew older, he found employment, like his brothers, in neighboring towns. His first experience was never forgotten, and the homesickness that came with the first separation from his family left a lasting impression. "There were 9 of us children," he said in describing this, "and my widowed mother had very great difficulty in keeping the wolf from the door. My next older brother had found a place for me to work during the winter months in a neighboring village about 13 miles away, and early one November morning we started out together on our dismal journey. Do you know, November has been a dreary month to me ever since. As we passed over the river and up the opposite side of the valley, we turned to look back for the last view of our home. It was to be my last for weeks, for months, perhaps forever, and my heart well nigh broke at the thought of it. That was the longest journey I ever took, for 13 miles was more to me at 10 than the world's circumference has ever been since. When at last we arrived in the town, I had the hard work to keep back my tears, and my brother had to do his best to cheer me up. Suddenly he pointed to someone and said, 'There's a man that'll give you a cent. He gives one to every new boy that comes to town.' He was a feeble, old, white-haired man, and I was so afraid that he would pass me by that I planted myself directly in his path. As he came up to us, my brother spoke to him, and he stopped and looked at me. 'Why, I have never seen you before. You must be a new boy,' he said. He asked me about my home, and then, laying his trembling hand upon my head, he told me that although I had no earthly father, my heavenly Father loved me, and then he gave me a bright new cent. I do not recall what became of that cent, but that old man's blessing has followed me for over 50 years, and to my dying day I shall feel the kindly pressure of that hand upon my head. A loving deed costs very little, but done in the name of Christ, it will be eternal." A few years later he tried to get employment in Clinton, Massachusetts, and found an engagement in a printing establishment. His first task was to address by hand from the mailing list the wrappers of a local paper. To the country lad who knew nothing of crowded streets or houses containing several tenants, the half-numbers of some of the addresses had no meaning, and such a street address he sat down to the next number beyond. This naturally caused confusion, and when the mistake was traced to young Moody, he was discharged. Again he went home, and for a time worked on the neighboring farms. But his ambition had been aroused, and he realized the greater possibilities and opportunities of a larger sphere. While cutting and hauling woods on the mountainside with his brother Edwin one day in the early spring of 1854, he exclaimed in his characteristically abrupt manner, "I'm tired of this. I'm not going to stay here any longer. I'm going to the city." The family had been strongly opposed to his going to Boston, as no one believed that he had any special qualifications for a successful career in the city. The cities, they understood, were full of young men looking for positions, while at Northfield he was at least assured of steady work on the farms. But young Moody had made up his mind that the one thing for him to do was to go to Boston, and in spite of all obstacles, make a career for himself. Saying good-bye to his mother and the rest of the family, he started from home without any very definite plans as to how he should get to Boston, but determined to go even if he had to walk every step of the 100 miles. Halfway between his home and the depot he met his older brother George, who inquired where he was going. Dwight said he was on his way to Boston, to make his living in whatever business he found was the best suited for him. Seeing that it was useless to try to discourage him, his brother gave him $5, which was just enough to carry him to the city, where he arrived with nothing to live on, while he was looking for work. For several days young Moody experienced the same bitter disappointments that so many other young men have known in like circumstances. Although he had 2 uncles in the retail boot and shoe business in the city, they made no offer to give him work. When asked by these uncles how he could get a start, Dwight replied that he wanted to work, and he guessed he could find a position. It is quite possible that a consciousness of his awkwardness may have given the country boy that appearance of a false independence which prejudiced his relatives against him. Long afterwards, when preaching in Boston, he described with deep feeling those days of suffering. "I remember how I walked up and down the streets trying to find a situation," he said, "and I recollect how, when they answered me roughly, their treatment would chill my soul. But when someone would say, 'I feel for you, I would like to help you, but I can't. But you'll be all right soon,' I went away happy and light-hearted. That man's sympathy did me good. It seemed as if there was room for everyone else in the world, but none for me. For about 2 days I had the feeling that no one wanted me. I never have had it since, and I never want it again. It is an awful feeling. It feels to me that must have been the feeling of the Son of God when he was down here. They did not want him. He had come to save men, and they did not want to be saved. He had come to lift men up, and they did not want to be lifted up. There was no room for him in the world, and there was no room for him yet. I went to the post office 2 or 3 times a day to see if there was a letter for me. I knew there was not, as there was but one mail a day from Northfield. I had no employment and was very homesick, and so I went constantly to the post office, thinking, perhaps, that when the mail had come in my letter had been mislaid. At last, however, I got a letter. It was from my youngest sister, the first letter she ever wrote me. I opened it with a light heart, thinking that there was some good news from home. But the burden of the whole letter was that she heard there were pickpockets in Boston, and warned me to beware of them. I thought that I had better get some money in hand first, and then I might look out for pickpockets. At the end of the week he was utterly discouraged. There seemed nothing for him in Boston, and he announced his purpose of trying what he could do in New York. At first his attitude towards his uncles had been the independent one of waiting for them to offer him work, and when advised to ask them for employment himself, he said, "They know I am looking for work, and they may help me or not as they please." But at length his pride gave way under the dreadful sense of being adrift in a world that seemed to care nothing for him. Learning of his changed state of mind, one of his uncles ventured to offer him a little advice, telling him that his self-will was greatly in his way, and that modesty was something as needful as courage, and suggesting that his uncle Samuel Horton would no doubt be glad to do something for him, if he would show himself a little more willing to be governed by people who were older and wiser than himself. Dwight demurred, saying his Uncle Samuel knew perfectly well what he wanted. But the uncle insisted, so that at last the boy asked for a place in the shoe shop. "Dwight, I am afraid if you come in here you will want to run the store yourself," said Mr. Holton. "Now my men here want to do their work as I want it done. If you want to come in here and do the best you can, and do it right, and if you're willing to ask whenever you don't know, and if you promise to go to church and Sunday school, and if you will not go anywhere that you wouldn't want your mother to know about, we'll see how we can get along. Can have till Monday to think it over." "I don't want till Monday," was the prompt response. "I'll promise now." Young Moody had little acquaintance with city ways and city manners, but it soon became evident that he was by natural wit and brightness one of the best of salesmen. With his keen perception and irrepressible energy, he made an unusual success of the work. He was not satisfied with the ordinary methods of the salesman, and like the merchants of old, he cried his wares before the door, and actually made it into the street to persuade uninterested passers that they wanted to buy. Nothing delighted him so much as the success of this kind, and that he had many is not surprising. His new occupation, far from lessening his love of practical joking, seemed to make it keener. Always on the lookout for someone whom he could tease, he found a tempting victim in a cobbler who worked in the store. One day, in his absence, young Moody, with a sharp knife, made a clean slit in the leather seat of the cobbler's box. Then, taking a pan of water, he set it under the seat, so that the cobbler's weight would bring the seat in contact with the water, which, of course, would rise to the cut. Having set his trap, the joker awaited the result. Presently the cobbler came in and sat down. The effect may be imagined. The victim took a seat only to jump up hurriedly. Just as soon as the leather was relieved of his weight, the hole closed, and after wiping the seat dry, he again seated himself to begin his work. It was not till the 3rd or 4th time that he discovered the trouble, and Moody had to make a hurried escape. This was the nonsense of a lively boy of 17, but from that harmless love of fooling, the happy geniality of the mature man was to result. This sense of humor, this healthy appreciation of the ridiculous, is the very salt of great temperament. Such a man, however intense, can never be a fanatic, and the people, the man in the street, feel this instantly. Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 3, Conversion. In accordance with the agreement by which he entered his uncle's employment, Moody became a regular attendant of the Mount Vernon Congregational Church, of which the well-known Dr. Edward N. Kirk was the pastor. He was also enrolled as a member of the Sunday School, where he was assigned to a young men's Bible class conducted by Mr. Edward Kimball. The Bible was not a familiar book to the new student, for in his home, though he always lived in a truly Christian atmosphere, there was only one copy of God's Word, and that a ponderous family Bible, too sacred for the inquisitiveness of the little children, and too uninviting in its massive appearance for the older ones. So when some reference was made to a chapter in the Gospel of John, the young man began to search the Old Testament industriously, and but for the kindness of the teacher, who quickly perceived the difficulty and offered him his Bible, the boy's embarrassment would have been painful. By giving close attention, however, he soon began to take that deep interest in Bible study, which, increasing with his years, soon developed into a reverential love. Many years later, wishing to give a token of special value to his first grandchild, he sent a beautiful copy of the Bible with this inscription: The Bible for the last 40 years has been the dearest thing on earth to me, and now I give a copy as my first gift to my first grandchild, Irene Moody, with a prayer that it may be her companion through life and guide her to those mansions that Christ has gone to prepare for those who love and serve him on earth. D. L. Moody. Realizing his disadvantage in not having a greater familiarity with the Bible text, he seldom took an active part in the class at first. But at times his interest would betray him, and he would ask a question that showed his clear grasp of the subject. On one occasion the teacher was depicting Moses as a man of great natural ability, self-control, and statesmanlike foresight and wisdom. There was just one word in the young clerk's mind that was sufficiently comprehensive for such a character, and with naive earnestness he exclaimed, "Say, Mr. Kimball, that Moses must have been smart." In that one word smart was included the New England boy's conception of all that was comprehended by native ability and intellectual endowment without the sense of a discreditable shrewdness. There was a vast difference between what may be termed a religious man and an earnest Christian. Just such an experience, in fact, as distinguished Saul of Tarsus and the Apostle Paul. In the former, the life is regulated to a degree by external authority. Thou shalt and thou shalt not. In the latter, a new bias is given to the life itself, bringing it into harmony with God's will, and the precepts of the external law are merged into the greater law of love to God and man. The former is cold, cheerless, and intolerant, only too often unavailing in severe temptation, and frequently expressing itself in formalism and Phariseeism. The latter is a vital force making the soul stronger through temptation, and by unselfish service to others, radiating love and joy throughout society. By his early training, Mr. Moody was religious, but he had never experienced the regenerating work of God's Spirit by a definite acceptance of Christ. In theory, he knew what was giving way to a violent temper was wrong, but in his self-will he found it hard to yield restraint. It was not more ethics he needed, but greater dynamics. But in the Mount Vernon Sunday School, his Bible class teacher had been gradually leading the young man to a fuller knowledge of God's plan of salvation, until it needed only an additional personal interview to bring him to that decision of the will which should determine whether he would accept or reject God's provision, overcoming sin and entering into harmony with himself. The opportunity for this interview was not a chance event, but one carefully and prayerfully sought by Mr. Kimball, who thus relates the story of Dwight L. Moody's conversion. I determined to speak to him about Christ and about his soul, and started down to Holton's shoe store. When I was nearly there, I began to wonder whether I ought to go in just then during business hours. I thought that possibly my call might embarrass the boy, and that when I went away the other clerks would ask who I was, and taunt him with my efforts in trying to make him a good boy. In the meantime I had passed the store, and discovering this, I determined to make a dash for it, and have it over at once. I found Moody in the back part of the building wrapping up shoes. I went up to him at once, and putting my hand on his shoulder, I made what I afterwards felt was a very weak plea for Christ. I don't know just what words I used, nor could Mr. Moody tell. I simply told him of Christ's love for him, and the love Christ wanted in return. That was all there was. It seemed the young man was just ready for the light that then broke upon him, and there, in the back of that store in Boston, he gave himself and his life to Christ. From the moment that Moody accepted Christ, his whole life changed. The merely passive religious freedom that suffered the restrictions of the moral law suddenly became a life of joyful service. Whereas church attendance had been observed simply because it was a duty, from that time forward, for nearly 50 years, he found his greatest joy in the service of his God. Before my conversion, as he himself used to express it, I worked towards the cross, but since then I have worked from the cross. Then I worked to be saved. Now I work because I am saved. 40 years afterwards, preaching in Boston, he thus described the effects of his conversion upon his life. I can almost throw a stone from Tremont Temple to the spot where I found God over 40 years ago. I wish I could do something to lead some of you young men to that same God. He has been a million times better to me than I have been to him. I remember the mornings on which I came out of my room after I had first trusted Christ. I thought the old sun shone a great deal brighter than it ever had before. I thought it was just smiling upon me, and as I walked out upon Boston Common and heard the birds singing in the trees, I thought they were all singing a song to me. Do you know I fell in love with the birds? I had never cared for them before. It seemed to me that I was in love with all creation. I had not a bitter feeling against any man, and I was ready to take all men to my heart. If a man has not the love of God shed abroad in his heart, he has never been regenerated. If you hear a person get up in the prayer meeting and begins to find fault with everybody, you may doubt whether he is in genuine conversion. It may be counterfeit. It has not the right ring, because the impulse of a converted soul is to love, and not to be getting up and complaining of everyone else and finding fault. Bread cast upon the waters returns again, and the Bible class teacher received his blessing in his own household. 17 years later, in the conversion of his own son. Mr. Kimball's eldest son was visiting an uncle in Massachusetts, while Mr. Moody was conducting a mission. After one of the services, young Kimball introduced himself to Mr. Moody as the son of his old Bible class teacher. "What, are you the son of Mr. Edward Kimball of Boston? What is your name?" "Henry." "I am glad to see you, Henry. Are you a Christian?" "No, sir, I do not think I am." "How old are you?" "I am 17. Henry, when I was just 17, and you were a little baby in the crib, your father came to me and put his hand on my shoulder and asked me to be a Christian. And he was the only man that ever came to me and talked to me, because he loved my soul. And now I want you, my boy, to be a Christian." "Henry, don't you want to be a Christian?" "Yes, sir, I think I do," said the boy. They sat down together, and Mr. Moody opened his Bible, the boy listening intently to the words that impressed him more and more, till at length they brought him to where the speaker had been led himself so long ago. After his conversion, young Moody was no less energetic and ambitious in the interest of the kingdom of God than he had been in business. His vigorous and irrepressible spirit was looked upon with misgivings by some of the elder members of the church. In the first glad joy of his Christian experience, he longed for some channel into which he might direct his energies and share in the forwarding of the kingdom. It was, perhaps, a mistake that the young convert was not set to work and directed how to serve the cause more efficiently in his own particular way. But the conservative deacons could not know that the zeal so unnecessarily directed towards them could have been turned with practical results in other directions, undreamed of by them, and their attitude was one of a somewhat natural repression. In May 1855, young Moody presented himself for membership in the Mount Vernon Church, from the records of which the following minute is taken. Number 1079, Dwight L. Moody, boards 43 Court Street. Has been baptized, first awakened on the 16th of May. Became anxious about himself, saw himself a sinner, and sin now seems hateful and holiness desirable. Thinks he has repented, has purposed to give up sin, feels dependent upon Christ for forgiveness, loves the Scriptures, prays, desires to be useful, religiously educated, been in the city a year, from Northfield, this state, is not ashamed to be known as a Christian, 18 years old. At this examination, however, it was felt that the applicant was not sufficiently instructed in Christian doctrine to be taken into membership. In answer to the question, "What has Christ done for you and for us all, that especially entitles him to our love and obedience?" young Moody replied, "I think he has done a great deal for us all, but I don't know of anything he has done in particular." Nothing, therefore, was elicited at this examination that was in those days considered satisfactory evidence of a conversion. Under the circumstances, the committee deferred recommending him for admission to the church, but 3 other number were appointed to take care of his case, and to explain to him more perfectly the way of God. The action of the examining committee in refusing admission to young Moody on this occasion has been criticized by others, but the wisdom of this decision was always felt by Mr. Moody himself, who in later years laid great emphasis upon a young convert's being ready to give a reason for the hope that was within him. Upon his second examination he was recommended for membership, and the following minute was recorded. Number 1131, March 12, 1856. Mr. Moody thinks he has made some progress since he was here before, at least in knowledge. He maintains his habit of prayer and reading the Bible, believes God will hear his prayers, is fully determined to adhere to the cause of Christ always, feels that it would be very bad if he should join the church and then turn, must repent and ask forgiveness for Christ's sake, will never give up his hope or love Christ less, whether admitted to the church or not. His prevailing intention is to give up his will to God. In a few days Mr. Moody was among the inquirers after the way of life, writes Mr. Kirk with reference to Moody's conversion. He soon avowed himself as a candidate for church membership. He displayed nothing but his earnestness and want of acquaintance with the scriptural views of Christian character and life. Or, more probably, his case was an instance showing that we, his examiners, were too far bound by routine and wanting in sympathy with him, who was then laying the foundation of the temple of God in that human soul. We could not conscientiously propose him to the church. Disappointed but not discouraged, he awaited through 1 or 2 terms. At last we saw some faint evidences of conversion, which justified us in recommending him to the church. At first Mr. Moody questioned the result his new life would have upon his business prospects. From the very beginning he had entered upon his duties with characteristic energy, and in 3 months' time he had sold more goods than any one of his fellow clerks. He had thought that truthfulness might be a hindrance to his success, but he soon found that Christian principles were an aid rather than an obstacle in a successful business career. Customers, finding that they could implicitly rely on his word, preferred to deal with him, and his popularity with them steadily increased. Thus, for 2 years he continued to work in Boston, when he began to feel that greater opportunities might await him in a larger sphere. His position in his uncle's store seemed to offer little promise for the future, for with extremely conservative methods, his uncle did not feel the same enthusiasm that fired the young man. Just at that time, Chicago, the new city of the Western Plains, was attracting the young men of the Eastern States. Moody, with others, felt the attraction of its appeal, and without telling any one of his purpose, he decided to cast in his lot with the New West. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 4, In Business in Chicago. I have always been a man of impulse, Mr. Moody once said to the writer. Almost everything I ever did in my life that was a success was done on the impulse, and I suppose when I get ready to die, I will be up and off. In seeking his fortune in the West, he displayed this characteristic impulsiveness. For some months he had fretted under the conservative methods of the business house in which he was engaged, and had longed to enter a larger sphere of activity, and when a crisis finally came in his relations with his employer, and there seemed little opportunity for advancement, he decided to go to Chicago. Fearing that this change would not be approved by his family, he thought it wise not to consult with them on the subject, and their first news of it was in a letter written from the western city 1,000 miles away. For all these years the mother had striven to keep her little family near her, as if, with that unreasoning conceit of mothers which makes their love unique because it is the law unto itself, she could have guarded her sons from all evil, and watched over them with the same solicitude as in babyhood. That 1,000 miles to Chicago seemed a cruel distance to her, and it was a long time before her heart became reconciled. During the succeeding years she followed her son's course with her prayers, and when the neighbors noted how, on winter evenings, Widow Moody's light burned late, they knew she was praying for her son far away. Young Moody arrived in Chicago in the early autumn of 1856. At first he encountered the same difficulty in securing employment which had so tried his fortitude 2 years before in Boston. In 2 days, however, he secured a position that promised greater opportunities than the one he left, and from the very first his energy and keen business judgment was rewarded by a steady increase in responsibility and income. The same earnest Christian spirit that had showed itself in Boston dominated his life in Chicago, and on his arrival, as his letters proved, he promptly associated himself with Christian people. Writing to his mother, under date of September 25th, 1856, he says, "I reached this far-famed city of the West 1 week ago tonight. I went into a prayer meeting last night, and as soon as I made myself known, I had friends enough. After meeting, they came to me and seemed to be as glad to see me as if I were their earthly brother. God is the same here as he was in Boston, and in him I can find peace." Having placed his letter from the Mount Vernon Church with the Plymouth Church, of which Reverend J. E. Roy, D.D., was then pastor, Moody began to cast about for some definite Christian service. Remembering, it may be, his success in childhood as a recruiting agent for the Sunday school at Northfield, he conceived the idea that he had a special talent for this work, and at once hired a pew, which he undertook to fill every Sunday. He would hail young men on the street corners, or visit their boarding houses, or even call them out of saloons to share his pew. Whether the novelty of the invitation, or the irresistible earnestness and cordiality of the young man induced a large number to attend, the object was, at any rate, attained, and before long he was renting 4 pews, which he filled every Sunday with his strangely assorted guest. The great religious revival that swept over the country in 1856 had reached to Chicago, and young Moody heartily enjoyed the opportunities and blessings it brought. Writing to his mother under date of January 6, 1857, he expressed great delight in the interest that was awakened, introducing the phrases current at the time. "I have nothing to write that would interest you, unless it is that there is a great revival of religion in this city," he says. "I go to meeting every night. Oh, how I do enjoy it! It seems as if God was here himself. Oh, mother, pray for us. Pray that this work may go on until every knee is bowed. I wish there could be a revival in Northfield, that many might be brought into the fold of Christ. Oh, mother, keep the family away from the spiritualist meetings, for I am afraid they may be led astray. How did you spend New Year and Christmas? Oh, mother, I pray that this year may be the happiest of your life. It has commenced well with me. Hope it will continue. Uncle Calvin urged me to come down and see him Christmas or New Year's, but could not leave business. Now, Mother, please excuse the short letter, and write soon. To this letter there is an amusing postscript indicating how readily this young man, under 20 years of age, had acquired the spirit of the place. Mother, you said in your letter that you were glad to hear that I was getting such good pay. I think you did not understand me, for I did not say I got that amount, but that I would make it soon. If I should build me a house out here, that would cost me $100. I could rent it for $75 a year. That is making money. That is, if I was able to do it, you know. Soon after his entering Wiswall's boot and shoe house, a jobbing department was added to the business, which gave his ability still greater opportunities to display himself. He would carefully watch the depots, hotel registers for possible customers from neighboring towns, and took pride in making better and larger sales than his fellow clerks. It was his ambition at this time to be worth $100,000, a fortune in those days. His early training had inured him to hardship and taught him the strictest economy, so that he seemed in a fair way to reach his goal in a reasonably short time. His success as a salesman in the city store so commended him to his employer that he was soon sent out to represent the firm as a commercial traveler. In this capacity he had many exciting experiences. On one occasion, in order to reach a newly settled frontier town, Mr. Moody had to hire a pair of livery horses to make the trip. All went well until, in driving down a steep hill, the holdback straps were found to be loose, allowing the wheels of the carriage to strike the horses' heels. The team immediately became unmanageable and bolted. So long as the driver could keep them in the road, all was well. But when at last they dashed out of the roadway into a track that had been recently cleared of heavy timber, it required unusual nerve power and physical strength to guide them safely. In telling the story years afterwards, Mr. Moody used to say that it was the most exciting ride he ever had. Standing up in the buggy with my hat gone and my hair on end, I was just able to dodge the huge stumps and get my team back into the road, where at last a steep hill damped the ardor of the horses. To the duties of a commercial traveler there was added in those days the work of a collector. When the rumor was circulated that any firm was likely to fail, each creditor immediately sent his representative to collect as quickly as possible the amount that was due him. An assignment in which all creditors shared equally is a practice of later date. On one such occasion, Moody was sent to a neighboring town late on Saturday afternoon to collect a debt from a shoe dealer, whose credit was under suspicion. There was one other firm to which the country merchant was deeply indebted, and Moody discovered this representative on the train. Now, it was against Moody's principle to travel on Sunday, and he had planned to spend Sunday somewhere en route, and start on again Monday morning. The other collector was not hampered by any such scruples, and intended to arrive Sunday and to secure his claim early on Monday morning. Where a principle was involved, Moody would never hesitate, but his business pride made it hard for him to see his competitor win so easily, and he determined to do what he could to gain an even chance. In those early days of railroad travel, through service was not common, changes being frequent. At one of these changes, Moody got his companion to take a walk with him, and succeeded in holding his attention in conversation until he lost his train, with the result that the claims were entered on equal terms on the same day. In a letter home, writing at this time, he said, "I suppose you would like to know how I am doing. Well, I am doing first rate. Shall be on there in the summer, if not before. I came very near going last week. A man offered to pay my way if I could go with him to buy some goods, but Mr. Wiswall was so driven for help that he could not spare me. I should like to come back to the Bay State once more. Things don't look out here as they do in Boston. A good many of the stores are kept open on the Sabbath day. It is a great holiday out here." In another letter he writes, "I have made $30 a week ever since I came out here. Don't let Uncle Sam get a hold of it, as it has turned out I have done the very best thing in coming. My expenses are high, but I can make more money than in Boston. I will send you a bill of fare of the house where I board, and then you can judge whether I shall starve or not. I can make more money here in a week than I could in Boston in a month," he writes to his brother George at this time, "but that is not all. I find the better I live, the more enjoyment I have, and the more I think of God and His love, the less I think of the world's troubles. George, don't let anything keep you from the full enjoyment of God's love. I think we have things sometimes come upon us to try our faith, and God likes to see us cling on. As the psalmist says in one place, God likes to chastise them whom He loves. So let us pray for each other. I have brought you before God in my prayers, and I hope you have done the same for me." The many temptations of city life appealed strongly to the ambitious young man, but realizing them fully, he was always on his guard. The following letter, written to his mother in the spring of 1858, illustrates how keenly he felt his situation at this time. "I have a good position, and I mean to work my cards to make it better. I have been very successful so far, and if nothing happens, I should do well. Luther, his brother, thought it was very foolish in my leaving Wiswall's, but I have a good situation that is worth 5 of that. If I have my health and my God is with me, I should succeed better here in Boston than I ever thought. Mother, I hope you will not forget to pray for your son here in the West, surrounded by temptations on all sides. I never worked in a place since my conversion where there were so many young men as here. I hope you will plead with God that I may live a consistent Christian before them. I am in hope to live so before them that I may succeed in winning their souls to Christ. Pray for me, dear mother. Mention should be made of the good influence of Moody's landlady, Mother Phillips, as she was commonly called. Her heart sympathy was a help that he always deeply appreciated. The friendships he formed in her house at this time with other young men who, like himself, just beginning their careers in the West, lasted to the end of his life. Among the number were men whose names have since become prominent, not only as foremost citizens of Chicago, but as some of the successful men of the country, including Edward Isam, Norman Williams, Levi Z. Leiter, General George V. Smith, General John L. Thompson, Benjamin B. Page, and William H. Seward. In speaking of his early friend, Mr. Isham said recently, Moody was an exceedingly earnest, active, and forceful man, strenuous in all his activities, but he was at the same time a broad-minded, generous-hearted, affectionate man, dear to all who knew him. He was the same in early days as later, and every one of the circle remained fond of him to the very end, no matter how much he differed from him in opinion. As an illustration of the way in which Mr. Moody continually had the spiritual welfare of his friends in his mind, one of them recently related the following incident. The last time I saw him was at a funeral of a common friend. After the services, he went back to his hotel and wrote a 4-page letter to me, with sentences heavily underscored, following his usual line of thought. The letter was one of his efforts to pluck me out of the burning in which I suppose he considered me a brand. The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 5, First Attempts at Christian Work. Although Moody's Sunday mornings were occupied in securing young men to share his pews at Plymouth Church, his Sunday afternoons and evenings were free. His indomitable energy seemed to need no day of rest, and a good night's sleep was always sufficient to recuperate the utmost drain upon his strength. Even in later days he was wont to associate rest, not with an activity, which he considered most wearisome, but with some change of occupation. How I do pity people who hang about these summer resorts doing nothing. My, it would send me crazy, he would often exclaim. He soon resolved the problem of occupying his leisure hours on Sunday afternoon by taking up Sunday school work. Shortly after arriving in Chicago, he discovered a little mission Sunday school on North Wells Street, where he applied for a class. The supply of teachers at that time was in excess of scholars, and the applicant was told that the 16 teachers were found amply sufficient to instruct 12 children, but that they would welcome his services if he could provide his own class. This was exactly to young Moody's taste, and on the following Sunday he arrived at the school leading a procession of 18 little hoodlums that he had gathered. This success made his special calling clear to him, and he continued to gather new scholars for others to teach, feeling that he was not sufficiently gifted for that work himself. Through his persistent efforts, the Wells Street Sunday School grew to larger proportions, until its accommodations were well taxed. The experience he gained here in building up the attendance of a Sabbath school, and in its organization and administration, proved most valuable. At this time he made the acquaintance of the one who, 4 years later, became his wife, M.S.C. Revell, at this time a girl of 15, and a teacher in the school. Feeling that his success in the Wells Street mission pointed to greater undertakings, Mr. Moody, in the fall of 1858, determined to begin another mission school on a larger scale in another part of the city. The same success attended these efforts, and it was soon found that a large hall would be necessary to accommodate the attendance. Such a place was secured in the North Market Hall, a public hall over one of the large city markets of Chicago. Here, in company with his friends, Mr. Moody began the Sunday school work which developed later into the Illinois Street Church, afterwards the Chicago Avenue Church, in which he held membership during the later years of his life. From a description of the building given by Mr. John T. Dale, an early teacher in the school, it was neither attractive in appearance nor clean. It was a large, dingy, dilapidated-looking brick building on the outside, while the inside was a grimy hall with blackened walls and ceilings, and as bare and uninviting as can be imagined. But it was soon crowded to the doors with classes of boys and girls, of a type entirely new to me, largely children of the street, bold, restless, inquisitive youngsters, whose wardrobe was often limited to trousers, shirt, and suspenders, even these in a very advanced state of decay. The scholars were bubbling over with mischief and exuberance of vitality, and sorely tried the patience of the teachers. But the singing was a vent for their spirits, and such singing I have never heard before. The boys who sold papers in the street had an indescribable lung power, and the rest seemed not far behind. There must have been 500 or 600 scholars, and it was no easy task to govern such a boisterous crowd. But the teachers seemed to interest their classes, and the exercises passed off with great enthusiasm. At the close of the school, Mr. Moody took his place at the door, and seemed to know personally every boy and girl. He shook hands and had a smile and a cheery word for each. They crowded about him tumultuously, and his arm must have ached many a time after these meetings. It was easy to see the hold he had on those young lives, and why they were so drawn to the place week after week. The institution was a veritable hive of activity, meetings almost every evening, with occasional picnics and sociables, and service on the Sabbath that occupied most of the day. In this North Market Hall School, as it came to be generally called, Mr. Moody filled a variety of offices, from that of janitor to superintendent. Sunday was a busy day for me then, he would say, in relating the story of the work. During the week, I would be out of town as a commercial traveler selling boots and shoes. But I would always manage to be back Saturday night. Often it was late when I got to my room, but I would have to be up by 6 o'clock to get the hall ready for Sunday school. Every night a German society held a dance there, and I had to roll out beer kegs, sweep up sawdust, clean up generally, and arrange the chairs. This I did not think it right to hire done on Sunday, so sometimes with the assistance of a scholar, and often without any, I would do it myself. This usually took most of the morning, and when it was done, I would have to drum up the scholars and new boys and girls. By the time 2 o'clock came, we would have the hall full, and then I had to keep order while the speaker of the day led the activities. We had to keep things going to keep up the children's interest. When the school was over, I visited absent scholars and found out why they were not at Sunday school, called on the sick, and invited the parents to attend the evening gospel service. By the time I had made my rounds, the hour had come for the evening meeting, where I presided, and following that we had an after meeting. By the time I was through for the day, I was tired out. I don't know much at that time, for after going from early morning till late at night with only a few crackers and some cheese, I was faint and fatigued. Sometimes, after such a day's work, I thought I sinned in going to sleep over my prayers, when really I was a fool for neglecting the dictates of common sense. God is not a hard taskmaster, and in later years I have learned that to do your best work you cannot afford to neglect the common laws of health. It was not Mr. Moody's plan to act as superintendent of the school. He wisely associated himself with John V. Farwell, at that time the largest dry goods merchant in the city, Isaac H. Birch, president of one of the banks, and others. These gentlemen assisted him, and in turn superintended the school, contributing largely to the success which followed. At no time in his life was Mr. Moody willing to submit to traditional methods, if they did not appear to him to be as effective as others of modern or even an original kind. He was fond of quoting an old Scotch saying, "They say, what do they say? Let them say." The spirit manifested itself in the North Market School, where the order of exercises was never determined by any prearranged program. Mr. Moody or some other helper would read a passage of Scripture, sing a hymn, tell an anecdote, anything to fill up the time. The plan by which the unsuccessful teachers were dropped was as novel as it was efficient. The rule of the school was that transfers of membership from one class to another could always be made by simply notifying the superintendent of the desired change, which inevitably resulted in the survival of the fittest among the teachers, at the effect of the children's liberty of choice. By degrees the school increased to 1,500, and as new teachers enlisted, order and method grew rapidly. It was before the day of international lessons, however, and scholars and teachers had but one textbook, the Bible, and denominational lines were not recognized. Mr. Moody's device for running the school was eminently successful. He issued stock certificates on the North Market Sabbath School Association, capital 10,000. 40,000 shares at 25 cents each. These certified the purchases of shares for the erection of a new building, for dividends apply at the school each Sabbath at 9 p.m. Grace was the general rule of the school, but even here the exception proved the rule, and stern law on a few occasions vested in Mr. Moody the duty of sergeant-at-arms. On one such occasion a certain young bully seemed more than unusually ill-behaved. He was a ringleader among the worst element in the town, and his persistent and malicious attempts to make disturbances caused great annoyance. In response to repeated warnings, he only assumed a more threatening attitude, and mocked at every effort to induce him to behave. It was against the rules to turn a scholar out, so that, grace having failed, Mr. Moody saw the recourse to law was inevitable, and said to Mr. Farwell, "If that boy disturbs his class today, and you see me go for him, and take him to the ante-room, ask the school to rise and sing a very loud hymn until I return." The program was executed as arranged. Mr. Moody seized the boy, hurried him into the anteroom before he realized what was happening, and locked the door. He gave the boy such a whipping as he himself had received in early life, and presently returned with face flushed, but with an expression of victory. The boy was converted soon afterwards, and years later acknowledged to his friend that he was still enjoying the benefits of that gospel exercise. The school grew steadily till it was among the largest in Chicago. President Lincoln's visit to the school, when on his way to Washington to enter on his first term of office, was a memorable occasion. His popularity in Chicago assured him of a demonstrative welcome. And when, a few months later, the war broke out, the North Market Sunday School contributed over 50 soldiers in answer to the President's first call for troops. Nor did the influences of this mission school and its consecrated leader become dissipated by time or distance. Not only in the army, but wherever members of the school were to be found, the impress received was most manifest. An interesting incident is given by the Reverend John Veeder, who says, "In the autumn of 1863, as a home missionary, I was on a tour in northern Michigan. Arriving at the county seat of M County, I inquired about the gospel needs of the place. There was no meeting house, no preaching. On inquiring about Sunday school, the man, with some hesitation, as though not quite certain, said, 'Well, yes, a Sunday school was started last Sunday by a little girl.' I quickly went to her father's house. Mary was all animation, telling me about Mr. Moody and the Sunday school in North Market Hall. Mr. Moody's photograph was hanging on the wall, and another of 16 street boys with their street names, only one of which I could recall, Butcher Bill. I must say that I was taken a little by surprise. I had not heard of D.L. Moody at that time, but her face was all aglow as she spake of the Sunday school in Chicago to which she had belonged, and from which she was now so far away. Evidently she had caught Mr. Moody's enthusiasm. Captain Richardson had arrived here with his family but 2 weeks before, and now a Sunday school is started by this girl in her teens. Since their arrival here, a little child had died in the neighborhood. They were about to bury it without funeral exercises, but Mary proposed to read some scripture, sing, and pray, which she did to the satisfaction of all. Richardson bought a pony for his daughter, so she was enabled to go to the next town 5 miles distance, and organize another Sunday school, where preaching was established soon after, with a revival following that swept the place. An account of this experience appeared in one of the religious papers at the time. During the following summer, having occasion to be in Chicago, a friend asked if I would not like to go to Mr. Moody's Sunday School in North Market Hall. Having met Mary Richardson, an interest had been awakened to see the man she had described so glowingly. On being introduced, he at once asked, "Are you not the man whose account of Mary's work in Michigan I saw in the papers last year? Now I want you to tell this Sunday School all about what she is doing. Right over there," pointing towards the northwest corner of the hall, "is her Sunday School class, and there is where she was converted." The Sunday School of 600 and its corps of teachers were an enlivened scene. It was a veritable beehive. Although it had begun with children, the work extended to the parents, and from the mission school of hoodlums in North Market Hall, a work developed that began to demand more time and effort than the young commercial traveler could give, and still continue his business. Gospel meetings were conducted during the week in a room formerly used for a saloon, but which had been made over into a mission hall, and here Dwight L. Moody received the practice and training in preaching that were of such incalculable value in later years. And it seems that he needed this training, for he attained his powers of speaking very gradually. It is of interest in this connection to know that when he first rose to speak in prayer meetings, one of the deacons assured him that he would, in his opinion, serve God best by keeping still. Another critic who commended his zeal in filling the pews he had hired in Plymouth Church suggested that he should realize the limitations of his vocation and not attempt to speak in public. "You make too many mistakes in grammar," he complained. "I know I make mistakes," was the reply, "and I lack a great many things, but I'm doing the best I can with what I've got." He paused and looked at the man searchingly, adding with his own irresistible manner, "Look here, friend, you've got grammar enough. What are you doing with it for the Master?" The Life of D.L. Moody. Chapter 6. Giving Up Business. "The greatest struggle I ever had in my life was when I gave up business," Mr. Moody often said. The steadily increasing duties in his pioneer religious work had not prevented his success in business, and though manager of the largest Sunday school in the country, he could hold this position without detriment to the interest of his employer. In 1858 he entered the establishment of C. N. Henderson, a wholesale boot and shoe dealer, where he worked on commission. This gave him greater freedom to use a part of his time in Christian work, without encroaching upon his employer's rights. His warm esteem for his employer, whose friendship he thoroughly appreciated, is shown in the following extract from a letter to his mother, written January 2nd, 1859. "On my return from the country last week, I found my hopes all vanished. The one to whom I had looked for advice and counsel, who had proved to be more than a friend to me, was dead. That man was my employer, Mr. Henderson. I shall miss him very much. He was the truest friend I have ever met since I left home. He seemed to take as much interest in my welfare as he would in the welfare of his own son. That this feeling was fully reciprocated is indicated by the fact that a year later, Mrs. Henderson insisted on Moody's settling up her husband's business. A young man of 23 years, he shrank from the responsibility of handling an estate worth $150,000. "But I feel greatly honored," he wrote his mother, "for they had a great many friends who were good businessmen. I have never been put in so responsible a position in my life, and my prayer is that I will do myself credit. Do not say anything about this, will you? I am in hopes that you will not forget to pray for me, for I am nothing without the same God who has been with me since I started out in life." About this time he was actively connected with the Congregational Church on the North Side. The meetings were too slow for Mr. Moody, and he went to some good brother and asked him if, at the next meeting, he would not get up and be the first to speak. He said he would. Mr. Moody then went to others and engaged 3 to be the second speaker, and 3 others to be third. When the first man had spoken, the others followed, several rising at once. This unusual sight inspired the meeting with the enthusiasm of a revival, and was really the beginning of a great quickening of spiritual interest in the church. In 1860, he was working for Buell, Hill, and Granger, and had saved $7,000 towards the $100,000 which had been his early ambition. In one single year he made, by several commissions, in addition to his regular salary, over $5,000, an unusually large sum for a young man under 24. It was a time of great excitement in the nation. Abraham Lincoln had been nominated and elected president, and like the young men who were his associates, Mr. Moody was immersed in business and politics, and keenly alive to all the events of the hour. He had an experience at this time, however, that entirely transformed his career and led him to devote himself exclusively to Christian work. All ambitions for wealth were sacrificed, but not until the struggle had lasted 3 months. Finally, what he felt to be the call of God was triumphant, and he surrendered his own plans for his father's. How he came to give up business altogether may best be told in his own words. "I had never lost sight of Jesus Christ since the first time I met him, in the store in Boston. But for years, I really believed that I could not work for God. No one had ever asked me to do anything. When I went to Chicago, I hired 4 pews in a church, and used to go out on the street and pick up boys and fill those pews. I never spoke to the young men about their souls. That was the work of the elders, I thought. After working for some time like this, I started a mission Sunday school. I thought numbers were everything, and so I worked for numbers. When the attendance ran below 1,000, it troubled me, and when it ran to 1,200 or 1,500, I was elated. Still, none were converted. There was no harvest. Then God opened my eyes. There was a class of young ladies in the school who were, without exception, the most frivolous set of girls I ever met. One Sunday, the teacher was ill, and I took that class. They laughed in my face, and I felt like opening the door and telling them to all go out and never come back. That week the teacher of the class came into the store where I worked. He was pale and looked very ill. "What is the trouble?" I asked. "I have had another hemorrhage from the lungs. The doctor says I cannot live on Lake Michigan, so I'm going to New York State. I suppose I'm going to die." He seemed greatly troubled, and when I asked the reason, he replied, "Well, I have never led any of my class to Christ. I really believe I have done the girls more harm than good." I had never heard anyone talk like that before, and it set me thinking. After a while I said, "Suppose you go and tell them how you feel. I will go with you in a carriage if you want to go." He consented, and we started out together. It was one of the best journeys I ever had on earth. We went to the house of one of the girls, called for her, and the teacher talked to her about her soul. There was no laughing then. Tears stood in her eyes before long. After he explained the way of life, he suggested that we have a word of prayer. He asked me to pray. True, I had never done such a thing in my life as to pray to God to convert a young lady there and then, but we prayed, and God answered our prayers. We went to other houses. He would go upstairs and be all out of breath, and he would tell the girls what he had come for. It wasn't long before they broke down and sought for salvation. When his strength gave out, I took him back to his lodgings. The next day we went out again. At the end of 10 days he came to the store with his face literally shining. "Mr. Moody," he said, "the last one in my class has yielded herself to Christ." I tell you, we had a time of rejoicing. He had to leave the next night, so I called his class together that night for a prayer meeting, and there God kindled a fire in my soul that has never gone out. The height of my ambition had been to be a successful merchant, and if I had known that meeting was going to take that ambition out of me, I might not have gone. But how many times I have thanked God's sense for that meeting. The dying teacher sat in the midst of his class and talked with them, and read the 14th chapter of John. We tried to sing "Blessed be the ties that bind," after which we knelt to pray. I was just rising from my knees when one of the class began to pray for her dying teacher. Another prayed, and another, and before we rose the whole class had prayed. As I went out, I said to myself, "O God, let me die rather than lose the blessing I have received tonight." The next evening I went to the depot to say goodbye to that teacher. Just before the train started, one of the class came, and before long, without any prearrangement, they were all there. What a meeting that was! We tried to sing, but we broke down. The last we saw of that teacher, he was standing on the platform of the rear car, his finger pointed upward, telling that class to meet him in heaven. Having the sum saved during his business career, Mr. Moody decided to live on this as long as it lasted. If at the end of this time the Lord continued to reward his labor, thus indicating that it was the right course to continue, he believed that the means for it would be provided. He began to economize at once in every possible manner, leaving his comfortable boarding place with his congenial associates, and sleep in the prayer-meeting room of the Young Men's Christian Association. He took his meals in cheap restaurants, and lived in a way that would have killed a man of ordinary constitution. He would often say, in later years, speaking of those days, "I was an older man before 30 than I have ever been since. A man's health is too precious to be as carelessly neglected as was mine." He now had time to conduct his Sunday school work more systematically, and visit his scholars in their homes. This was an adventurous proceeding, for in some of the Roman Catholic families he was anything but a welcome caller. But he persisted fearlessly in the work, and won many a family that at first received his invitations to North Market Hall or his mission hall with the bitterest contempt. In his Christian work, as formerly in business, Moody had little regard for strict conventions that did not appeal to his very practical judgment as useful or effective, and many a strange position did he find himself in when he undertook to secure his object without consideration of what was the regular but less immediate method. Often he would hail children on the street, inviting them to his Sunday school, and would ask an introduction to their parents to secure the consent to the children becoming members. One Sunday afternoon he met a little girl, of whom he inquired where she attended Sunday school. As she was not a regular attendant anywhere, Moody asked to be introduced to her mother, to secure permission for the family to attend his school. The child had reasons for not wanting to have Mr. Moody find her home, as she knew who he was. Asking him to wait on the corner for her till she had done her errand, on which she had been sent, she disappeared, not to return. For 3 hours he waited on the street corner for the little truant, before he gave her up at last. Some days later he saw the girl again, and the recognition was mutual. Without waiting to explain why she had deserted him on the former occasion, the child turned and fled. At this time the city's system of drainage had just been changed, necessitating the elevation of several feet of the streets in a large portion of the city. In some cases the property owners had not only elevated their homes, but had built new sidewalks on a level with the raised street. In this transition period from low to high grade, these innovations had been frequent but irregular, and the connections between old sidewalk levels and new ones were made by a few raised steps. Up and down these sidewalks the girl ran, while close behind her followed the determined Sunday school teacher. Finally she darted into a saloon, and through the barroom into a little room, and finally upstairs, where he found her hiding under a bed. Having persuaded the child to come out, he was duly introduced to the mother, explained the purpose of his call, and the children were secured for the North Market Hall. The sad story of the family was afterwards confided to Mr. Moody, when he learned that the mother was a widow who had only recently lost her husband. He had come to Chicago to make his fortune, and having failed to secure employment at his trade as a carpenter, had finally opened a saloon. Soon after he had died, leaving the saloon as the only means of support to his widow and children, who had never been reconciled to the business, and felt ashamed of this way of gaining a livelihood. This explained the child's unwillingness to have Mr. Moody know where she lived. In time the widow and her children were led into the way of a better life. The saloon was closed, and years afterwards Mr. Moody met, in a western city, the little girl who had given him that wild chase, a woman now, the wife of an earnest Christian, and herself devoted to church work. A source of very great annoyance to Mr. Moody in his pioneer Sunday school work at this time was the frequent disturbances which came from the lower class of the Roman Catholic element. Many of the boys would try to interfere with the meeting, breaking windows and such disturbances, being not the least troublesome expression of their disapproval. At last he felt that extreme measures must be taken, and he called on the Bishop Duggan, who was the prelate of the diocese. It was not an easy matter to gain access to so high a church dignitary, and a maid who answered his call at the door was not ready to promise him the audience he requested. Bishop Duggan, he was told, was busy and could not be seen. But young Moody had taken the precaution to step over the threshold, and was not so easily thwarted. "Well, never mind," he said. "I will remain until he is at leisure," and without waiting for further invitation, quietly passed into the hallway. The maid was not at all sure that the bishop would care to be interviewed by the self-constituted missionary, but it was useless to attempt to dissuade him. He had come to see the bishop, and would wait, if necessary, for the remainder of the day, or until the bishop could find it convenient to give him a hearing. When at length the bishop appeared in the hall, the young man very briefly related his mission, and said that he was engaged in a work for children in a part of the city that was being neglected by everybody else. It was therefore a pity, he said, that he should not be allowed to continue the work unmolested, and he requested the bishop to give orders to the parish priest to prevent all further interferences. Bishop Duggan refused to believe that any of his people were to blame for the disturbances, to which Moody answered that his only reason for believing that the boys were Roman Catholic was their own statement to that effect. Bishop Duggan then replied that they represented the worst element in the church, and that he had no control over them. "Your zeal and devotion are most commendable in behalf of these people, however," he added, "and all you need to make you a great power of good is to come within the fold of the only true church." "But," replied the young missionary, "whatever advantage that would give me among your people would be offset by the fact that I could no longer work among the Protestants." "Why, certainly, you could still work among the Protestants," was the reply, "but surely you would not let me pray with a Protestant if I became a Roman Catholic." "Yes," replied the bishop, "you could pray with Protestants as ever." "Well, I didn't know that," said the young man. "Would you, bishop, pray with a Protestant?" "Yes," said Bishop Duggan, "I would." "Well, then," replied Moody, "I wish that you would pray for me now, that I may be led aright in this matter," and forthwith knelt where they had been standing in the hall. The bishop and Mr. Moody both prayed. The result of that short conference was a cessation of all further annoyance from the Roman Catholic element in the city, and a lifelong friendship between the two men. But his efforts were not always attended with such immediate success. A man does not gain the strength to conquer others in a series of rapid victories alone, and often the results of his most earnest work were apparently little or nothing. On his way home from meeting one night, Mr. Moody saw a man leaning against a lamp-post. Stepping up to him and placing his hand on his shoulders, he said, "Are you a Christian?" The man flew into a rage, doubled up his fist, and it seemed for a moment as if the missionary might be pitched into the gutter. "I'm very sorry if I have offended you," said Mr. Moody. "Mind your own business," roared the man. "That is my business," the other replied quietly, and went on his way. About 3 months later, on a bitter cold morning at daybreak, someone knocked at Mr. Moody's door. "Who's there?" he asked. A strange voice answered, and he said, "What do you want?" "I want to become a Christian," was the reply. Mr. Moody opened the door, and to his astonishment, there was the man who had cursed him for talking to him as he leaned against the lamp-post. "I'm very sorry," said the man. "I haven't had any peace since that night. Your words have haunted and troubled me. I couldn't sleep last night. I thought I would come and get you to pray for me." That man accepted Christ, and the moment he had done so asked, "What can I do for him?" He taught in the Sabbath school until the war broke out, when he enlisted, and was one of the first to be shot down, but not before he had given his testimony for God. The Life of D. L. Moody. Chapter 7. City Missionary Work. The compiler of a city directory is not expected to act as an historian, but the variety of occupations there accredited to Mr. Moody between 1858 and 1869 is not without significance. He had arrived in Chicago too late in 1856 for his name to appear in the directory for the succeeding year, and the first record is found in 1858, when he was in the employ of Mr. Wiswall. This item reads, "Moody, Dwight L., Clerk, boards 255 Wabash Avenue." A year later it is salesman, C. H. Henderson and Company, boards 81 Michigan Avenue. And in 1860, Mr. Henderson having died, he is entered as salesman, Buell, Hill and Granger, boards 81 Michigan Avenue. From this time on, the agent recorded him first as a librarian in the Young Men's Christian Association, then as a city missionary, and in 1865 he is entered as the pastor of Illinois Street Church. In 1867 his occupation is designated as President, Young Men's Christian Association, and the last entry, in 1872, is as Superintendent of the Northside Tabernacle. Mr. Moody was always a law unto himself, and the independent and unusual way in which he entered Christian work made it difficult for the directory agent to place him exactly. So, for want of a better title, he was librarian, city missionary, or pastor, as the case might be. The truth of the matter was that Mr. Moody had laid up sufficient money to support himself for the time, and entered Christian work without a salary, turning his back upon an income of over $5,000 a year at the age of 24. During the first year he received about $300 from friends, who had become interested in his work, and by strict economy he hoped to make his savings last some years. Beyond that he planned for nothing, for he felt confident that since the Lord had called him to the work, he would support him in it. If such support should fail, however, he could go back to selling shoes. Had not St. Paul made tents while he preached the gospel? And so he began his work, with no board at his back, no society to guarantee his salary. His dependence was on God. Beginning his mission work with children, he had gradually, as had been described, gained access to their homes, and unconsciously entered regular evangelistic work before he knew it. It would be difficult to state exactly when he began that special service in which later he became so widely known, as it was rather a developed gift than an ability suddenly displayed. To aid him in his visiting, Mr. Moody bought a little Indian pony, known as his missionary horse. The pony was of course a source of special enjoyment to the children, and by giving rides to the younger ones was made to contribute to the popularity of Moody Sunday School, as the North Market Hall School had now come to be called. It was not an uncommon sight to see him on one of his missionary trips, with one or two children behind him on the horse, a little one in his arms, and more crowding about, seeking the next turn. Many stories are told of the wonderful pony, among others how Moody, riding at full speed, seized a rather boisterous, mischievous boy, who had been throwing stones at him, and lifted him by the coat collar, placing him across the saddle, and carried him 2 or 3 blocks, securing thereby his lasting respect. In those days young Moody did not always receive the sympathy and respect which came to him only as the reward of years of trial and many critical experiences. Writing of those early days, his friend and most intimate associate in evangelistic work, Major D. W. Whittle, thus describes him. It must have been in the spring of 1859 that as I was passing by Clark Street in Michigan, someone on the sidewalk said, "There goes Crazy Moody." I turned, looked down the street, and saw a young man of about 21, short and stocky in figure, weighing about 150 pounds. He was riding a small pony, his trousers in his bootlegs, a cap on his head, and as I watched him he reined up to the sidewalk in front of the Methodist block at the corner of Clark and Washington Streets. I was 2 years younger than Mr. Moody, and had been in Chicago since April 1st, 1857. We were both from the Connecticut Valley in Massachusetts, but had known nothing of each other in the East. I had been interested in some degree in the revival meetings of 1857 and 1858, and had heard how Moody was visiting houses, building up a mission school, talking to people in the streets, and doing all sorts of eccentric things. The newspapers were full of jokes about him, and he was called by the reporters Brother Moody. Like many others, I had the impression that he was crazy. How little, I thought, as I looked upon him that day, that my life would be influenced by him in his wonderful career. It was during his last summer, as we talked about the death of Norman Williams, whose funeral he had recently attended, that we spoke of those early days when he had first known Mr. Williams. At that time his ambitions had been to become one of the successful merchants of the city, and he had devoted himself with great energy to go ahead of all the band of young men with whom he was associated, to sell more goods than any of them. There was only one of them but that I felt I could equal, and that was Marshall Field, he used to say. It was just at this time that he won the heart of one who 2 years later became his wife. It is not permitted the writer to offer to one still living the credit that her heroism, faith, and affectionate devotion deserves, but it may be simply stated that in Immissy Revel, Dwight L. Moody found his greatest human resource. To her wise counsel he gave more heed than to that of any other, and he never failed to express to those nearest him the inestimable debt he owed to the best wife God ever gave to man. It was when he had renounced worldly ambitions, and, contrary to the advice of all his friends, and had launched out into what was considered a wild undertaking, that she, a girl of only 17, promised to cast in her lot with him, a promise fulfilled 2 years later by their marriage in 1862. Her educational advantages had been greater than his, and she became his most able assistant in every undertaking. No trial was so severe, no burden so heavy, that he could not find in her one whose fellowship afforded the warmest sympathy, and whose faith and self-sacrifice could be counted on. In many ways she served to balance his impetuous nature, and he would often acknowledge the helpful service her judgment had been, and regret on occasion that he had acted without first consulting her. Although Mr. Moody now gave a great deal of time to evangelistic meetings, sometimes speaking himself, but more often securing other speakers, he did not neglect the recruiting of students for his Sunday school, and to keep the interest from flagging, he had recourse to every device for sustaining its popularity. He used to make much of picnics, entering into the spirit of them with as great zest as the youngest child. He was not only an unusually strong man, but also a very fast runner. At one of these picnics he picked up a barrel nearly filled with apples, and holding it so the apples would spill out, he ran ahead, followed by the boys, who gathered up the fruit as it dropped. Among the premiums for good conduct and regular attendance, one summer season, 13 boys were promised a new suit each at Christmas, if they would attend regularly until that time. Their descriptive names were indicative of their social status, which may be judged from the following list: Red-Eye, Smikes, Madden the Butcher, Jackie Candles, Gibberick, Billy Buchanan, Garby the Cobbler, Butcher Lyray, Greenhorn, Indian, Black Stovepipe, Old Man, and Rag Breeches Cadet. All but one fulfilled the conditions. Mr. Moody had them photographed before and after the donning of the suits. The picture entitled, "Does it pay?" And it does pay. This uniformed group became known as Moody's bodyguard. 13 years later, one of Mr. Moody's friends called at a railway ticket office. The agent, after looking at him curiously for a moment, asked him to step aside and said, "You do not seem to know me." "No, I have not had that pleasure." "You know, Mr. Moody's bodyguard?" "Yes, I have a picture of him in my home." "Well," said the agent, "when you go home, take a square look at the ugliest of the lot, and you will see your humble servant, now a church member, and heir to Mr. Moody in that work." As the success of his evangelistic efforts began to be noticed, Mr. Moody was addressed by friends in other cities soliciting his aid in behalf of wild or dissipated young men who had wandered to Chicago. Letters were received from all parts of the country, in which parents, brothers, sisters, and friends pleaded with him to look up some wanderer, and to do what he could to save them, and no such appeal was made in vain. A friend, in describing this personal feature of Mr. Moody's work at this time, says, "At one of these Sabbath evening services, I saw one of the most distinguished lawyers of Illinois, from the heart of the state, sitting by the side of his son, who had been snatched as a brand from the burning, by the earnest appeals and prayers of Moody." The lawyer had written to Moody to save his son if he could. Words cannot tell the work accomplished in those days, nor describe the intense earnestness of the audience, or the enthusiastic singing of the old evangelical hymns and the Sabbath school tunes. If ever the Lord was praised from full hearts, it was at these meetings. It was natural that a man so practical as Mr. Moody should have had a strong desire to see definite results. There were times when he became depressed if he failed to see immediate conversions, but he had lessons to learn here, as in other matters. In a characteristic story, he describes how he learned to put away doubt and discouragement. One Sunday, he says, "I had preached, and there did not seem to be any result. On the Monday, I was very much cast down. I was sitting in my study, brooding over my want of success, when a young man who conducted a Bible class of 100 adults in my Sabbath school called upon me. As he came in, I could see he was away up on the mountain top, while I was down in the valley. Said he, 'What kind of a day did you have yesterday?' 'Very poor. I had no success, and I feel quite cast down.' 'How did you get on?' 'Oh, grandly. I never had a better day.' 'What was your subject?' 'I had the life and character of Noah.' 'Did you ever preach on Noah? Did you ever study up his life?' 'Well, no, I don't know that I ever made it a special duty. I thought I knew pretty well all that there was in the Bible about him. You know, it is all contained in a few verses.' 'If you never studied it before, you had better do it now,' he said. 'It will do you good. Noah was a wonderful character.' When the young man went away, I got out my Bible and some other books, and read all I could find about Noah. I had not been reading long before the thought came stealing upon me, here's a man who toiled on for 120 years, and never had a single convert outside his own family. Yet he did not get discouraged. I closed my Bible. The cloud had gone. I started out to a noon prayer meeting. I had not been there long when a man got up and said he had come from a little town in Illinois. On the day before, he had admitted 100 young converts to church membership. As he was speaking, I said to myself, I wonder what Noah would have given if he could have heard that. He never had any such results from his labors. Then, in a little while, a man who sat right behind me stood up and said, 'I wish you'd pray for me. I would like to become a Christian.' Thought I to myself, I wonder what Noah would have given if he had heard that. He never heard a single soul asking God for mercy, yet he did not get discouraged. I have never hung my harp on the willow since that day. Let us ask God to take away the clouds and unbelief. Let us get out of Doubting Castle. Let us move forward courageously in the name of our God and expect to see results." It is of those early days that Dr. H.C. Mabie writes, "I first met Mr. Moody in the fall of 1863 in Chicago. I had come into the city from my Illinois home on a farm to enter the old University of Chicago as a student. I was then 16 years old. Having been introduced to Mr. B. F. Jacobs of Chicago and Mr. J. R. Osgood of Indianapolis, even then famous Sunday school men and deeply interested in boys and young men, I was by them taken back to the Methodist City block to visit, for my first time, the daily noon prayer meeting of the Young Men's Christian Association. This had become a famous meeting. It was conducted mostly by young laymen, the first meeting of its sort I had ever attended. As we passed in, there was a stocky, bustling, St. Simon sort of a man standing at the door and shaking hands with all who had entered. He spake an earnest word to each. At the closing of the meeting, the same man remained to speak and pray with an inquirer or two who had shown signs of interest during the meeting. This honest man was Mr. Moody, and it made an impression upon me for life. I had never before seen a layman so making it his business to press men into the kingdom as he seemed to be doing. I had learned to expect that of ministers, but I had never seen a layman so dead in earnest. But I liked it. The entire uncommonness of the thing impressed me, and created in me a yearning to learn the divine art, if it were possible. It soon grew to be a mighty desire in me, and it was not many months until, in the summer vacation, I found myself in the midst of a great revival in my native town, some 200 of the young people being gathered in. I was for 3 months immersed in the flood of this blessing. This was several years before I had any definite purpose formed to enter the ministry. Indeed, I was never conscious of a formal resolution on that subject until I found myself, through the pressure exercised by others, ordained. I was simply set on fire by the contagion of such earnest lives as I had seen living before me, in that circle of Chicago laymen, of whom Mr. Moody was the leader, and others like Messrs. Jacobs, Bliss, Rockwell, and Cole were the foremost. Having gotten a taste of their joy in soul-winning, I never lost it. It was they who made me feel the responsibility of the ordinary and everyday member of the church for the conversion of sinners as I had never felt. The Moody of later years in his great evangelistic triumphs was simply the Moody of that early time, expanded, enlarged, manifolded by the 1,001 auxiliaries which by his matchless magnetism he ever continued to gather about him. He had the greatest power to set others to work, and thus multiply himself, of any man I ever knew. When 14 years later, as a young pastor in Boston, I was again brought into contact with him in his great tabernacle meetings in 1874, I once more came under his spell. It was but to find myself a willing learner at his feet in numberless service and inquiry meetings. His own force of will, greatly enlarged by his contact with eminent British workers, keyed to the high purpose of saving men, made us all feel we were enabled to do anything we ought to do, so long as we were under his command. Hence, as we would obey his summons to go down into the lower Tremont Temple to deal with inquirers, or to the market men's meeting in Faneuil Hall, or to the shoe dealers' meetings on High Street, or where not, we confidently went, feeling we could not wholly fail, because he sent us. The Life of D. L. Moody. Chapter 7. City Missionary Work. The compiler of a city directory is not expected to act as an historian, but the variety of occupations there accredited to Mr. Moody between 1858 and 1869 is not without significance. He had arrived in Chicago too late in 1856 for his name to appear in the directory for the succeeding year, and the first record is found in 1858, when he was in the employ of Mr. Wiswall. This item reads, Moody, Dwight L., Clerk, Boards 255 Wabash Avenue. A year later it is Salesman, C. H. Henderson and Company, Boards 81 Michigan Avenue. And in 1860, Mr. Henderson having died, he is entered as Salesman, Buell, Hill, and Granger, Boards 81 Michigan Avenue. From this time on, the agent recorded him first as a librarian in the Young Men's Christian Association, then as a city missionary, and in 1865 he is entered as the pastor of Illinois Street Church. In 1867 his occupation is designated as President, Young Men's Christian Association, and the last entry, in 1872, is as Superintendent of the Northside Tabernacle. Mr. Moody was always a law unto himself, and the independent and unusual way in which he entered Christian work made it difficult for the directory agent to place him exactly. So for want of a better title, he was librarian, city missionary, or pastor, as the case might be. The truth of the matter was that Mr. Moody had laid up sufficient money to support himself for the time, and entered Christian work without a salary, turning his back upon an income of over $5,000 a year at the age of 24. During the first year he received about $300 from friends who had become interested in his work, and by strict economy he hoped to make his savings last some years. Beyond that he planned for nothing, for he felt confident that since the Lord had called him to the work, he would support him in it. If such support should fail, however, he could go back to selling shoes. Had not St. Paul made tents while he preached the gospel? And so he began his work, with no board at his back, no society to guarantee his salary. His dependence was on God. Beginning his mission work with children, he had gradually, as had been described, gained access to their homes, and unconsciously entered regular evangelistic work before he knew it. It would be difficult to state exactly when he began that special service in which later he became so widely known, as it was rather a developed gift than an ability suddenly displayed. To aid him in his visiting, Mr. Moody bought a little Indian pony, known as his missionary horse. The pony was of course a source of special enjoyment to the children, and by giving rides to the younger ones was made to contribute to the popularity of Moody Sunday School, as the North Market Hall School had now come to be called. It was not an uncommon sight to see him on one of his missionary trips, with 1 or 2 children behind him on the horse, a little one in his arms, and more crowding about, seeking the next turn. Many stories are told of the wonderful pony, among others how Moody, riding at full speed, seized a rather boisterous, mischievous boy, who had been throwing stones at him, and lifted him by the coat collar, placing him across the saddle, and carried him 2 or 3 blocks, securing thereby his lasting respect. In those days young Moody did not always receive the sympathy and respect which came to him only as the reward of years of trial and many critical experiences. Writing of those early days, his friend and most intimate associate in evangelistic work, Major D. W. Whittle, thus describes him. It must have been in the spring of 1859 that as I was passing by Clark Street in Michigan, someone on the sidewalk said, "There goes Crazy Moody." I turned, looked down the street, and saw a young man of about 21, short and stocky in figure, weighing about 150 pounds. He was riding a small pony, his trousers in his bootlegs, a cap on his head, and as I watched him he reined up to the sidewalk in front of the Methodist block, at the corner of Clark and Washington Streets. I was 2 years younger than Mr. Moody, and had been in Chicago since April 1st, 1857. We were both from the Connecticut Valley in Massachusetts, but had known nothing of each other in the East. I had been interested in some degree in the revival meetings of 1857 and 1858, and had heard how Moody was visiting houses, building up a mission school, talking to people in the streets, and doing all sorts of eccentric things. The newspapers were full of jokes about him, and he was called by the reporters Brother Moody. Like many others, I had the impression that he was crazy. How little, I thought, as I looked upon him that day, that my life would be influenced by him in his wonderful career. It was during his last summer, as we talked about the death of Norman Williams, whose funeral he had recently attended, that we spoke of those early days when he had first known Mr. Williams. At that time his ambitions had been to become one of the successful merchants of the city, and he had devoted himself with great energy to go ahead of all the band of young men with whom he was associated, to sell more goods than any of them. There was only one of them but that I felt I could equal, and that was Marshall Field, he used to say. It was just at this time that he won the heart of one, who 2 years later became his wife. It is not permitted the writer to offer to one still living the credit that her heroism, faith, and affectionate devotion deserves, but it may be simply stated that in M.S.C. Revell, Dwight L. Moody found his greatest human resource. To her wise counsel he gave more heed than to that of any other, and he never failed to express to those nearest him the inestimable debt he owed to the best wife God ever gave to man. It was when he had renounced worldly ambitions, and contrary to the advice of all his friends, and had launched out into what was considered a wild undertaking, that she, a girl of only 17, promised to cast in her lot with him, a promise fulfilled 2 years later by their marriage in 1862. Her educational advantages had been greater than his, and she became his most able assistant in every undertaking. No trial was so severe, no burden so heavy, that he could not find in her one whose fellowship afforded the warmest sympathy, and whose faith and self-sacrifice could be counted on. In many ways she served to balance his impetuous nature, and he would often acknowledge the helpful service her judgment had been, and regret on occasion that he had acted without first consulting her. Although Mr. Moody now gave a great deal of time to evangelistic meetings, sometimes speaking himself, but more often securing other speakers, he did not neglect the recruiting of students for his Sunday school, and to keep the interest from flagging, he had recourse to every device for sustaining its popularity. He used to make much of picnics, entering into the spirit of them with as great zest as the youngest child. He was not only an unusually strong man, but also a very fast runner. At one of these picnics he picked up a barrel nearly filled with apples, and holding it so the apples would spill out, he ran ahead, followed by the boys, who gathered up the fruit as it dropped. Among the premiums for good conduct and regular attendance, one summer season, 13 boys were promised a new suit each at Christmas. if they would attend regularly until that time. Their descriptive names were indicative of their social status, which may be judged from the following list: Red-Eye, Smikes, Madden the Butcher, Jackie Candles, Gibberick, Billy Buchanan, Garby the Cobbler, Butcher Lyray, Greenhorn, Indian, Black Stovepipe, Old Man, and Rag Breeches Cadet. All but one fulfilled the conditions. Mr. Moody had them photographed before and after the donning of the suits. The picture entitled, "Does it pay?" And it does pay. This uniformed group became known as Moody's bodyguard. 13 years later, one of Mr. Moody's friends called at a railway ticket office. The agent, after looking at him curiously for a moment, asked him to step aside and said, "You do not seem to know me." "No, I have not had that pleasure." "You know Mr. Moody's bodyguard?" "Yes, I have a picture of them in my home." "Well," said the agent, "when you go home, take a square look at the ugliest of the lot, and you will see your humble servant, now a church member, and heir to Mr. Moody in that work." As the success of his evangelistic efforts began to be noticed, Mr. Moody was addressed by friends in other cities soliciting his aid in behalf of wild or dissipated young men who had wandered to Chicago. Letters were received from all parts of the country, in which parents, brothers, sisters, and friends pleaded with him to look up some wanderer and to do what he could to save them, and no such appeal was made in vain. A friend, in describing this personal feature of Mr. Moody's work at this time, says, "At one of these Sabbath evening services, I saw one of the most distinguished lawyers of Illinois, from the heart of the state, sitting by the side of his son, who had been snatched as a brand from the burning by the earnest appeals and prayers of Moody. The lawyer had written to Moody to save his son if he could. Words cannot tell the work accomplished in those days, nor describe the intense earnestness of the audience, nor the enthusiastic singing of the old evangelical hymns and the Sabbath school tunes. If ever the Lord was praised from full hearts, it was at these meetings." It was natural that a man so practical as Mr. Moody should have had a strong desire to see definite results. There were times when he became depressed if he failed to see immediate conversions, but he had lessons to learn here as in other matters. In a characteristic story, he describes how he learned to put away doubt and discouragement. One Sunday, he says, I had preached, and there did not seem to be any result. On the Monday, I was very much cast down. I was sitting in my study, brooding over my want of success, when a young man who conducted a Bible class of 100 adults in my Sabbath school called upon me. As he came in, I could see he was way up on the mountaintop, while I was down in the valley. Said he, "What kind of a day did you have yesterday?" "Very poor. I had no success. I feel quite cast down. How did you get on?" "Oh, grandly. I never had a better day." "What was your subject?" "I had the life and character of Noah." "Did you ever preach on Noah? Did you ever study up his life?" "Well, no, I don't know that I ever made it a special duty. I thought I knew pretty well all that there was in the Bible about him. You know, it is all contained in a few verses." "If you never studied it before, you had better do it now," he said. "It will do you good. Noah was a wonderful character." When the young man went away, I got out my Bible and some other books, and read all I could find about Noah. I had not been reading long before the thought came stealing upon me, here's a man who toiled on for 120 years, and never had a single convert outside his own family. Yet he did not get discouraged. I closed my Bible. Cloud had gone. I started out to a noon prayer meeting. I had not been there long when a man got up and said he had come from a little town in Illinois. On the day before, he had admitted 100 young converts to church membership. As he was speaking, I said to myself, I wonder what Noah would have given if he could have heard that. He never had any such results from his labors. Then, in a little while, a man who sat right behind me stood up and said, "I wish you'd pray for me. I would like to become a Christian." Thought I to myself, I wonder what Noah would have given if he had heard that. He never heard a single soul asking God for mercy, yet he did not get discouraged. I have never hung my harp on the willows since that day. Let us ask God to take away the clouds and unbelief. Let us get out of Doubting Castle. Let us move forward courageously in the name of our God and expect to see results. It is of those early days that Dr. H.C. Mabie writes, I first met Mr. Moody in the fall of 1863 in Chicago. I had come into the city from my Illinois home on a farm to enter the old University of Chicago as a student. I was then 16 years old. Having been introduced to Mr. B. F. Jacobs of Chicago and Mr. J. R. Osgood of Indianapolis, even then famous Sunday school men and deeply interested in boys and young men, I was by them taken back to the Methodist City block to visit, for my first time, the daily noon prayer meeting of the Young Men's Christian Association. This had become a famous meeting. It was conducted mostly by young laymen, the first meeting of its sort I had ever attended. As we passed in, there was a stocky, bustling, St. Simon sort of a man standing at the door and shaking hands with all who entered. He spake an earnest word to each. At the closing of the meeting, the same man remained to speak and pray with an inquirer or two, who had shown signs of interest during the meeting. This honest man was Mr. Moody, and it made an impression upon me for life. I had never before seen a layman so making it his business to press men into the kingdom as he seemed to be doing. I had learned to expect that of ministers, but I had never seen a layman so dead in earnest. But I liked it. The entire uncommonness of the thing impressed me, and created in me a yearning to learn the divine art if it were possible. It soon grew to be a mighty desire in me, and it was not many months until, in the summer vacation, I found myself in the midst of a great revival in my native town, some 200 of the young people being gathered in. I was for 3 months immersed in the flood of this blessing. This was several years before I had any definite purpose formed to enter the ministry. Indeed, I was never conscious of a formal resolution on that subject until I found myself, through the pressure exercised by others, ordained. I was simply set on fire by the contagion of such earnest lives as I had seen living before me, in that circle of Chicago laymen, of whom Mr. Moody was the leader, and others like Messrs. Jacobs, Bliss, Rockwell, and Cole were the foremost. Having gotten a taste of their joy in soul-winning, I never lost it. It was they who made me feel the responsibility of the ordinary and everyday member of the church for the conversion of sinners as I had never felt. The Moody of later years and his great evangelistic triumphs was simply the Moody of that early time, expanded, enlarged, manifolded by the 1,001 auxiliaries which, by his matchless magnetism, he ever continued to gather about him. He had the greatest power to set others to work, and thus multiply himself, of any man I ever knew. When 14 years later, as a young pastor in Boston, I was again brought into contact with him in his great tabernacle meetings in 1874, I once more came under his spell. It was but to find myself a willing learner at his feet in numberless service and inquiry meetings. His own force of will, greatly enlarged by his contact with eminent British workers, keyed to the high purpose of saving men, made us all feel we were enabled to do anything we ought to do, so long as we were under his command. Hence, as we would obey his summons to go down into the lower Tremont Temple to deal with inquirers, or to the market men's meeting in Faneuil Hall, or to the shoe dealers' meetings on High Street, or where not, we confidently went, feeling we could not wholly fail because he sent us. The Life of D. L. Moody. Chapter 8. The Civil War and the Christian Commission. I'm going to join the Christian Association tomorrow night, Mr. Moody had written to his brother, under date of April 19th, 1854, immediately after leaving home for Boston. Then I shall have a place to go when I want to go away anywhere, and I can have all the books I want to read free, and only have to pay $1 a year. They have a large room, and the smart men of Boston lecture to them for nothing, and they get up a question box. These attractions and benefits of the Young Men's Christian Association were keenly appreciated by young Moody from the start. On his arrival in Chicago, he joined the association, which had recently been organized in that city as one of the results of the revival movement, and took an active interest in the noonday prayer meetings conducted under its auspices. After giving up business, he devoted much of his time to association work, with which he was closely identified at the beginning of the Civil War. In the days that followed the firing on Fort Sumter, Chicago, like all the other cities in the Union, felt the greatest excitement. Camp Douglas was formed near the southern limits of the city, and their recruits were massed and instructed. Among these new soldiers were a large number of Moody's boys of the North Market Hall. A company was also raised among his friends and former associates in business, and on all sides he was urged to enter the service of his country. The cause of the Union appealed to him most strongly, for by all the traditions of his home and his New England training, he was an ardent abolitionist. During his stay in Boston, he listened frequently to the eloquence of such orators as William Lloyd Garrison, Wendell Phillips, and Elijah P. Lovejoy. His uncle's boot and shoe store on Court Street was opposite the courthouse, and there he joined in the mob that attempted the liberation of Anthony Burns, a fugitive slave. On this occasion, the hot-headed youth of Boston were dispersed by the soldiers' musketry, but the event left an impression even greater than the eloquence of Faneuil Hall. Later, when an employee at Wiswall boot and shoe store, the clerks from neighboring houses, who met frequently with Mr. Moody and his fellow salesmen, constituted themselves into a lyceum, where the point of political difference between the North and South were warmly discussed by representatives of both sides. In spite of all this, he could not conscientiously enlist. There has never been a time in my life when I felt that I could take a gun and shoot down a fellow being. In this respect, I am a Quaker, was his explanation. At the same time, he was alive to the opportunity of doing good, offered by the military camps, and at once assisted in forming an Army and Navy committee of the Young Men's Christian Association, consisting of J.V. Farwell, B.F. Jacobs, and himself. Later, this work was affiliated with the Northwestern branch of the Christian Commission. The first Christian work undertaken by the Commission consisted of services held among the soldiers that passed through Chicago. On the forming of Camp Douglas, a work was organized which resulted in the erection of a small temporary chapel, in which over 1,500 meetings were held. Edgar W. Hawley, who was among Mr. Moody's oldest associates in Christian work in Chicago, thus described the beginning of this work. At one time, there were about 12,000 men there. Regiments were coming in and others going to the front all the time. The Young Men's Christian Association had a chapel for the use of the men where frequent meetings were held. The Western branch of the Christian Commission included, among its members, J. V. Farwell, B. F. Jacobs, Mr. Moody, and several others. We issued an Army hymn book with an American flag on the front page, and it was distributed freely among the soldiers. We visited the tents and barracks and found the men playing cards and proposed to exchange our hymn books for the cards. The soldiers agreed quickly enough. Indeed, so numerous was the exchange that several of the Young Men's Christian Association rooms were full of playing cards which men had surrendered. This camp was fully struck, the men having all gone to the war. General Grant had captured Fort Donelson and had taken 10,000 Confederate prisoners, of whom about 9,000 were sent to Chicago and placed in Camp Douglas with a regiment of our men as guards. It was a period of popular apprehension, and the people of the city were very nervous. A week afterward, at the close of a Union prayer meeting, Moody said to me, "Hawley, let us go down and hold a meeting there in the chapel with the prisoners." It was about 5 miles down to the camp, and as we got near the entrance, Moody said, "Hawley, here is a ministerial pass. Take it." "But how will you get in past the guard?" "In some way," was the confident reply. The guard passed me right in, but Moody was halted by fixed bayonets. "Stand back," came the stern order. "I am Moody, president of the Young Men's Christian Association," he explained to the soldier. "I don't care who you are. You can't get in here." At that moment, a captain who was passing stepped up and recognized the evangelist. To him, Moody appealed. "Let me in," he urged, "for the work's sake." The officer turned to the guard. "Let one of your men take Mr. Moody to headquarters. I will be responsible." We marched in, Moody under military guard. On the matter being explained at headquarters, the officer in charge said, "Well, seeing you are here, and considering your object, you may stay. But don't repeat it. If you are not out of here by 8 p.m., you go into the guardhouse for the night." We went to the chapel, arranged things, and invited them in. It was soon packed full. Turning to me with a twinkle in his eye, Moody said, "Now, Hawley, you preach." I remonstrated and said I wasn't a minister. "But you came in on a ministerial pass, and I didn't," he persisted. So I quietly acquiesced, and we had an interesting service. Mr. Moody took charge, and it seemed as though the Spirit of the Lord came down upon these men with great power. They came forward to the altar, 20, 30, 40 at a time. We closed the meeting and began inquiry work. Moody had the platform, and God used him wonderfully. The whole audience melted, and we saw strong men in tears. "God is here," Moody whispered to me. We looked at our watches. It was but a few seconds of 8, and we had to run to get out of the camp, having no notion of passing the night in the guardhouse. These meetings were kept up 2 or 3 weeks, and many were converted. We formed a Young Men's Christian Association branch at the camp, and there were many kind expressions of gratitude, even from the higher officers, who were greatly pleased with the work. In a letter to his mother at this time, Moody wrote, "I am now working among the soldiers a good deal. I had a good time in Kentucky. The boys wanted to have me become their chaplain, but my friends would not let me go, so I shall remain in the city. I would like to see you all and talk with you about my Savior, who seems so near to me. Oh, what would life be without Christ? I sometimes get to looking down on this world of sin, but when I look to Jesus, it makes me look up. By gospel services, prayer meetings, song services, distribution of Bibles, books, and tracts, and by personal invitation, he tried to win the soldiers to Christ. He organized the Christians into a band of brothers, who were to carry the banner of Christ with them, and be loyal to one another and to their divine captain. The experience gathered from this work constituted most efficient training for his later career as an evangelist. His sermons show many an evidence of the Christian Commission work in the numerous illustrations drawn from his interviews with the soldiers. Even camp phraseology left a permanent influence upon his vocabulary, and in organizing large conventions or conducting evangelistic campaigns, he would call upon some workers to reinforce another, and would urge his associates to press the fight all along the line. The peculiar surroundings and impressive conditions under which the work was conducted made it necessary to urge his hearers to accept immediate salvation. This was ever afterwards a conspicuous feature of his manner of address. With wounded men, hovering between life and death, or with men on the march, resting in some place which they would have to leave the next day. It was, at least as far as he was concerned, the alternative of now or never. As he would not allow himself or them to be satisfied with never, he bent his whole energies to now. He was on the ground ministering to the wounded after the battles of Pittsburgh Landing, Shiloh, and Murfreesboro, and he was with the army at Chattanooga, and among the first to enter Richmond. It was after one of these battles that the following incident occurred, which Mr. Moody himself frequently related. We were taking a large number of wounded men down the Tennessee River after the Battle of Pittsburgh Landing. A number of young men of the Christian Commission were with me, and I told them that we must not let a man die on the boat that night without telling him of Christ in heaven. You know the crying of a wounded man is water, water. As we passed along from one to another giving them water, we tried to tell them of the water of life, of which, if they would drink, they would never die. I came to one man who had about as fine a face as ever I saw. I spoke to him, but he did not answer. I went to the doctor and said, "Doctor, do you think that man will recover?" "No, he lost too much blood before we got to him on the field, that he fainted while we were amputating his leg. He will never recover." I said, "I can't find out his name, and it seems a pity to let him die without knowing who he is. Do you think we can bring him to?" "You may give him a little brandy and water," said the doctor. "That will revive him if anything will." I sat down beside him and gave him brandy and water every now and then. While I was waiting, I said to a man nearby, "Do you know this man?" "Oh, yes, this is my chum." "Has he a father or mother living?" "He has a widowed mother." "Has he any brothers or sisters?" "Two sisters, but he is the only son." "What is his name?" "William Clark." I said to myself that I would not let him die without getting a message for his mother. Presently he opened his eyes, and I said, "William, do you know where you are?" He looked round, a little dazed, and then said, "Oh, yes, I am on my way home to Mother." "Yes, you are on your way home," I said. "The doctor says you won't reach your earthly home. I thought I'd ask you if you had any message for your mother." His face lighted up with an unearthly glow as he said, "Oh, yes, tell my mother that I died trusting in Jesus." It was one of the sweetest messages I ever heard in my life. On returning to Chicago, Mr. Moody at once looked up the widowed mother and two sisters, and delivered the message from the dying soldier. As he was leaving the house, one of the sisters, only a child at the time, came to him and gave him the small savings of her sister and herself, with the request that he purchase a Bible to give to some soldier. When he went back to the front, Mr. Moody related this incident, asking who wanted that Bible, and there were a number of petitions for it. Soon after, God called the children to join their brother, but not till their childish ministry had been used as a blessing to many a soldier. Another war incident that Mr. Moody frequently repeated occurred after the Battle of Murfreesboro. "I was stationed in the hospital," he said. "For 2 nights I had been unable to get rest, and being really worn out, on the 3rd night I had lain down to sleep. About midnight I was called to see a wounded soldier who was very low. At first I tried to put the messenger off, but he told me that if I waited till morning, it might be too late. So I went to the ward where I had been directed, and found the man who had sent for me. I shall never forget his face as I saw it that night in the dim, uncertain candlelight. I asked what I could do for him, and he said that he wanted me to help him die. I told him I would bear him in my arms into the kingdom of God if I could, but I couldn't. Then I tried to preach the gospel. He only shook his head and said, 'He can't save me. I have sinned all my life.' My thoughts went back to his loved ones in the North, and I thought that even then his mother might be praying for a boy. I repeated promise after promise, and prayed with the dying man, but nothing I said seemed to help him. Then I said that I wanted to read to him an account of an interview that Christ had one night while here on earth, an interview with a man who was very anxious about his eternal welfare. I read from the 3rd chapter of John, how Nicodemus came to the Master. As I read on, his eyes became riveted upon me, and he seemed to drink in every syllable. When I came to the words, 'As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life,' he stopped me and asked, 'Is that there?' 'Yes,' I said. 'Well,' he said, 'I never knew that was in the Bible. Read it again.' Leaning on his elbow on the side of the cot, he brought his hands together tightly, and when I finished, he exclaimed, 'That's good. Won't you read it again?' Slowly, I repeated the passage the 3rd time. When I finished, I saw that his eyes were closed, and the troubled expression on his face had given way to a peaceful smile. His lips moved, and I bent over him to catch what he was saying, and heard in a faint whisper, 'As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life.' He opened his eyes and said, "That's enough. Don't read any more." Early next morning I came again to his cot, but it was empty. The attendant in charge told me that the young man had died peacefully, and said that after my visit he had rested quietly, repeating to himself, now and then, that glorious proclamation, "Whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life." The following description of one of the journeys Mr. Moody took to the scene of battle is sent by a friend. During the winter and spring of 1861 and 1862, I was a medical student in the city of Chicago, and saw Mr. Moody almost every day as he went hurrying about, busily engaged in his good work. That was in the early days of the Young Men's Christian Association, and he was looked upon as one of the most active promoters of that association. The great battle of Pittsburgh Landing was fought on Sunday and Monday, the 6th and 7th of April, 1862. The news reached Chicago on Tuesday the 8th, and on Wednesday morning a call came for physicians and nurses for the wounded, for supply of both was entirely inadequate for the work to be done. Accordingly, the Young Men's Christian Association was called upon to send as many nurses as possible, and I, being a medical student, was invited to be one of the company. A special train was made up by the Illinois Central Railroad Company, and by 5 or 6 o'clock Wednesday night we were at the depot, ready to be off. Our train was a heavy one, carrying about 60 or 75 physicians and about 300 nurses, besides many supplies. I had a seat in the center of the car, which was comfortably full. When we were 2 or 3 hours out of Chicago, and everyone was getting settled down in his seat for the night, we had no sleepers then, I was aroused by a gentle tap on the shoulder, and asked if I would not attend Mr. Moody's prayer meeting, which was then to be held in the front end of the car. I wasn't a Christian then, and I didn't go, but nevertheless my conscience gave me a stinging rebuke, and I was set to thinking. In the forward end of that car was Mr. Moody, engaged in conducting a prayer meeting. In the rear end was a company of men playing a game of cards. I couldn't help realizing the wonderful zeal of the man in his great work, and how earnest and careful he was that no duty be neglected, no opportunity lost. We reached Cairo on Thursday, April 10th, were transferred from our train to the steamer, and soon on our way up the Ohio and Tennessee rivers. When evening came, the passengers were sitting about in groups in the large cabin. Mr. Moody, with his Young Men's Christian Association assistants, passed through the crowd, and began inviting the men to attend prayers in one corner of the large room. There again he conducted a service. I don't remember seeing anything more of the card players. As on the first evening, so on the next, I didn't attend prayers. But I remember that among those who didn't, there was no effort made to disturb the meeting, nor was any evidence of disrespect shown as far as I could see. On Friday afternoon, about 3 o'clock, we reached Pittsburgh Landing, and were at once sent to the different steamers that were standing there, loaded with hundreds of wounded soldiers waiting for our arrival, and so were scattered in all directions. I saw no more of Mr. Moody during that trip, but have thought of this circumstance many, many times, and of the intense Christian zeal by which he always impelled. Many an instance is related of Mr. Moody's enthusiastic admiration of heroism, and this was, of course, accentuated when there was the added quality of unspoken loyalty to Christ. Such a soldier Mr. Moody recognized in Major Whittle, who was then a lieutenant in the 72nd Illinois. After the Battle of Vicksburg in 1863, this young officer was sent home severely wounded. His popularity in the city called forth a great demonstration in Chicago on his return. The American Express Company, in whose service he had been engaged, sent their employees with a band of music, and all their wagons to escort him from the station. A few days later, Lieutenant Whittle was asked to make a speech at the patriotic rally, where a number of prominent men had been invited to speak. Referring to this occasion, Major Whittle says, "I, a boy of 21, was put forward to speak, with Bishop Simpson on the platform behind me, waiting to give his address. I was weak from my wound and felt foolish being in such a position. Directly in front of me, in the center of the hall, a sturdy young man jumped to his feet and cried, 'Give him 3 cheers!' I recognized the face of Mr. Moody as he led the cheering with great earnestness. This manifestation of sympathy nerved me for the few words that followed, and I have often thought it was a specimen of what his courage, faith, and example have been to me all through his life. When I told him some time afterwards of how good his sympathies had done me that night, and how vividly I remembered his earnest, determined look as he led the crowd, I was rewarded by his reply, 'I took you into my heart that night, and you have been there ever since.'" While serving with the command of General O. Howard, who was in thorough sympathy with his efforts, Mr. Moody's ministry was especially fruitful. General Howard thus spoke of his work in the Army. Moody and I met for the first time in Cleveland, East Tennessee. It was about the middle of April, 1864. I was bringing together my 4th Army Corps. 2 divisions had already arrived, and were encamped in and near the village. Moody was then fresh and hearty, full of enthusiasm for the master's work. Our soldiers were just about to set out on what we all felt promised to be a hard and bloody campaign, and I think we were especially desirous of strong preaching. Crowds and crowds turned out to hear him. He showed them how a soldier could give his heart to God. His preaching was direct and effective, and multitudes responded with a promise to follow Christ. These wartime experiences introduced Mr. Moody to a larger field by bringing him prominently before the whole country. The Young Men's Christian Association noon prayer meetings in Chicago became a center where he and his fellow workers met and reported on their frequent excursions to the front, and people from all over the Northwest sent in requests for prayer at these meetings on behalf of husbands, brothers, and sons. When the Spanish War broke out and thousands of young men were again gathered into army camps, Mr. Moody's heart went out toward them with the same longing that had urged him on during the Civil War. His experiences in 1861 through 65 helped him to arouse the churches in this new emergency. He became chairman of the evangelistic department of the Army and Navy Christian Commission, whose methods of work were fourfold. 1. The preaching of the gospel by well-known ministers and evangelists to whom the men would listen. 2. The placing of Young Men's Christian Association tents within reach of each regiment, whither the men might go as a place of resort, and where they might find reading and writing materials. 3. The free distribution of Bibles, Testaments, hymn books, and other religious books. And 4. The visitation of the sick and wounded in hospitals. The following letter, which he wrote at this time, resulted in great blessing to thousands of soldiers in the great military camps during the summer of 1898. 30 years ago, war clouds gathered over our land, and the Church of God was aroused as I have never seen it since, in behalf of the young men of America. This earnest expressed itself in the formation of the Christian Commission, and everywhere efforts were made for the religious interest of the soldiers. Meetings were held everywhere, and many a camp became the scene of a deep and effective revival, and for more than 30 years I have been continually meeting men who were converted in those army meetings. Now the dark shadow of war again rests upon our land. Is it not possible that God intends to use even the darkness of this evil for the blessing of the youth of this land? And while He has called us to become the instruments of His justice, may He not have in store a season of revival for those who, brought face to face with danger and a realization of the seriousness of life, may be reached, when at other times careless and indifferent. It seems to me that it is just the nick of time in which to reach thousands of young men with the gospel, either through a testament, a good book, or the spoken message. A minister in Philadelphia writes me that there is an excellent opportunity of doing good at Tampa, and I have no doubt that other camps offer equally favorable conditions. Moody was preaching in Pittsburgh when one of the first regiments started for Cuba. He mentioned that incident at the meeting, and raised several $100s in order to follow these young men with the gospel. Major Whittle, Dr. A.C. Dixon, Reverend R.A. Torrey, and others were sent, and an appeal was made for money to send books as well as men. The Young Men's Christian Association also desired to send workers to the front, and the War Department decided that it would have only one religious body among the soldiers. Army and Navy Christian Commission was organized, and Mr. Moody was made the chairman of the evangelistic department. The object of the organization was to reach the soldiers and sailors of the United States and the Army and Navy with the gospel of Christ. Bibles, religious books, library books, and the new Army hymn book, compiled by Mr. Sankey, were sent in great quantities. Major Whittle gave this incident among many, showing the very important nature of the work done through this agency. I called on a dying lieutenant this afternoon, who said that he was turned to God at the first meeting held in the camp. I did not know about it at the time, but my heart was full of gratitude to God as the dying man's face lit up in recognition of me. His hot hand pressed mine as he drank in, "Him that cometh to me I will in no wise cast out," and other scripture passages. He told me that he did in his heart trust Christ. We sang to him, "My faith looks up to thee," and commended him to God in prayer. He has a wife and 5 children. He was a traveling man, and unsaved up to the night of May 27th. The doctor said that there was no help, and that he would die today. If God has been pleased to use my coming here to save that one soul, I will praise Him through eternity. Another incident is given herewith. We spent our forenoons going to the hospitals. There were about 1,000 men in Chickamauga in the various hospitals, sick with malarial fever and typhoid fever, and every day brings us to the bedside of some hungry, thirsty, dying soldier. One of our workers went to the hospital and asked, "May I go in and see the sick? Is there anything I can do?" "For God's sake, yes," said the surgeon. "Go with that woman. She has just arrived from the north, and I can't bear to tell her that her boy won't recognize her. He is dying. He won't live 5 minutes. Go in with her." So he went in and stood by the cot where this soldier was breathing his last. He couldn't recognize his mother, and this mother, a lady dressed in black, stood there at the foot of the cot, watching the last breath of her dying boy. And when at last his soul had gone, she turned back the sheet that covered him, and there upon his army shirt was a badge of the Epworth League. He had had it transferred from his soldier's coat to his shirt. He told the nurse he wanted to wear that badge when he was dying. As his mother looked upon it, she burst into a sob, and the whole tent of sick soldiers and doctors and nurses sobbed with her. And what a privilege it was for our delegate to tell that mother, "I was here yesterday and talked with your boy. I've been speaking with this man here about being a Christian, and your boy overheard it, and when I came to his side he said, 'Oh, dear me, how can that man get along without Jesus?' I said to him, 'Are you a Christian?' And with a smile upon his face he said, 'You bet I am.' And he turned back the sheet and showed me the badge upon his breast, and I talked with him and prayed with him." The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 9, Sunday School Convention Work. At the close of the war in 1865, Mr. Moody returned to Chicago and again engaged in Sunday school work. He had made known his purpose to his former associates in the Christian Commission, William Reynolds and B.F. Jacobs, by announcing, "When the war is ended, let's give our strength to Sunday school work." His mission school in Chicago was a revelation. William Reynolds was carrying on one in Peoria. M.C. Hazard was superintending one in Galesburg. But there may have been others. Of the work at this time, Mr. Hazard says, "Mr. Moody's mission school was the first large effort in this direction. The reports of it were stimulating. Many made the journey to Chicago to inspect it and find out its methods. Those methods were widely copied, and the success of that school caused the starting of many others." The mission school movement, if it did not originate with Mr. Moody, received a great impulse from him. He popularized it and gave it strength and momentum. His methods in getting children to attend it were unique. He made use of many devices to draw them in. In his recruiting excursions, his pockets were always filled with oranges, candy, maple sugar, or something toothsome. At one time he offered a squirrel with his cage to the one who could bring in the largest number of scholars within a specified time. He was fertile in expedients to lure in the boys and girls. But having secured them, he was equally inventive in his effort to retain them. Once on a stroll, he looked after them, visited their homes if absent, and taking such a warm and practical interest in them that they became devotedly attached to him. But Mr. Moody did not wait for Sunday school workers to come to Chicago to learn of him. He went out to them. He began holding conventions on behalf of the Young Men's Christian Association work, in which some of his Sunday school methods and experiences were narrated with telling effect. The organization of the Illinois State Sunday School Association, however, gave him a great opportunity. The state soon became enthusiastic on Sunday school work. Great crowds running up into the thousands attended its conventions. The Advance reported the meeting at DuQuoin, and 50,000 copies of the paper were ordered by the state association for distribution. The reports of some of the subsequent meetings were similarly widely scattered. What was being done in Illinois stimulated other states to imitation. Thus the movement spread from state to state, resulting finally in national gatherings, and they in international assemblies. The first convention of the Illinois Sunday School Union was held in March 1859, but owing to the Civil War, which engrossed attention by its large needs and the opportunities for Christian effort, it was not until 1864 that the second convention could be held. On learning of the arrangements for this gathering, Mr. Moody at once planned to be present. The Sunday School Convention is to be held in Springfield, beginning on Tuesday morning, he announced to his friends, Mr. Jacobs and Reverend J. H. Harwood. "Let's go to Springfield on Friday evening and visit all the pastors, superintendents, and choirs, and hold special meetings on Sunday and Monday, and see if the convention can be something besides a parade." The proposition seemed practical, and on the Friday evening preceding the convention, the three started for Springfield. On their arrival the following morning they went to the hotel, and after breakfast set out in search of some quiet place for their prayer meetings. The Baptist church nearby seemed to offer what they were looking for, and they entered it through the basement. The three delegates seated themselves on the pulpit sofa and used the large Bible on the desk, from which they read. Then they knelt in prayer, and while thus engaged, the door opened. When the prayer was ended, Reverend N. D. Minor, the pastor, who had entered meantime, came up to them saying, "You are welcome, brethren, whoever you may be." Arrangements were at once made for special meetings there. The convention was well attended, and at the close of the Sunday afternoon service a number of conversations took place, while the following meetings on Sunday and Monday awakened a deep religious interest in the community. By the time the convention assembled on Tuesday, the town was in the midst of a revival, in which the Sunday school delegates took an earnest part. Many of them were deeply affected and carried the influence of the convention into all parts of the state. In the fall of that year, the Chicago Sunday School Union decided to perfect its organization. The Reverend, now Bishop, John H. Vincent, was called from his church and became the first superintendent of the Union, and on January 1st, 1865, began the publication of the Chicago Sunday School Teacher, thus providing a bond of strength to the Chicago Sunday School workers, and in 1866, Mr. Moody became the vice president of the Union. At the convention held in Peoria in 1865, Mr. Moody was made a member of the State Sunday School Executive Committee, which devised a plan for canvassing all the counties and securing their local organization. To this action may be traced the system that now exists in America. The state was divided into districts, and Mr. Moody and others volunteered to attend conventions. He went with an earnest purpose and a burning zeal that was felt everywhere throughout the state. The reports of his work created a demand for services in other places, which he met. as it is indicated in the following extract from a letter to his mother. "The Lord is blessing my labors, and I think you would say, God bless you, go forward. I was away all last week on Sunday school conventions. Got to go again this week and all of next week. So you see I am driven more than I ever was in my life. I have crowded houses where I go. Last week the house was full and the sidewalk outside, so they had to open another church, and I spoke in 2 houses. The Lord blessed me very much, and the work commenced in great earnest, so they have sent for me again. I was invited to go down to a little town in the state of Michigan," he relates, of the beginning of a certain revival. "A minister, who was a perfect stranger to me, came to the depot to meet me, and took me to his house to dinner. After dinner he took me out to the meeting. There was about 25 wives and mothers on their knees, as I went into the house, weeping and praying to God to bless their unconverted children and their unconverted husbands. Then he took me off to the other end of town, and introduced me to an old elder of the church. The man was dying with consumption, and now that he had given up and could not get out of the house, he began to realize that he had not been a faithful steward. And yet he must soon give an account before God of his stewardship. There was not a young person in the whole congregation who was a member of the church. Not one of the sons or daughters of the officers and elders or members had joined it. There had not been a revival there for a great many years. First he himself began to pray. Then he sent for his brother elders, and told them how he felt, and wanted to have them pray. They had become so discouraged and disheartened that they could not. Then he sent for the men of the church and talked to them. They too had become discouraged. Then he sent for the women of the church, and there the dying man pleaded with them to meet together to pray for God to revive his work. This had been going on for 2 weeks before I got there. That night I preached, and it was as if preaching against the air. It seemed as if every word came back to me. But around midnight a boy came downstairs to his father, who was a member of the church, and professed Christ, and said, 'Father, I want to have you pray with me.' The father said he could not pray. He didn't sleep any that night. But the next morning at the prayer meeting he got up and told us about it, and said he wanted to have us pray for him. A father that professed to be a Christian and could not pray for his own son, who was weeping over his sins. Well, we prayed for him, and inside of 24 hours there was not a young person upwards of 12 years old, whose father or mother was a member of the church, that did not give evidence of being converted. God came suddenly to his temple, and there was a mighty work. I think one of the grandest, one of the best works I have ever seen in my life. The work was revived as soon as the church began to pray to God to revive it. When Mr. Moody belonged to the executive committee of the State Sunday School Association, he would often turn a county convention into a prayer meeting or a revival meeting. At Pontiac, Illinois, there was a revival that swept through the country. Several lawyers joined the church, and the court adjourned at 10 minutes before noon to attend the noon prayer meeting. The revival began by Mr. Moody's going through the town one day and talking to every man, woman, and child he met. Approaching a group of politicians, he heard one of them say of a proposed nominee, "I think that man could carry the country." "My friend," interrupted Mr. Moody, "we want to carry this country for the Lord Jesus Christ." The politician, with a Westerner's appreciation of a joke, slapped Mr. Moody on the shoulder, burst into a laugh, and cried out, "I am with you there, old fellow." Mr. Moody's words became the watch cry of the whole religious movement. In writing of these early experiences in Sunday school convention work, Mr. Jacobs relates the following incident. Perhaps the most dramatic scene that has ever occurred in an Illinois Sunday school convention was at Quincy in 1870. Philip C. Gillette was chosen president, in opposition to the wishes of a few persons, who, seeing the power of the convention, were trying to turn it into a different channel. Watching for an opportunity, they selected the time when Mr. Moody was answering questions that had been submitted in writing, and dropped into the box an inquiry that reflected unpleasantly upon the executive committee. Mr. Moody first read the question, then with great power reviewed the work of the committee, disclaiming credit for himself and magnifying the work of others. In his own effective way, he spoke of the continued blessing that had rested on them as a token of God's approval. He closed by tendering the resignation of all the members of the committee, and then said, "Let us pray." In a prayer of sweetness and power, he led the congregation near to God. He remembered those who had made an attempt to turn the convention aside from its great work, and prayed for them too. The effect was indescribable. Audience, estimated at 3,000 persons, was greatly moved, and upon motion, the committee was re-elected by acclamation. Other states shared with Illinois the benefit of Mr. Moody's help in Sunday school work. He attended county and state conventions in Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. It was at the Minnesota Sunday School Convention held in Winona that Mr. Moody first met Miss Mary V. Lee and Miss Sarah J. Timanis. Both were teachers in the Minnesota State Normal School. After hearing them speak and teach, Mr. Moody conferred with others about them, and they went to Illinois and attended county conventions. Following this, Miss Timanis, now Mrs. W. F. Crafts, was employed by Mr. Moody and Mr. Jacobs to superintend the primary classes of their Sunday schools. and attend county Sunday school conventions. She was for 12 years president of the International Primary Union. Up to this time, the Sunday school lessons had been entirely a matter of selection with the teachers of individual classes, or at best with officers of a Sunday school. Instead of a system of Bible study for everybody, each class was following its own course. The possibilities of a general system of Sunday school instruction now occurred to Mr. Moody and his associations in the state Sunday school work. The subject was first agitated in Chicago, where a number of schools were induced to use the same lesson. The advantages of the plan were evident immediately. Mr. Moody continued to urge its general adoption. Later, the system was accepted by the State Sunday School Union, and in 1868, Mr. Moody, who then printed a periodical called The Heavenly Tidings, induced Mr. Jacobs to contribute brief notes on these lessons. In other state Sunday school conventions, where he was increasingly in demand, Mr. Moody urged the system of lessons adopted by Illinois. It was widely appreciated, so that in 1869, at the National Sunday School Convention in Newark, New Jersey, a committee was appointed to arrange what has become the International Sunday School Series of Bible Lessons. Mr. Moody always retained his deep interest in the work in which he was engaged at the time. Even after he began to devote himself more fully to evangelistic work, he frequently attended the conventions of the Sunday School workers. In 1876, he was made president of the Illinois State Sunday School Union. He took an active part in the Galesburg, Illinois Convention in 1880, and was a daily speaker at the International Convention held in Boston in 1869. At the latter gathering, his old fervor was manifested, and he tried to awaken all of the delegates to their personal responsibilities in the salvation of the children entrusted to their teaching. Again and again did he plead with the Sunday School workers to be faithful, writes a friend who was present. His voice, full of pathos, seems to those who heard it to sound forth even now the solemn words, "If I had the trumpet of God, and could speak to every Sunday school teacher in America, I would plead with each one to lead at least one soul to Christ this year." The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 9, Sunday School Convention Work. At the close of the war in 1865, Mr. Moody returned to Chicago, and again engaged in Sunday school work. He had made known his purpose to his former associates in the Christian Commission, William Reynolds and B. F. Jacobs, by announcing, "When the war is ended, let's give our strength to Sunday school work." His mission school in Chicago was a revelation. William Reynolds was carrying on one in Peoria. M.C. Hazard was superintending one in Galesburg. But there may have been others. Of the work at this time, Mr. Hazard says, "Mr. Moody's mission school was the first large effort in this direction. The reports of it were stimulating. Many made the journey to Chicago to inspect it and find out its methods. Those methods were widely copied, and the success of that school caused the starting of many others." The mission school movement, if it did not originate with Mr. Moody, received a great impulse from him. He popularized it and gave it strength and momentum. His methods in getting children to attend it were unique. He made use of many devices to draw them in. In his recruiting excursions, his pockets were always filled with oranges, candy, maple sugar, or something toothsome. At one time he offered a squirrel with his cage to the one who could bring in the largest number of scholars within a specified time. He was fertile in expedients to lure in the boys and girls. But having secured them, he was equally inventive in his effort to retain them. Once, on his roll, he looked after them, visited their homes, if absent, and taking such a warm and practical interest in them that they became devotedly attached to him. But Mr. Moody did not wait for Sunday school workers to come to Chicago to learn of him. He went out to them. He began holding conventions on behalf of the Young Men's Christian Association work, in which some of his Sunday school methods and experiences were narrated with telling effect. The organization of the Illinois State Sunday School Association, however, gave him a great opportunity. The state soon became enthusiastic on Sunday school work. Great crowds running up into the thousands attended its conventions. The Advance reported the meeting at DuQuoin, and 50,000 copies of the paper were ordered by the State Association for distribution. The reports of some of the subsequent meetings were similarly widely scattered. What was being done in Illinois stimulated other states to imitation. Thus the movement spread from state to state, resulting finally in national gatherings, and they in international assemblies. The first convention of the Illinois Sunday School Union was held in March 1859, but owing to the Civil War, which engrossed attention by its large needs and the opportunities for Christian effort, it was not until 1864 that the second convention could be held. On learning of the arrangements for this gathering, Mr. Moody at once planned to be present. The Sunday School Convention is to be held in Springfield, beginning on Tuesday morning, he announced to his friends, Mr. Jacobs and Reverend J. H. Harwood. Let's go to Springfield on Friday evening and visit all the pastors, superintendents, and choirs, and hold special meetings on Sunday and Monday, and see if the convention can be something besides a parade. The proposition seemed practical, and on the Friday evening preceding the convention, the three started for Springfield. On their arrival the following morning they went to the hotel, and after breakfast set out in search of some quiet place for their prayer meetings. The Baptist church nearby seemed to offer what they were looking for, and they entered it through the basement. The three delegates seated themselves on the pulpit sofa, and used the large Bible on the desk, from which they read. Then they knelt in prayer, and while thus engaged, the door opened. When the prayer was ended, Reverend N. D. Minor, the pastor, who had entered meantime, came up to them saying, "You are welcome, brethren, whoever you may be." Arrangements were at once made for special meetings there. The convention was well attended, and at the close of the Sunday afternoon service a number of conversations took place, while the following meetings on Sunday and Monday awakened a deep religious interest in the community. By the time the convention assembled on Tuesday, the town was in the midst of a revival, in which the Sunday school delegates took an earnest part. Many of them were deeply affected and carried the influence of the convention into all parts of the state. In the fall of that year, the Chicago Sunday School Union decided to perfect its organization. The Reverend, now Bishop, John H. Vincent, was called from his church and became the first superintendent of the Union, and on January 1st, 1865, began the publication of the Chicago Sunday School Teacher, thus providing a bond of strength to the Chicago Sunday School workers, and in 1866, Mr. Moody became the vice president of the Union. At the convention held in Peoria in 1865, Mr. Moody was made a member of the State Sunday School Executive Committee, which devised a plan for canvassing all the counties and securing their local organization. To this action may be traced the system that now exists in America. The state was divided into districts, and Mr. Moody and others volunteered to attend conventions. He went with an earnest purpose and a burning zeal that was felt everywhere throughout the state. The reports of his work created a demand for services in other places, which he met, as it is indicated in the following extract from a letter to his mother. "The Lord is blessing my labors, and I think you would say, God bless you, go forward. I was away all last week on Sunday school conventions. Got to go again this week and all of next week, so you see I am driven more than I ever was in my life. I have crowded houses where I go. Last week the house was full, and the sidewalk outside, so they had to open another church, and I spoke in 2 houses. The Lord blessed me very much, and the work commenced in great earnest, so they have sent for me again. I was invited to go down to a little town in the state of Michigan," he relates, of the beginning of a certain revival. "A minister, who was a perfect stranger to me, came to the depot to meet me, and took me to his house to dinner. After dinner he took me out to the meeting. There was about 25 wives and mothers on their knees, as I went into the house, weeping and praying to God to bless their unconverted children and their unconverted husbands. Then he took me off to the other end of town, and introduced me to an old elder of the church. The man was dying with consumption, and now that he had given up and could not get out of the house, he began to realize that he had not been a faithful steward, and yet he must soon give an account before God of his stewardship. There was not a young person in the whole congregation who was a member of the church. Not one of the sons or daughters of the officers and elders or members had joined it. There had not been a revival there for a great many years. First he himself began to pray. Then he sent for his brother elders, and told them how he felt, and wanted to have them pray. They had become so discouraged and disheartened that they could not. Then he sent for the men of the church and talked to them. They too had become discouraged. Then he sent for the women of the church, and there the dying man pleaded with them to meet together to pray for God to revive his work. This had been going on for 2 weeks before I got there. That night I preached, and it was as if preaching against the air. It seemed as if every word came back to me. But about midnight a boy came downstairs to his father, who was a member of the church, and professed Christ, and said, 'Father, I want to have you pray with me.' The father said he could not pray. He didn't sleep any that night. But the next morning at the prayer meeting he got up and told us about it, and said he wanted to have us pray for him. A father that professed to be a Christian and could not pray for his own son, who was weeping over his sins. Well, we prayed for him, and inside of 24 hours there was not a young person upwards of 12 years old, whose father or mother was a member of the church, that did not give evidence of being converted. God came suddenly to his temple, and there was a mighty work. I think one of the grandest, one of the best works I have ever seen in my life. The work was revived as soon as the church began to pray to God to revive it. When Mr. Moody belonged to the executive committee of the State Sunday School Association, he would often turn a county convention into a prayer meeting or a revival meeting. At Pontiac, Illinois, there was a revival that swept through the country. Several lawyers joined the church, and the court adjourned at 10 minutes before noon to attend the noon prayer meeting. The revival began by Mr. Moody's going through the town one day and talking to every man, woman, and child he met. Approaching a group of politicians, he heard one of them say of a proposed nominee, "I think that man could carry the country." "My friend," interrupted Mr. Moody, "we want to carry this country for the Lord Jesus Christ." The politician, with a Westerner's appreciation of a joke, slapped Mr. Moody on the shoulder, burst into a laugh, and cried out, "I am with you there, old fellow." Mr. Moody's words became the watch cry of the whole religious movement. In writing of these early experiences in Sunday school convention work, Mr. Jacobs relates the following incident. Perhaps the most dramatic scene that has ever occurred in an Illinois Sunday school convention was at Quincy in 1870. Philip C. Gillette was chosen president, in opposition to the wishes of a few persons, who, seeing the power of the convention, were trying to turn it into a different channel. Watching for an opportunity, they selected the time when Mr. Moody was answering questions that had been submitted in writing, and dropped into the box an inquiry that reflected unpleasantly upon the executive committee. Mr. Moody first read the question, then with great power reviewed the work of the committee, disclaiming credit for himself and magnifying the work of others. In his own effective way, he spoke of the continued blessing that had rested on them as a token of God's approval. He closed by tendering the resignation of all the members of the committee, and then said, "Let us pray." In a prayer of sweetness and power, he led the congregation near to God. He remembered those who had made an attempt to turn the convention aside from its great work, and prayed for them too. The effect was indescribable. The audience, estimated at 3,000 persons, was greatly moved, and upon motion, the committee was re-elected by acclamation. Other states shared with Illinois the benefit of Mr. Moody's help in Sunday school work. He attended county and state conventions in Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. It was at the Minnesota Sunday School Convention held in Winona that Mr. Moody first met Miss Mary V. Lee and Miss Sarah J. Timanis. Both were teachers in the Minnesota State Normal School. After hearing them speak and teach, Mr. Moody conferred with others about them, and they went to Illinois and attended county conventions. Following this, Miss Timanis, now Mrs. W. F. Crafts, was employed by Mr. Moody and Mr. Jacobs to superintend the primary classes of their Sunday schools and attend county Sunday school conventions. She was for 12 years president of the International Primary Union. Up to this time, the Sunday school lessons had been entirely a matter of selection with the teachers of individual classes, or at best with officers of a Sunday school. Instead of a system of Bible study for everybody, each class was following its own course. Possibilities of a general system of Sunday school instruction now occurred to Mr. Moody and his associations in the state Sunday school work. The subject was first agitated in Chicago, where a number of schools were induced to use the same lesson. The advantages of the plan were evident immediately. Mr. Moody continued to urge its general adoption. Later, the system was accepted by the State Sunday School Union, and in 1868, Mr. Moody, who then printed a periodical called The Heavenly Tidings, induced Mr. Jacobs to contribute brief notes on these lessons. In other state Sunday school conventions, where he was increasingly in demand, Mr. Moody urged the system of lessons adopted by Illinois. It was widely appreciated, so that in 1869, at the National Sunday School Convention in Newark, New Jersey, a committee was appointed to arrange what has become the International Sunday School Series of Bible Lessons. Mr. Moody always retained his deep interest in the work in which he was engaged at the time. Even after he began to devote himself more fully to evangelistic work, he frequently attended the conventions of the Sunday School workers. In 1876, he was made president of the Illinois State Sunday School Union. He took an active part in the Galesburg, Illinois Convention in 1880, and was a daily speaker at the International Convention held in Boston in 1869. At the latter gathering, his old fervor was manifested, and he tried to awaken all of the delegates to their personal responsibilities in the salvation of the children entrusted to their teaching. Again and again did he plead with the Sunday School workers to be faithful, writes a friend who was present. His voice, full of pathos, seems to those who heard it to sound forth even now the solemn words, "If I had the trumpet of God, and could speak to every Sunday school teacher in America, I would plead with each one to lead at least one soul to Christ this year." The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 10. Early Evangelistic Efforts. Although Mr. Moody was now engaged in state Sunday school conventions and Young Men's Christian Association activities, his interests were still strong in the work begun in the North Market Hall. The continuous growth of the school there, and the many conversions that had taken place from the first, were clear proof of its success, and the evening gospel services during the week were attended with very encouraging results. In time, the demand for the establishment of a permanent church organization grew urgent. Mr. Moody hesitated for some time before considering such a step, urging the new converts to ally themselves with neighboring churches. He was always adverse to multiplying agencies when existing organizations needed support, and preferred therefore to devote his energies to evangelistic work, yielding to the denominational churches the function of indoctrinating the Christian faith. but it was in this effort that one of his few failures must be recorded. The allegiance to North Market Hall on the part of the converts was stronger than Mr. Moody's advice, and those who had come to the knowledge of Christ under the instruction there given could not be induced to leave the school. It was inevitable, therefore, that a permanent church organization should be formed. This was accomplished in 1863, and a year later the Illinois State Church, as it was called, was settled in a suitable place of worship. The church building itself was plain, but with ample accommodations for the congregation and Sunday school, the auditorium having a seating capacity of 1,500, and in addition there were several classrooms. The Reverend Mr. Harwood was called to the pastorate, and Mr. Moody was one of the deacons. The church became the center of various forms of Christian activity. It was open every evening in the week, and gospel services were supplemented by regular church meetings, while special gatherings for mothers and young women, Bible studies, prayer and prayer services, missionary rallies, and similar services were of regular occurrence. In the homes of the members, cottage meetings were also gathered, while open-air services were held regularly during the summer. Among other services, Mr. Moody had children's prayer meetings. Some of the happiest nights I ever had were in those children's prayer meetings, he used to say. Some people don't believe in early conversion. If they have a mother or father, they'll take care of them, they say. Then they complain, if you don't get a hold on them and they are converted, they won't hold out. Well, that is not my experience. Some of the most active men that I had to help me in Chicago were little barefooted boys picked up in the lanes and byways, whom I had at my children's meetings. I was once sent for by a mother who was on her deathbed. She had been married twice. Her second husband abused her son terribly. Now I'm dying of consumption, she said. I have been sick a long time, and since I've been lying here I've neglected my boy. He's got into bad company, and he's very, very unkind to me. Mr. Moody, I want you to promise me that when I'm gone, and he has no one to take care of him, that you'll look after him. I promised that I would. Soon after she died, and no sooner was she buried than the boy ran away. The next Sunday I spoke to the children in my Sabbath school, and asked them to look for him, and if they found him, to let me know. For some time I did not hear from him, but one day one of my scholars told me that he was a bellboy in a certain hotel. I went to the hotel, found him, and talked with him. How well I remember that night. There was no place where we could be alone in the hotel, so I asked him where we could go and not be disturbed. He said the only place he knew of was the hotel roof. We went together up there, and I spoke to him about Christ and what he had done for him, and how he loved him. The tears trickled down his cheeks, and when I asked him if he wanted to know Christ, he told me he did. I prayed with him, and he became a Christian. Below was the tumult of the city. It was the night before the 4th of July, and they were firing off cannon and skyrockets, while there on the roof, at midnight, this boy was praying. Many years later I met him again. He is now an active Christian, superintendent of a Sunday school, and he comes to Northfield frequently in the summer. He has held on, and he is leading others. Mr. Moody's zeal was well known in Chicago. He would not wait for opportunities to be made for seeking to bring men to Christ, but made them himself. It is related how, on one occasion, he accosted a young man, apparently just come from the country, with his frequent inquiry, "Are you a Christian?" "It's none of your business," was the curt reply. "Yes, it is," was the reassurance. "Then you must be Mr. Moody," said the stranger. The hostile criticism received in those days was by no means limited to mere scoffing. Often he would be directly criticized, but with an ever-ready tact he would turn the thing to his credit with a splendid self-possession. On one such occasion, Mr. Moody was one of several speakers at the convention. A minister who followed him took occasion at his speech to criticize him, saying that his address was made up of newspaper clippings, etc. When he sat down, Mr. Moody stepped to the front again, and said he knew it was so, that he recognized his want of learning and inability to make a fine address. He thanked the minister for pointing out his shortcomings, and asked his critic to pray that God would help him to do better. On another occasion, Mr. Moody was subjected to a great deal of annoyance from those who used to attend the open-air service and noon prayer meetings, with the express purpose of making a disturbance. These occurrences occurred with a persistence that became almost intolerable. At the close of a prayer meeting one day, Mr. Moody was standing at the door, shaking hands with the people as they went out. As an added trial to Mr. Moody's patience, the irrepressible disturber himself advanced, extending his hand. For an instant there was a hesitation. Then, accepting the proffered hand, he said, "I suppose if Jesus Christ could eat the Last Supper with a Judas Iscariot, I ought to shake hands with you." There were times when his old, quick temper broke out again, but even on such occasions it would seem that the momentary weakness was turned to good, so humbly and sincerely did he repent. One evening, after an unusually earnest evangelistic appeal, Mr. Moody was standing near the door of the inquiry room, urging the people to come in. The entrance to the room was by the lower landing of the stairs. and Mr. Moody was just at the head of a short flight. While he stood there, a man approached him, and deliberately and grossly insulted him. Mr. Moody would never repeat the insult, but it must have been an unusually bitter one. Instantly he thrust the man from him, and sent him reeling down the remaining stairs to the vestibule. Happily the man escaped uninjured, but having given way to a sudden temptation, he was keenly rebuked by his conscience for what had caused a serious accident. A friend who was present on the occasion and witnessed this scene described what followed. When I saw Mr. Moody give way to his temper, although I could not but believe the provocation was extraordinary, I said to myself, "This meeting is killed. The large number who have seen the whole thing will hardly be in a condition to be influenced by anything more Mr. Moody may say tonight." But before Moody began the second meeting that night, he arose and with trembling voice made a humble apology. "Friends," he said, "before beginning tonight I want to confess that I yielded just now to my temptation, out in the hall, and have done wrong. Just as I was coming in here tonight I lost my temper with a man, and I want to confess my wrong before you all, and if that man is present here, whom I thrust away from me in anger, I want to ask his forgiveness and God's. Let us pray." There was not a word of excuse or vindication for resenting the insult. The impression made by his words were wonderful. Instead of the meeting being killed by the scene, it was greatly blessed by such a consistent and straightforward confession. Mr. Moody never lost an opportunity for reaching those whom others could not reach, and many an incident is related of his thus invading the enemy's country. Once he was invited, as a joke, to the opening of a great billiard hall and saloon. He saw the owners, and asked permission to bring a friend. They consented, but asked who he was. Mr. Moody said it wasn't necessary to tell them, but he never went without him. They understood his meaning and protested. "Come, we don't want any praying." "You've given me an invitation, and I'm going to come," he replied. "But if you come, you needn't pray." "Well, I'll tell you what we'll do," was the reply. "We'll compromise the matter, and if you don't want me to come and pray for you, when you open, let me pray for you both now." To which they agreed. Mr. Moody made them kneel down on the instant, and then prayed that their business might go to pieces, but that God would save them. The first thing Mr. Moody does with those whom he succeeds in bringing under Christian influence is to turn them to account, and pushing on the work, writes Reverend David Macrae, a Scottish clergyman, in his account of a visit to Mr. Moody's Sunday school in his early 60s. No place is too bad, no class too hardened to be despaired of. He sometimes takes a choir of well-trained children with him to the low-drink saloons to help him attract the drunkards and gamblers to his meetings. On one such occasion, which was described to me, he entered one of these dens with his choir and said, "Have a song, gentlemen." No objection was offered, and the children sang a patriotic song in fine style, exciting great applause. Mr. Moody then started with the hymn and went around, while they sang, distributing tracts. When the hymn was over, he said, "We'll now have a word of prayer." "No, no," several cried in alarm, "no prayer here." "Oh, yes, we'll have a word. Quiet for a moment, gentlemen," and he offered up an earnest petition. Some of the men were touched, and when he invited them to go to his meeting and hear more, about half of them got up and went. It often required a great deal of tact to adapt a young convert to work best suited to his abilities, but to this Mr. Moody proved himself equal. "Every man can do something," he said. "There was a Swede converted once in our mission in Chicago. I don't know how. I don't suppose he was converted by my sermons, because he couldn't understand much English. But the Lord converted him into one of the happiest men you'll ever see. His face shone all over. He came to me, and he had to speak through an interpreter. The interpreter said that the Swede wanted to have me give him something to do. I said to myself, what in the world will I set this man to do? He can't speak English. So I gave him a bundle of little handbills, and put him out on the corner of the great thoroughfares of Chicago, and let him give them out, inviting people to come up and hear me preach. A man would come along and take one and see gospel meeting, and then turn around, perhaps, and curse the fellow. But the Swede would laugh, because he didn't know that he wasn't blessing him. He couldn't tell the difference. A great many men were impressed by the man being so polite and kind. When the winter came, and the nights got so dark that they couldn't read those little handbills, he got a little transparency and put it up on the corner, and there took his stand, hot or cold, rain or shine. Many a man was won by his efforts. The following extract from an address given at this time on how to reach the poor illustrates his keen judgment in dealing with men at this early date. We don't make our services interesting enough to get unconverted people to come. We don't expect them to come. We'd be surprised enough if they did. To make them interesting and profitable, ask the question, how can this be done? We must wake the people up. If you can't talk, read a verse of Scripture and let God speak. Bring up the question, what more can we do in our district? Get those who never do anything to say what they think ought to be done, and then ask them if they are doing it. Don't get in a rut. I abominate ruts. Perhaps I dread them too much, but there is nothing I fear more. D.W. McWilliams, a lifelong and intimate friend, writing of his first acquaintance with Mr. Moody at this time, says, "It is conceded by all who knew him that one of the qualities which made him so useful and successful was his open-mindedness in observing surrounding circumstances. Coupled with this, and largely developed in him, was his willingness to receive suggestions and alertness in adopting them where the work of blessing others would be promoted." It was at the home of a friend in Peoria, Illinois, in 1861, that I first met Mr. Moody. Our host had invited several ministers and 2 laymen to meet him at dinner. When they arrived, Mr. Moody was not with the others, but inquiry led to the information that he had come early, and was upstairs in a room at prayer with an unconverted friend of the host, who had been induced to call upon Mr. Moody for this special purpose. On being introduced to those present, Mr. Moody soon turned to one of the ministers and said, "How do you explain this verse in the Bible?" giving the verse in full. Soon after, he turned to another minister, quoted a verse, and asked, "What does this mean?" The entire conversation that day was exposition of scriptures, in reply to Mr. Moody's rapid questions, and a stirring of hearts in the direction of personal work, for the salvation of others. The impression made upon the guests that day was of Mr. Moody's love for the souls of others, and his intense desire for Bible knowledge. Soon afterwards I called upon Mr. Moody in Chicago, and was conducted through his parish. We went to what would now be called the slums. Such a crowd of street gamins, boys and girls of all ages, were following us with loud shouts of, "Oh, here's Moody! Come, here's Moody!" Evidently they all knew him as their best friend. He had candy in both side pockets, and gave it freely. We visited house after house of the poor, sick, and unfortunate. He was everywhere greeted with affection, and carried real sunshine into those odes of squalor. He inquired for the absent ones by name. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 11. Christian Association Work. I believe in the Young Men's Christian Association with all my heart. Under God, it has done more in developing me for Christian work than any other agency. This was Mr. Moody's testimony to the influence of the organization, for which he gained so many friends and supporters. From the time he gave up business to devote himself to Christian work, Mr. Moody was very enthusiastic in the work of the Chicago Association. This interest was greatly strengthened by his experience in the Christian Commission work in the association formed at that time. As secretary, and for several years as president, he worked earnestly to build up the organization in every department, but more especially did the spiritual need of the work appeal to him. The daily noon prayer meeting had been one of the permanent results of the Great Revival, and to this meeting he gave his heartiest support. Young as he was, it was not long before he became the leader of the meeting, and side by side with his mission work, he carried the steady extension of the Christian Association. Under his leadership, the association prospered greatly, and soon demanded larger accommodations. The board of managers thought, planned, and prayed for a building of their own, but with little or no practical result. Finally, it was proposed that Mr. Moody, who had recently been successful in erecting the Illinois Street Church, should be elected president, with John V. Farwell for vice president. Mr. Moody was considered too radical to head the ticket, however, so the names were reversed. While the election was in progress, Mr. Moody was out getting pledges, and before night a building was assured that should contain a hall with a seating capacity for 3,000 people, as well as rooms for smaller meetings and offices. Feeling, as he always did, the efficacy of prayer, he asked F.B. Jacobs and J.W. Dean to unite with him in petition that the way might be opened for such a building. Then, with characteristic foresight, believing that his prayer would be answered, he got a charter from the state, exempting the Young Men's Christian Association real estate from taxation. A stock company was then formed. In looking for a location, a site originally secured for the city's waterworks office and tower was decided upon as the most appropriate in size and location. The city had grown so rapidly that the lot was entirely inadequate for the proposed waterworks, and the property now belonged to Mr. Farwell. At Mr. Moody's solicitation, it was donated to the work for young men, being the equivalent of a contribution of $40,000. The first cash subscription of $10,000 was then secured from Cyrus H. McCormick, and others generously aided in the work, until a sufficient sum was secured for the first hall ever erected in America for Christian Association work, which distinction it claimed. At the dedication of the building, September 29, 1867, a large audience taxed the utmost capacity of the hall, many visitors coming from distant cities. The interdenominational character of the association was proved by the presence of ministers of all denominations, and this at a time when the work was only beginning, and jealous eyes were watching lest it should prove a rival of the churches. In his speech on this occasion, Mr. Moody recounted the blessings the association had received, and how God had led them from small beginnings to their present position of influence. He made a characteristic plea for an aggressive attack upon the strongholds of sin, saying Christians had been on the defensive too long. He confessed his belief that by the Lord's blessing, a religious influence was to go out from this association that should extend to every country in the state, to every state in the Union, and finally, crossing the waters, should help to bring the whole world to God. It had been planned by some of the subscribers to the Association Building Fund that it should be named after Mr. Moody, as it owed its existence to his vigorous efforts. As soon as he learned of this, Mr. Moody took the platform, and a short and vigorous appeal, asked the audience to name it Farwell Hall, in honor of the man who was chairman of the building committee and had been so liberal a giver. The proposal was carried by acclamation, although Mr. Farwell modestly insisted afterward the audience acceded to the only mistake Mr. Moody ever made in connection with this enterprise. Within 4 months after its dedication, Farwell Hall burned down, entailing great loss, as it was only partly insured. Mr. Moody took matters in his own hands again, and so promptly that it is said he had secured subscriptions for the new hall before the old one ceased burning. While the ruins were still smoldering, he received a telegram from J.D. Blake of Rochester, Minnesota, an early friend of the General Association work, offering to take $500 worth of stock in the new building. When the costly fire of the Young Men's Christian Association took fire in 1867, wrote Reverend Mr. McCrae, the secretary and other officials, as soon as they found the building was doomed, ran about among the merchants in the city for subscriptions. "Our hall is burning, sir. Engines are at work, but there is no hope. We shall want a new one. Let us have money enough to begin at once." Thousands upon thousands of dollars were subscribed without a moment's hesitation, and it is said that before the fire was out, money enough had been raised to build a new hall in a style of even greater magnificence than the first. This is only a specimen of the lighting Christianity of Chicago. The man who may be called par excellence the lighting Christian of the city is Mr. Moody, the secretary of the association referred to, and a man whose name is a household word in connection with missionary work. I went to one of his mission schools, and have regularly beheld such a scene of high-pressure evangelization. It made me think irresistibly of those breathing steamboats on the Mississippi that must either go fast or bust. Mr. Moody himself went about the school, seeing that everybody was at work, throwing in a word where he thought it necessary, inspiring everyone with his enthusiasm. The second Farwell Hall was completed and dedicated in the following year. This building was superior in many respects to the first one, but suffered the fate of its predecessor. The new hall was destroyed in the Great Chicago Fire of 1871. The third Farwell Hall was erected while Mr. Moody was in England in 1872-75, but in this also he had a share in raising money to pay for its erection. After the close of his mission in Chicago in 1877, he secured the balance of the money necessary to clear the association building from debt. The third building was demolished to give place to the present Farwell Hall, which exceeds in value any association building now in existence. Richard Morris writes of Mr. Moody's ability in the way of securing subscriptions. In every city in which he worked, on both sides of the ocean, his work and words summoned to the association a group of consecrated laymen, with them financial resources which everywhere promoted the extension and usefulness of our work for young men. In almost every city, his effort was always not only to promote the spiritual life of the association, but also to procure for it better accommodation and appliances, and in many instances, a building. I remember vividly my visit to England late in the summer of 1875, just after Mr. Moody had closed his most remarkable evangelistic tour in the United Kingdom. I visited many cities, and was invariably entertained with cordial hospitality, and I felt that it was due not so much to my being the secretary of the International Committee, as to my being the friend, and to some extent the associate, of Mr. Moody. I found in every city a group of influential laymen, who had recently become connected with the association owing to Mr. Moody's work, and who were giving it leadership and financial resources, which greatly increased in every instance the beneficial reach and influence of the organization. It was the spiritual life, and at the same time the leadership of the laymen, which he contributed in such great measure to the association movement. The actual money raised in connection with it, or as a result of his meetings, was simply one of the signs of this. No list of the amounts raised in the various cities can show a total amount which represents to any degree the financial help that came to the association through his agency. In regard to the amount raised in New York, as a result of his meetings here in 1876, I would say that at the time there was a mortgage of $150,000 upon the Association Building, corner of 23rd Street and 4th Avenue, against which there was a pledge of $50,000 from a friend of the association, which he had deposited in its safe, to be paid whenever the balance of the mortgage had been subscribed. At the close of Mr. Moody's meeting in the Hippodrome, now the Madison Square Garden, it was proposed to raise $200,000, including the pledge above referred to, $150,000 to be devoted to paying off the mortgage, and $50,000 to the work of the Bowery branch of the association. This money was happily secured as a result of these meetings. These facts speak for themselves, but any simple narration of them would be incomplete without some slight comment on this remarkable power that influenced not only men's minds, but their pockets, perhaps a harder task. He begged for men's money as simply and directly as he begged for their conversion. He trusted implicitly that God would grant him both, and he was rarely disappointed in either. The poor offered him small sums, the rich gave with magnificent liberality. He accepted them both as his master's due. In his association work at this time, Mr. Moody seems to have developed the peculiar gift of discerning the special abilities of others. In the noonday prayer meetings, he was on the watch to discover a new worker, or to call upon strangers to take part. Mr. A.J. Bell, an evangelist of San Jose, California, describes the following experience with Mr. Moody at one of the meetings. One day the leader assigned did not get there in time, and Mr. Moody came to me, requesting that I take charge. I had just arrived from a journey, hot and dusty. "Mr. Moody," I said, "I'm just in from a long absence, and am not presentable. Excuse me, please, and some other time I will lead the meeting." I shall never forget the incident, for it was the turning point in my life. "I thought you were a Christian soldier," he said, and added, "Go forward, and we will pray for you." As soon as the meeting was over, he came again and thanked me. "You did well," he said, "but it is all wrong that's holding back. Your duty is clear. Keep in front. Be a Minuteman." In 25 years I have not forgotten that expression, and since then I have been in the front in evangelistic work. Had Mr. Moody not pressed me into service then, the probabilities are that I would never have entered the field. In 1867, a great Young Men's Christian Association convention was held in Pittsburgh, which was accompanied by a widespread religious awakening. Here again Mr. Moody's presence was felt. With his characteristic energy, wonderful foresight, and practical good in securing results, says Oliver McClinton, who was president of the association just organized at that time. Mr. Moody called a meeting of the leading women who had been impressed by the addresses and events of the convention, and organized them into a Young Women's Christian Association, which grew into a strong and efficient organization. Several large benevolent institutions, now having valuable properties, grew out of this movement. The Reverend James S. Chadwick became city missionary at the Methodist Episcopal Church in Chicago in 1861. His office was in the building in which the Young Men's Christian Association had rooms before the erection of Farwell Hall. With reference to Mr. Moody's labors in behalf of the suffering and needy, he says, "I have known him to start from the Young Men's Christian Association with baskets of provisions for poor families, many of whom would have been neglected or overlooked but for his timely interest. He always urged those whom he thus relieved to attend church and become Christians. In many instances, whole families were thus brought to know and serve the Lord Jesus Christ. In the noonday prayer meetings, men have arisen and told how Mr. Moody visited their homes with substantial relief for hungry children, and then joined in prayer for all the family." Mr. Moody would regularly station himself at the entrance of the Young Men's Christian Association rooms, just before the hour of noon, and distribute to passers-by invitations to go upstairs to the noonday prayer meeting. Christians and persons who were not Christians were frequently prevailed upon to spend a few minutes in the helpful and inspiring prayer service. Many conversions resulted from these invitations. Direct evangelistic preaching was a prominent feature of those early years of association work. The most aggressive phase of it was no doubt the open-air talks. During the summer months, Mr. Moody would be seen every night, if the weather permitted, in what was known as the courthouse square. The steps of the building became his pulpit, a half-dozen young men and women his choir, the passing throng, or as many as could be arrested by the exercise, his audience. A position was usually taken where the prisoners in the long corridors could hear what was going on, and these, crowded to the grated windows, became an important part of the congregation. To one of less determination, such efforts at evangelizing would have been discouraging. Opposition to one form or another was frequent. A certain free thinker appeared regularly for months, often interrupting, always trying to hold the crowd after Mr. Moody had closed, and later following the company that had gone with Mr. Moody and his assistants to the service that was held regularly in the smaller association hall. Occasionally some half-intoxicated stroller would try to put an end to the open-air service. One evening, a large earthen jar was thrown from an upper window of the courthouse, and fell within a few feet of the speaker, was broken into fragments. Mr. Moody was a true friend of prisoners, frequently visiting the common jail, and also what was known in Chicago as the Bridewell, talking, reading, and praying with the inmates. Experience gathered in such work, the necessity for ready action in emergencies, the strength acquired in stemming opposition, the growth of character in standing unflinching for conviction and duty, all these made for larger equipment in wider spheres of action. It was but a repeated demonstration of the Master's principle of reward. "Thou hast been faithful over a few things, I will make thee ruler over many things." At a convention in St. Johnsbury, Vermont in 1870, whenever he rose to speak, He first read a verse from the Bible. A man who followed him said to Mr. Moody, "I'm glad you keep to your chart." "There's nothing else to keep to," he replied. "If that goes, everything goes." The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 12. Young Men's Christian Association Conventions. During his leadership of the Chicago Association from 1865 to 1871, Mr. Moody's influence was felt not only in Chicago, but in the international and state conventions. He was present at the international conventions in Albany, 1868, Baltimore, 1869, and Indianapolis, 1870. It was at the Indianapolis Convention that Mr. Moody first met Mr. Sankey, who was a delegate from his native town of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. The reputation of the Chicagonian had already aroused Mr. Sankey's interest, but as both were seated upon the floor of the hall among delegates, his curiosity could not be gratified during the first few days. At the close of the convention it was announced that Mr. Moody would lead an early morning prayer meeting at 6 o'clock the next day in a neighboring church. This afforded the opportunity Mr. Sankey had looked for, and he came with a friend. There was some difficulty in starting the singing until Mr. Sankey's friend urged him to begin a hymn. He began to sing, "There is a fountain filled with blood," in which all the congregation joined. At the close of the meeting, Mr. Sankey was introduced by his friend, and was immediately recognized by Mr. Moody as the leader of the singing. A few inquiries regarding Mr. Sankey's family ties and occupation followed. Then the evangelist announced in his determined fashion, "Well, you'll have to give that up. You are the man I've been looking for, and I want you to come to Chicago and help me in my work." Mr. Sankey was somewhat surprised at this sudden suggestion, and assured Mr. Moody that he could not leave his business, but accepted an invitation to lunch with him that day, and learned something of the nature of the work proposed. Nothing definite resulted from this conference, although Mr. Sankey promised to give the matter his prayerful consideration. Later in the day a card was handed to him, asking him to meet Mr. Moody that evening at a certain street corner, to assist in an open-air service. To this Mr. Sankey responded by writing on the back of the card, "I'll be there." In company with a few friends, Mr. Sankey met Mr. Moody at the appointed place, and thus describes the informal service that followed. Without stopping, Mr. Moody walked into a store on the corner, and asked permission to use a large empty box, which he set outside the door. This he rolled to the far side of the street, and taking his stand upon it, asked me to sing the hymn, "Am I a Soldier of the Cross?" After one or two hymns, Mr. Moody began his address. Many working men were just then on their way home from the mills, and in a short time a large crowd had gathered. The address that evening was one of the most powerful I had ever heard. The crowd stood spellbound at the burning words, and many a tear was brushed away from the eyes of the men, as they looked up into the speaker's honest face. After talking about 15 or 20 minutes, he closed with a short prayer, and announced that he was going to hold another meeting at the Academy of Music, inviting the crowd to follow him there. We sang the well-known hymn, "Shall We Gather at the River?" as we marched down the street. It took but a few minutes to pack the lower half of the Academy, Mr. Moody seeing to it that the laboring men were all seated before he ascended the platform to speak. The address was as impressive as the one delivered on the street corner, and it was not until the delegates began to arrive for the evening session of the convention that the meeting was brought to a close. Mr. Moody cut short his sermon, and after a word of prayer dismissed the audience, telling them that they should now go home and get something to eat. Mr. Sankey was greatly impressed by these two meetings, and after the convention went back to Newcastle and told his family of his invitation to Chicago. Some months later he yielded to Mr. Moody's invitation to come for at least a week, and then to decide the question. He arrived in the city early one morning, reaching Mr. Moody's home just as the family was gathering for morning prayers. He was at once asked to sit down at the organ and lead them in a hymn, which he did. They spent their first day together visiting the sick who were members of Mr. Moody's congregation. Mr. Sankey sang, and Mr. Moody read words of comfort from the Word of God, and offered prayer for the healing of both body and soul. The following Sunday a large meeting was held at Farwell Hall. At the close of the service, a number of persons arose for prayer, and at the close of the inquiry meeting, Mr. Moody turned to the singer and said, "You're going home tomorrow, but you see I was right in asking you to come and help me in this work, and I hope that you will make up your mind to come as soon as possible." This wish was granted, for Mr. Sankey soon resigned his business and went to Chicago, and joined Mr. Moody in his work in the Illinois Street Church, and also in that of the Young Men's Christian Association. In 1879, at the International Convention of the Young Men's Christian Association held in Baltimore, Mr. Moody was enthusiastically selected president. At this time he answered several important questions in his characteristic way. One of these was with reference to the work of the General Secretary, to which he replied, "A man cannot be an evangelist and General Secretary without spoiling his work in both positions. The Secretary, in order to succeed, must take up the work of 4 young men and decide to do this one thing. On this account, I gave up the secretaryship to become an evangelist. You cannot do both." When asked if it was advisable to appoint unconverted men on committees, and if so under what circumstances, he said, "Well, if you want to carry a corpse, Put them on. A man that is dead has to be carried. I think one man with Christ in his soul is worth 1,000 of those without Christ. When anyone went to him while he was secretary in Chicago and bored him with some hobby to be worked out in the association, he would say, "If it was good in itself, yes, that is a good thing to do. I will appoint you chairman of a special committee to work that out. You fill up the committee with several others and go to work." His attitude on social problems was determined by experience with men. He had little sympathy with efforts that stopped at giving food. At the same time, he had no patience with those who tried to stir up strife between the classes. When asked what he would do for the unemployed, or what advice he would give them, he said, "First of all, to seek the kingdom of God and his righteousness, believing his promise, which I never knew to fail, that all things will be added to them. Second, to pray to God for work. Third, to be patient as possible during those times of hardship. Fourth, to look earnestly for work. Fifth, to take any honest employment that offers itself. Sixth, to study economy. I think one of the greatest needs of our country is that laboring men should own their own homes. We used to have men coming in all the time," he would say, "asking for work when I was secretary in Chicago. They would tell me of their sufferings, and how they had no work and wanted help. At last I got a number of cords of firewood, and put it in a vacant lot, and got some saws and sawbucks, but kept them out of sight. A man would come and ask for help. 'Why don't you work?' I would ask. 'I can't get any work.' 'Would you do anything if you could get any?' 'Oh, yes, anything.' 'Would you really work in the street?' 'Yes.' 'Would you saw wood?' 'Yes.' 'All right.' And then we would bring out a saw and sawbuck and send them out. But we would have a boy to watch to see that they did not steal the saw. Sometimes the fellow would say, 'I will go home and tell my wife I have got some work.' And that would be the last we would see of him. During the whole winter I never got more than 3 or 4 cords of wood sawed. He formed friendships in the association work, which continued through life and were of great assistance to him in his evangelistic as well as his educational work. General J. Easley of Brattleboro became acquainted with Mr. Moody in September 1867 at the Young Men's Christian Association convention held in Burlington, Vermont. "I shall never forget his coming to the church where the convention was held," said General Easley. "His entrance was an inspiration to everyone present, and from that time to the close of the meeting the enthusiasm which prevailed was something remarkable. About 6 weeks later I visited Chicago and called upon him. I had simply met him at the convention referred to, but he immediately knew me and called me by name. This I learned afterwards was one of the peculiar gifts with which he was endowed, that of putting names and faces together and rarely making a mistake. The following fall I had the pleasure of entertaining him at my home during the Young Men's Christian Association convention, which was held at Brattleboro. We had a number of guests, and when he came he brought one of his brothers with him. I shall never forget one thing which occurred at that time. As we came out of the dining room after breakfast, he whispered to me to ask everyone to pray a family devotions, which I afterwards learned was his way of getting his brother to offer his first public prayer. The brother repeated the Lord's Prayer as his part of the service. The summer following his return from his first trip to Europe, he was in Northfield, holding meetings, and we used to go down with a carload of people to assist, and not only received a great blessing ourselves, but were able to help in the inquiry room. When the schools were started, he invited me to become one of the trustees, which position I have held ever since. Before the Mount Hermon schools began, he took me over the ground in his buggy and invited me to become a trustee of the school, which position I very gladly accepted. And during its early days when he was abroad, I visited the school nearly every week, to straighten out such difficulties as might occur from time to time among the boys. There was then simply the 2 farmhouses, with 12 boys, a teacher, a matron, and 1 servant in each house. Our relations have been very intimate ever since those days, and I consider it one of the greatest honors of my life to have been in any way associated with him, and to have known him so intimately. I can truthfully attest that he was the most sincere man I ever knew. He was extremely cautious, and has often said to me that I might be able to do such and such things, and that it would not answer at all for him, in his position, to do them. Of all the men I ever knew, I think he was the most careful about keeping himself from every appearance of evil. The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 13. First Visit to Great Britain. It was appreciation of other speakers that was one of Mr. Moody's marked characteristics. He was always hunting for some new and well-taught Bible teacher, or some successful gospel preacher to address his Illinois Street Church or the Farwell Hall meetings. No minister of any note passed through Chicago without Mr. Moody's learning of his presence in town, and if his orthodoxy was assured, he was certain to receive a pressing invitation to address one or both of the gatherings at the church or association. This happy facility of enlisting others brought him into close personal touch with most of the leading Christian workers, clerical or lay, who visited Chicago, including many from abroad. From these latter friends Mr. Moody heard much of English methods of work, and he felt that a greater knowledge of them would be very helpful. In his abrupt and impulsive way, He announced one Sunday in 1867 to his mission school that he was going to start for England that week. Mrs. Moody was at that time a sufferer from asthma, and their physician had suggested that a sea voyage with an entire change of air and scene was desirable. There were two men in England whom Mr. Moody had a great desire to hear and meet, Charles H. Spurgeon and George Mueller, and with the twofold purpose of affording a beneficial trip for Mrs. Moody and making the acquaintance of these leaders in Christian work, he went abroad. At that time he was unknown in England except to a few who had visited America. Among these was Fountain J. Hurley, secretary of the London Sunday School Association, who invited Mr. Moody to speak at an anniversary meeting in Exeter Hall. It was customary for a speaker on such an occasion to be connected with a resolution, or as its mover or seconder, in order to give him a right to the floor. Mr. Moody was therefore assigned to move a vote of thanks to the chairman of the evening, who in this instance was the well-known Earl of Shaftesbury. Towards the close of the meeting, says Dr. Henry Clay Trumbull, in relating this incident of which he was witness, the chairman yielded his chair to the vice-chairman, in order that a resolution could be offered. The vice-chairman announced that they were glad to welcome their American cousin, the Reverend Mr. Moody of Chicago, who would now move a vote of thanks to their noble Earl, who had presided on this occasion. With refreshing frankness and an utter disregard for conventionalities and mere compliments, Mr. Moody burst upon the audience with the bold announcement, "The chairman has made two mistakes. To begin with, I'm not the Reverend Mr. Moody at all. I'm plain Dwight L. Moody, a Sabbath Sunday school worker. And I'm not your American cousin. By the grace of God, I'm your brother, who is interested with you in our Father's work for his children. And now about this vote of thanks to the noble Earl for being our chairman this evening. I don't see why we should thank him any more than he should thank us. When at one time they offered to thank our Mr. Lincoln for presiding over a meeting in Illinois, he stopped it. He said he tried to do his duty, and they tried to do theirs. He thought it was an even thing all around." That opening fairly took the breath away from Mr. Moody's hearers. Such talk could not be gauged by any standard. Its novelty was delightful, and Mr. Moody carried his English hearers from that time on. He soon found his way to the Young Men's Christian Association in Aldersgate Street, and left a permanent impression on English religious life by establishing a noon prayer meeting. The first meeting was held on May 13th, when nearly 100 men were present, and the number continued to increase until there was a daily attendance from 200 to 300. Mr. Moody's first text was, "To every man his work." His experiences of gospel work in Chicago were told with a freshness and vigor that captivated all who heard them. The unique and original way in which he pursued his efforts among the rough and lawless children of Chicago was described with thrilling interest. The following letter to his mother is an indication of the impression Mr. Moody received at this time. "I have at last got started here. I send you an account of the daily Union prayer meeting. It is a great success. They are starting them in different parts of the city, and I am in hopes great good will come from them. They are also starting them in different parts of the kingdom. The great orphan schools of George Mueller are at Bristol. He has 1,150 children in his house, but never asks a man for a cent to support them. He calls on God, and God sends money to him. It is wonderful to see what God can do with a man of prayer." When Mr. Moody was in Bristol, on May 10, 1867, he gave an address to a Sunday school Bible class, closing with the request that the young men who desired prayer should rise. 50 members of the class rose immediately, among them John Kenneth Mackenzie, then a lad of 16, who later became a medical missionary in China, and was the means of founding and conducting the first government medical school in that empire in connection with the London Missionary Society. While Mr. Mackenzie dated his earnest desire for a spiritual life from that occasion, he had not yet fully realized it, and it was not till the anniversary of the day on which he had been impressed by Mr. Moody's address that he arose with several companions at a meeting of the Young Men's Christian Association, and avowed himself a follower of the Lord Jesus. 8 years after his college life, he met Mr. Moody, in a never-to-be-forgotten meeting. Mrs. Bryson, his biographer, says, "It seems to have greatly cheered the heart of the young soldier, who was just putting on the armor for service in the foreign field, to receive words of counsel and blessing from one who some years before had been the instrument in God's hand of leading him to more earnest thought concerning the verities of the unseen and eternal." It was at this time that Mr. Moody heard the words which marked the beginning of a new era in his life. "The world has yet to see what God will do with, and for, and through, and in, and by the man who is fully and wholly consecrated to him." He said a man, thought Moody. He did not say a great man, nor a learned man, nor a rich man, nor a wise man, nor an eloquent man, nor a smart man, but simply a man. I am a man, and it lies with the man himself whether he will or will not make that entire and full consecration. I will try my utmost to be that man. Being introduced one day by a London friend to Mr. Bewley of Dublin, the latter asked, "Is this young man all O&O?" "What do you mean O&O?" said the friend. "Is he out and out for Christ?" was the reply. The remark deepened the impression made, and from that time forward, the endeavour to be O&O for Christ was supreme. Before sailing from New York, a friend had advised him strongly not to miss meeting the missionary veteran, Dr. Duff, and also to see Dr. Guthrie's work in Edinburgh. Thither, therefore, Mr. Moody went, and while he failed in his special purpose, he had the opportunity of speaking one night in the Free Assembly Hall, meeting several prominent religious leaders. This trip was very helpful to Mr. Moody, and he never ceased to appreciate the associations then formed. In speaking at the annual breakfast of the Young Men's Christian Association in London, shortly before returning to America, he said, "It has been my privilege to be in your city 2 months, and I have thought you were exalted to heaven with privileges so numerous that I pity a man who, without hope, goes down to death from the city of London. I have longed to see the founder of the Young Men's Christian Association. Far away in the western part of America, I have often prayed for this association, and my heart has been full this morning, as I sat here listening to my friends and looking them in the face. I do not know that I shall ever have this privilege again. It is not likely that I shall. Next month I return to my home, but I shall always remember this morning. It is said that Napoleon, after his army had accomplished a great victory, ordered a medal to be struck with these words, 'I was there.' That was all. In after years, when I am far away in the western prairies of America, and when May comes, I shall think that in 1867 I was there. And as the years roll on, it shall be my privilege to meet in yonder city any that are here this morning. We may there sit down by the banks of the beautiful river, of the water of life that flows from the throne of God, and talk of this morning. It will give us pleasure then to think that we were together in the fight." Then Mr. Moody went on to tell of the new methods of work in America, especially in Chicago, which moved everyone, now to laughter and now to tears. His own visits to the saloons and other haunts of sin developed an ingenuity and tactfulness which showed themselves born of a deep and passionate love for the salvation of souls. A trip abroad seldom proves so great a success as did this journey, the purpose of its undertaking being perfectly gratified. Mrs. Moody entirely and finally cured, while Mr. Moody met both George Mueller and Charles H. Spurgeon. A short visit to the Paris Exposition, the great World's Fair, inaugurated by Napoleon III, was an added pleasure. On July 1st, on the eve of their return to America, a farewell reception was given to Mr. and Mrs. Moody in London. The appreciation and friendship Sunday school worker, their brother from America, had won among Christian workers during this brief visit of 3 months were widely recognized. In the opinion of one of the speakers, "Few men who have visited a foreign shore have endeared themselves to so many hearts in so short a time, or with an unknown name, and without a letter of commendation, won their way so deeply into the affections of a multitude of Christian brethren, as had Mr. Moody. Few have ever heard of him before, but having talked with him, or heard him speak of Jesus, asked for no other warrant to yield him a large measure of their heart." It was on this first visit to Great Britain that he met for the first time R.C. Morgan, then and now the editor of the most influential and widely circulated weekly religious periodical known for the years as the Revival, and later as the Christian. The warm attachment sprang up at once between these two men who were working, each in his own way, to spread the gospel. In later years, Mr. Moody referred to his earlier efforts as being in a measure an exhibition of zeal without knowledge. But as he would also add, there is much more hope for a man in such a condition than for a man who has knowledge without zeal. Mr. Morgan, a careful and thorough Bible student, was drawn to the young American stranger, and from the first gave him sympathy and encouragement, and has ever been a most generous supporter in all his later projects. Before he visited the British Isles again, Mr. Moody too was to receive a more perfect knowledge of the Word of God. The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 14. Influence of Henry Morehouse. A new epoch in Mr. Moody's religious experience and preaching was marked by his friendship with Henry Morehouse. The acquaintance made in Dublin during his first short visit to Great Britain seems to have been but casual. "I have read in the papers about the boy preacher," said Mr. Moody, in relating the circumstances of his meeting with Morehouse, "but I did not know that was he. He introduced himself to me and said he would like to come to Chicago to preach. He was a beardless boy, and he didn't look more than 17. And I said to myself, he can't preach. He wanted me to let him know what boat I was going to America on, as he would like to go on the boat with me. Well, I thought he couldn't preach, and I didn't let him know. I hadn't been in Chicago a great many weeks before I got a letter saying that he had arrived in America, and that he would come to Chicago and preach for me if I wanted him. Well, I sat down and wrote a very cold letter. 'If you come west, call on me.' I thought that would be the last I should hear of him. I soon got another letter saying he was still in the country and would come to Chicago and preach for me if I wanted him. I wrote again. If you happen to come west, drop in on me. In the course of a few weeks, I got a letter stating that on a certain Thursday he would be in Chicago and would preach for me. Then what to do with him I didn't know. I had made up my mind that he couldn't preach. I was going to be out of town Thursday and Friday, and I told some of the officers of the church, "There is an Englishman coming here Thursday who wants to preach. I don't know whether he can or not." They said there was a great deal of interest in the church, and they did not think he had better preach then. He was a stranger, and he might do more harm than good. "Well," I said, "you might try him. I will announce him to speak Thursday night. Your regular weekly meeting is on Friday. After hearing him, you can either announce that he will speak again the next night, or you can have your usual prayer meeting. If he speaks well both nights, you will know whether to announce him or me for the Sunday meeting. I'll be back Saturday." When I got back Saturday morning, I was anxious to know how he got on. The first thing I said to my wife when I got in the house was, "How is the young Englishman coming along? How did the people like him?" "They like him very much." "Did you hear him?" "Yes." "Well, did you like him?" "Yes, I liked him very much. He has preached 2 sermons from that verse of John. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. And I think you will like him, though he preaches a little differently from you." "How is that?" "Well, he tells the worst sinners that God loves him." "Then," said I, "he is wrong." "I think you will agree with him when you hear him," she said, "because he backs up everything he says with the Bible." Sunday came, and as I went to the church, I noticed that everyone brought his Bible. The morning address was to Christians. I have never heard anything quite like it. He gave chapter and verse to prove every statement he made. When night came, the church was packed. "Now, beloved friends," says the preacher, "if you will turn to the 3rd chapter of John and the 16th verse, you will find my text." He preached the most extraordinary sermon from that verse. He did not divide the text into secondly and thirdly and fourthly. He just took the whole verse, and then went through the Bible from Genesis to Revelation to prove that in all ages God loved the world. God had sent prophets and patriarchs and holy men to warn us, and then he sent his Son, and after they killed him, he sent the Holy Ghost. I never knew up to that time that God loved us so much. This heart of mine began to thaw out. I could not keep back the tears. It was like news from a far country. I just drank it in. So did the crowded congregation. I tell you, there is one thing that draws above everything else in this world, and that is love. A man that has no one to love him, no mother, no wife, no children, no brother, no sister, belongs to a class that commits suicide. It's pretty hard to get a crowd out in Chicago on a Monday night, but the people came. They brought their Bibles, and Morehouse began, "Beloved friends, if you will turn to the 3rd chapter of John and the 16th verse, you will find my text." And again he showed on another line, from Genesis to Revelation, that God loves us. He could turn to almost any part of the Bible and prove it. Well, I thought that was better than the other one. He struck a higher note than ever, and it was sweeter to my soul to hear it. He just beat that truth down into my heart, and I have never doubted it since. I used to preach that God was behind the sinner with a double-edged sword trying to hew him down, and I have got done with that. I preach now that God is behind him with love, and he is running away from the God of love. Tuesday night came, and we thought he had surely exhausted the text and that he would take another. But he said, "If you will, turn to the 3rd chapter of John and the 16th verse, you will find my text." And he preached again from that wonderful text, and this night he seemed to strike a higher chord still. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have, not going to have when you die, but have it right now. But have it right here, now, eternal life. By that time we began to believe it. We have never doubted it since. For 6 nights he preached on that one text. The 7th night came, and he went into the pulpit. Every eye was upon him, and he said, "Beloved friends, I have been hunting all day for new text, but I cannot find anything so good as the old one. So we will go back to the 3rd chapter of John and the 16th verse." And he preached the 7th sermon from those wonderful words, "God so loved the world." I remember the end of the sermon. "My friends," he said, "for a whole week I have been trying to tell you how much God loves you, but I cannot do it with this poor stammering tongue. If I could borrow Jacob's ladder and climb up into heaven and ask Gabriel, who stands in the presence of the Almighty, to tell me how much love the Father has for the world, all he could say would be, 'God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.' If a man gets up in that pulpit and gives out that text today, There was a smile all over the church. Mr. Morehouse taught Moody to draw his sword full length, to fling the scabbard away, and enter the battle with the naked blade. The first visit to America was repeated in August 1868, when he again visited Chicago and labored with Mr. Moody for 2 months, preaching in his church and in Farwell Hall. During this time, accompanied by Mr. Moody, he went to various other cities, holding some 72 meetings. In the winter of 1872, he came again to America and conducted services in Chicago, and again in 1878 he assisted Mr. Moody's evangelistic work in a New England mission. Mr. Morehouse was among the first to welcome Moody to England in June 1875, and assisted him at Newcastle-on-Tyne and other places, taking a leading part in his all-day meetings. The delighted recognition of each other's strength of character bound them closely together in a strong friendship. Mr. Morehouse's affectionate nature and devotion to the Master, and Mr. Moody's strong common sense and ever-widening influence, combined to make them irresistible companions in evangelistic work. The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 15. The Chicago Fire and its Results. In the spring of 1871, in company with Philip Phillips and the Reverend J. H. Vincent, Mr. Moody went on a trip to California. On his return to Chicago, the weather had become very hot. His audience was scattered, and it seemed almost impossible to get them together again. For some time he considered the means of getting hold of them again. At one point he thought he would get some kind of sacred concert, or secure someone to lecture on historical events, for he feared that the gospel would not draw in such weather. After praying over it, the thought came to him, preach to them upon Bible characters. He had some 6 or 8 of these in his mind, and decided to begin with Adam. So he took up Adam and studied the subject, but feared that he could never talk about him for 30 minutes. Then he thought that he would try Enoch. Next he studied Noah, and then came to Abraham, whom he selected as one of the characters. It was not long before Farwell Hall began to fill up, and instead of 5 weeks he had large congregations. When he came to the study of Christ, he intended to devote 6 nights to his life. He had been spending 4 Sunday nights on the subject, and had traced his career from the manger to his arrest and trial. On the 5th Sunday night, October 8th, he preached to the largest congregation that he had ever addressed in that city, having taken for his text, "What then shall I do with Jesus, which is called Christ?" After preaching, or talking, as he did not call it preaching then, with his power of entreaty, presenting Christ as Savior and Redeemer, he said, "I wish you would take this text home with you, and turn it over in your minds during the week, and next Sabbath we will come to Calvary and the cross, and we will decide what to do with Jesus of Nazareth." What a mistake, he said, in relating the story to a large audience in Chicago on the 22nd anniversary of the great fire in that city in 1871. I have never dared to give an audience a week to think of their salvation since. If they were lost, they might rise up in judgment against me. I remember Mr. Sankey singing, and how his voice rang when he came to that pleading verse, "Today the Savior calls, for refuge fly. The storm of justice falls, and death is nigh." I have never seen that congregation since. I have hard work to keep back the tears today. I have looked over this audience, and not a single one is here that I preached to that night. I have a great many friends, and am well acquainted in Chicago, but 22 years have passed away, and I have not seen that congregation since, and I never will meet those people again until I meet them in another world. But I want to tell you of one lesson I learned that night, which I have never forgotten, and that is when I preach, to press Christ upon the people then and there, and try to bring them to a decision on that spot. I would rather have that right hand cut off than to give an audience now a week to decide what to do with Jesus. I have often been criticized. People have said, "Moody, you seem to be trying to get people to decide all at once. Why do you not give them time to consider?" I have asked God many times to forgive me for telling people that night to take a week to think it over, and if he spares my life, I will never do it again. This audience will break up in a few minutes. We may never meet after today. There is something terribly solemn about a congregation like this. You will notice that Pilate was just in the condition of my audience that night, just the condition that you are in today. He had to decide then and there what to do with Jesus. The thing was sprung upon him suddenly. Although I do not think that Jesus Christ could have been a stranger to Pilate, I do not believe that he had preached in Judea for months, and also in Jerusalem, without Pilate's having heard of his teachings. He must have heard of the sermons he had preached. He must have heard of the doctrine he taught. He must have heard of the wonderful parables that he uttered. He must have heard of the wonderful miracles that he performed. He must have heard how Herod had taken the life of his forerunner by having him beheaded, and of the cruel way Herod had treated him. Pilate was no stranger to Jesus of Nazareth. Ever since that night of the great fire, I have determined, as long as God spares my life, to make more of Christ than in the past. I thank God that He is 1,000 times more to me today than He was 22 years ago. I am not what I wish I was, but I am a good deal better than I was when Chicago was on fire. The year 1871 was a critical one in Mr. Moody's career. He realized more and more how little he was fitted by personal acquirements for his work. An intense hunger and thirst for spiritual power was aroused in him by two women who used to attend the meetings and sat in the front row. He could see by the expression on their faces that they were praying. At the close of services, they would say to him, "We have been praying for you." "Why don't you pray for the people?" Mr. Moody would ask. "Because you need the power of the Spirit," they would say. "I need the power." "Why," said Mr. Moody in relating the incident years ago, "I thought I had power. I had the largest congregation in Chicago, and there were many conversions. I was in a sense satisfied." But right along those two godly women kept praying for me, and their earnest talk about anointing for special service set me to thinking. I asked them to come and talk with me, and they poured out their hearts in prayer that I might receive the filling of the Holy Spirit. There came a great hunger into my soul. I did not know what it was. I began to cry out, as I never did before. I really felt that I did not want to live if I could not have the power for service. While Mr. Moody was in this mental and spiritual condition, Chicago was laid in ashes. The great fire swept out of existence both Farwell Hall and the Illinois Street Church. Sunday night after the meeting, as Mr. Moody went homeward, he saw the glare of flames, and knew it meant ruin to Chicago. About 1 o'clock, Farwell Hall was burned, and soon his church went down. Everything was scattered. At midnight the fierceness of the fire seemed to be waning, and it was thought that the fire department could gain the upper hand, as they had done the night before. The family retired, but within an hour a loud call was made out to all the residents of their street to hasten their escape. The fire had crossed the river and was rapidly advancing. It was too late to think of saving much more than could be carried in the hands. A neighbor took Mr. Moody's 2 children in his already crowded carriage and made his escape north. A few articles of silver and some valuable tokens of friendship were hastily placed in a baby cart, but there was one article Mrs. Moody's heart was set upon saving. This was a portrait in oil of Mr. Moody by the artist Haley, which hung on the wall and of their parlor. It was a gift from the artist, presented to Mrs. Moody after the return from the first trip to Europe in 1867. A free lease of this house, completely furnished, was presented to Mr. Moody at that time by his Chicago friends, and this portrait Mrs. Moody prized above everything the house contained. A stranger who had entered the room assisted in taking it from the wall. Calling Mr. Moody, his wife urged him to save it for her. The ludicrous side of the situation at once appealed to him, notwithstanding the terror of that awful night. "Take my own picture," he said. "Well, that would be amusing. Suppose I met in the street by friends in the same plight as ourselves, and they say, 'Hello, Moody, glad you've escaped. What's that you have saved and cling to so affectionately?' Wouldn't it sound well to reply, 'Oh, I've got my own portrait'?" No entreaty could prevail on Mr. Moody, but the canvas was hastily knocked out of the heavy frame and carried off by Mrs. Moody herself, the one relic rescued from their home. A bruised face was part of the price paid for the effort, but once on the street there was a constant struggle with the terrific wind. Love won, but only after a fierce battle. This portrait now hangs on the walls of the Northfield home, a reminder of that night of fiery ordeal. As soon as his wife and family were safe with friends, Mr. Moody devoted himself to relief work. Before long he started for the East to raise money for the homeless, and also for the new church. George H. Stewart and John Wanamaker of Philadelphia and other friends in the East raised $3,000, and a temporary building, 75 by 100 feet, was immediately reared on a lot not far from the site of the former church. On December 24th, 1871, just 2 months and 15 days after the fire, this building, known as the Northside Tabernacle, was dedicated. When in New York he heard there was a rich man in Fall River who was very liberal, so he went to him and secured a check for a large amount. His new friend, who was Mr. R. K. Remington, took him in his carriage to the houses of other rich men in the city. When they parted at the train, Mr. Moody grasped his hand and said, "If you ever come to Chicago, call on me, and I will try to return your kindness." Said Mr. Remington, "Don't wait for me. Do it to the first man that comes along." During this Eastern visit, the hunger for more spiritual power was still upon Mr. Moody. "My heart was not in the work for begging," he said. "I could not appeal. I was crying all the time that God would fill me with His Spirit." Well, one day, in the city of New York, oh, what a day! I cannot describe it. I seldom refer to it, as it is almost too sacred an experience to name. Paul had an experience of which he never spoke for 14 years. I can only say that God revealed Himself to me, and I had such an experience of His love that I had to ask Him to stay His hand. I went to preaching again. The sermons were not different. I did not present any new truths, and yet hundreds were converted. I would not now be placed back where I was after that blessed experience. If you should give me all the world, it would be as the small dust of the balance. When Mr. Moody returned to Chicago, his mission work at the new tabernacle went forward successfully, and within a year steps were taken to erect a permanent building. The lot on which the present church stands was secured. Contribution came in from all quarters, thousands of Sunday school students contributing 5 cents each to place a stone in the new edifice. For 2 years the basement of the present building was roofed over temporarily and used for meetings, and finally, as a subsequent chapter will explain, means were provided for the completion of the structure, which has since been known as the Chicago Avenue Church. 5 years after the Great Fire, when he had returned from his work abroad, Mr. Moody wrote the following letter to the members of the Chicago Avenue Church, whom he loved so dearly. I need not tell you how much I would like to be with you on fast day, but God has ordered it otherwise, and I am alone today with none but my blessed Master, waiting in this hotel for the Sabbath to pass, so that I can get on my way to my home, where I can see and try to help cheer my heartbroken mother. He had just received word of the sudden death of a brother. I feel I must tell you some of the thoughts that have been pushed through my mind. For 15 years I have been especially burdened for 3 objects: the church, the Young Men's Christian Association, and a dear brother who is now in heaven. God has answered my prayer for him, saved him, made him useful to others, and now taken him to himself. That burden is gone. The Young Men's Christian Association has been blessed of late too. But how is it with my first love? For years I seldom got on my knees in private, but I think and pray for the dear church in Chicago, and of late you have been on my mind and heart far more than usual. Are you going to let this time of blessing pass without a blessing to you? The only way any church can get a blessing is to lay aside all difference, all criticism, all coldness and party feeling, and come to the Lord as one man. And when the church lives in the power of the 13th chapter of 1 Corinthians, I am sure that many will be added daily to the flock of God. I would like to have the church read that chapter together on their knees on Thursday, and as you do so, pray God to apply it with power. Of late my earnest prayer to God has been that He would help me to save more, and I cannot tell you how wonderfully He has answered my prayer. It seems as if you were all much nearer and dearer to me than ever. My heart goes out to you, and I long to see you all coming constantly to God for a fresh supply of love. I found a verse in 1 Peter 4:8 today. I never saw it before. Above all things, put on love. Think much of that one expression. Put it at the head of the list. Faith is good, but this is above it. Truth is good, but it is a beautiful sight to see the Church of God study the Word. But what are we if we do not have love? May the dear church get such a flood of love from on high that will fill all our hearts. The last night Jesus was on earth, before they crucified him, he said to his disciples, "This is my commandment, that ye love one another as I have loved you." Let us think on these solemn words, and may the love of Christ draw us all together, so we will be as one man. Enclosed in this church letter, Mr. Moody wrote the pastor, the Reverend Dr. W. J. Erdman. I do hope you will hold the people to the thought of love. I am sure that is where the churches have all gone astray. We must have it above all things. See how Peter and Paul agree in this. Let us put that first. If the church is sound in love, I think it will be sound in everything else. That God may be with you and bless you in a wonderful manner is my earnest and constant prayer. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 16. First extended mission in Great Britain. So great was the interest at the tabernacle that the work went on unabated during Mr. Moody's absence while working in behalf of the new building. Finding, therefore, that he could be spared from Chicago, and desiring to learn more of the Bible from English Bible students, Mr. Moody determined to cross the sea again. He started for a short trip in June 1872. This visit calls for special consideration on account of one incident that undoubtedly marked another important turning point in Mr. Moody's career. He was determined not to get into work, if he could help it. But one day, at the close of the service at the Old Bailey prayer meeting, the Reverend Mr. Lessey, pastor of a church in the north of London, asked him to preach for him the next Sabbath. Mr. Moody consented. The morning service seemed very dead and cold. The people did not show much interest, and he felt that it had been a morning lost. But at the next service, which was at 6:30 in the evening, it seemed, while he was preaching, as if the very atmosphere was charged with the Spirit of God. There came a hush upon all the people, and a quick response to his words. though he had not been much in prayer that day, and could not understand it. When he had finished preaching, he asked all who would like to become Christians to rise, that he might pray for them. People rose all over the house, until it seemed as if the whole audience was getting up. Mr. Moody said to himself, "These people don't understand me. They don't know what I mean when I ask them to rise." He had never seen such results before, and did not know what to make of it, so he put the test again. "Now," he said, "all of you who want to become Christians, just step into the inquiry room." They went in, and crowded the room so that they had to take in extra chairs to seat them all. The minister was surprised, and so was Mr. Moody. Neither had expected such a blessing. They had not realized that God can save by hundreds and thousands, as well as by ones and twos. When Mr. Moody again asked those that really wanted to become Christians to rise, the whole audience got up. He did not even then know what to do, so he told all who were really in earnest to meet the pastor there the next night. The next day he went over to Dublin, but on Tuesday morning received a dispatch urging him to return, saying that there were more inquirers on Monday than on Sunday. He went back and held meetings for 10 days, and 400 were taken into that church. After some time, that was perhaps the secret of this marvelous manifestation of the Spirit's working was revealed. There were 2 sisters belonging to that church. One was strong, the other was bedridden. One day, as the sick woman was bemoaning her condition, the thought came to her that she could at least pray, and she began to pray God to revive her church. Day and night her prayer went up to God. One day she read in a paper an account of some meetings Mr. Moody held in America, and though she did not know him, she began to pray that God would send him to her church. On the Sunday Mr. Moody preached, her sister came home and said, "Whom do you think preached this morning?" She suggested the names of several with whom her pastor was in the habit of exchanging. Finally, her sister told her, "It was Mr. Moody, from America." "I know what that means," cried the sick woman. "God has heard my prayers." Mr. Moody believed that it was this revival that carried him back to England the next year. Among other meetings, he attended the Mildmay Conference, and thus recorded his impressions of the Reverend William Penfather, the founder of Mildmay. "I well remember sitting in the yonder seat, looking up at this platform, and seeing the beloved Mr. Penfather's face illuminated, as it were, heaven's light. I don't think I can recall a word that he said, but the whole atmosphere of the man breathed holiness, and I got then a lift and an impetus in the Christian life that I have never lost, and I believe the impression will remain with me to my dying day. I thank God that I saw and spoke with that holy man. No one could see him without the consciousness that he lived in the presence of God." It was the first and last time they ever met, but Mr. Penfather was strongly impressed with the conviction that Mr. Moody was one for whom God had prepared a great work, and after his return to America he wrote him, telling him of the wide door open for evangelistic work in London and elsewhere, and promising him a warm welcome if he would ever come over and help them. Other invitations equally cordial were received about the same time from Cuthbert Bainbridge of Newcastle on Tyne and Henry Bellet of Dublin. These were accompanied with the promise of funds to meet the traveling expenses of Mr. Moody and his party. After arranging for the work in which he had been engaged in Chicago, it was decided to accept these invitations and return to England for a short visit. Philip Phillips, a warm personal friend of Mr. Moody, was at this time the leading gospel singer in America, and Mr. Moody at once urged him to accompany him. This he was not able to do, and P.P. Bliss, whose reputation as a gospel solo singer and composer had created a demand for his services on all sides, was then invited. He had been associated with Mr. Moody on several occasions, and both men were closely attached to each other, but in this he was also disappointed, as it seemed impossible for Mr. Bliss to leave home. It was Mr. Moody's first idea to leave Mr. Sankey in Chicago to continue the work in the mission church and in the association. Finally, however, he decided that the British call was of significant importance to take Mr. Sankey from his work for a few months at least. Mr. Moody had at that time about $450, which he had loaned to a friend to be invested during his absence, as all his expenses on the mission were to be met by those who had invited him. Steamship passage for Mr. Moody and his family and Mr. Sankey had been engaged, but the promised funds delayed to come. Within a day or two of the time of departure, Mr. Moody had to prepare the return of his loan to meet travel expenses. On reaching Liverpool on June 17, 1873, the cause for the non-receipt of the promised funds was at once apparent. All 3 of the cordial and devoted friends on whose invitation Mr. Moody had depended for moral and financial support had been called to be with their Lord. After reading the letter announcing the death of these friends, Mr. Moody turned to Mr. Sankey and said, "God seems to have closed the doors. We will not open any ourselves. If he opens the door, we will go in. Otherwise, we will return to America." On their arrival at Liverpool, they went to a hotel, where they spent the evening. Mr. Moody then discovered in one of his pockets an unopened letter which he had received, just before leaving New York, from Mr. Bennet, the secretary of the Young Men's Christian Association at York, England. Mr. Bennet said that he had heard of his work in America among young men, and that he hoped that if he ever came to England he would come there and speak at the association. "This door is open ajar," Mr. Moody exclaimed, "but we will consider the letter as God's hand leading to York, and we will go there." After spending one night in Liverpool, Mr. Moody, with his family, took the train for London, and Mr. Sankey went to Manchester, to the home of the one man whom he knew in England, Henry Morehouse. On receiving Mr. Moody's dispatch that he was ready to begin his meetings in York, Mr. Bennet replied that everything was so cold and dead in the town that it would take at least a month to prepare for the intended mission. The dispatch concluded by asking Mr. Moody to name a date when he could consult him regarding the proposed meetings. With his usual promptness, this telegram was sent in reply: "I will be in York tonight." At 10 o'clock that evening he reached the city, where no one except his friend Mr. Bennet had ever seen him, and very few had ever heard his name. The situation was not encouraging, but after looking it over carefully, Mr. Moody declared that every man must make his own way, and that he was ready to go in at once. Mr. Sankey was telegraphed for, and the meetings opened immediately. The next morning application was made to several ministers of the town for the use of their pulpits in the coming Sabbath, and 2 Wesleyan, a Baptist, and a Congregational church were placed at their disposal. It is interesting to look through the files of the religious papers for the 2 years that covered Mr. Moody's campaign in Great Britain. In some of the later issues, double numbers were published, the extra pages being devoted entirely to articles concerning the great meetings. In contrast with these extensive reports is the following modest little notice in one corner of the Christian, entitled, "Mr. D. L. Moody in England." Mr. Moody has arrived in England with his family, and is accompanied by a Christian brother, who leads the singing at his meetings, after the manner of our well-known and much-loved friend Philip Phillips. Mrs. Moody and her children remain with their sister in the neighborhood of London, while their husband is holding meetings in the provinces. Last Lord's Day he preached in Independent and Wesleyan chapels in York, and we believe that he intends to continue while in the north of England, and then go to Scotland. He prefers preaching in chapels, and so strengthening existing causes, to commencing a new work in public halls, etc. Any friends who desire his help, especially in the north, should write him at once. Young Men's Christian Association, York. We will notify a change of address from week to week as we receive it from him. The clergy at first were strongly inclined to look upon the newcomers with suspicion and disfavor, and the attendance was small to begin with, but gradually the meetings grew in interest. The clergy cooperated, and both preaching and singing became the subject of public conversation throughout the community. Mr. Moody wrote from York on June 30th to Mr. Farwell of Chicago as follows: "You will see by the heading of this note that I am in York. I began here 1 week ago yesterday, Sunday, and have had splendid success so far. Yesterday we had 4 meetings. They were large, and I think very profitable. God was with me. I preached in the morning on 'They that be wise shall shine,' in the afternoon on 'No difference,' and in the evening from the text, 'The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to preach the gospel.' Sankey sang the hymns finely. All seem to be much pleased with him. I think he is going to do much good here. All chapels are open to us, and invitations are coming from all over the country. I think we shall have all we can do here. I think of you all, and get fearfully homesick at times. Keep me posted in regard to the Young Men's Christian Association building, and all about the stock. I should like to see a good building go up there. I do not see any better opportunity to work for Christ than in that field. I do not know what is to become of the Young Men's Christian Association in England and America if something of the kind is not done. I send you some flower seeds. I think the one marked I-6 is beautiful, and never have seen anything in America like it. I hope you will have success with them. Remember me to Wells and all your family. Yours through the grace of God." Yes, I have known Mr. Moody ever since a memorable Monday morning in 1873, writes the Reverend F.E. Mayer, who was among the first to associate himself with the movement. I can see him now, standing up to lead the first noon prayer meeting in a small, ill-lit room in Coney Street, York, little realizing that it was the seed germ of a mighty harvest, and that a movement was beginning that would culminate in a few months in Free Assembly Hall, Edinburgh, and ultimately in the Agricultural Hall in the Royal Opera House, London. It was the birth time of new conceptions of ministry, new methods of work, new inspirations, and hope. What an inspiration when this great and noble soul first broke into my life. I was a young pastor then, in the old city of York, and bound rather rigidly by the chains of conventionalism. Such had been my training, and such might have been my career. But here was a revelation of a new kind. The first characteristic of Mr. Moody's that struck me was that he was so absolutely unconventional and natural. That a piece of work had generally been done after a certain method would probably be the reason why he would set about it in some fresh and unexpected way. That the new method startled people was the greatest reason for continuing with it, if only it drew them to the gospel. But there was never the slightest approach to irreverence, fanaticism, or extravagance. Everything was in perfect accord with a rare common sense, a directness of method, a simplicity, transparency of aim, which were as attractive as they were fruitful in result. The first 10 days of his meetings were only modestly successful, and he gladly accepted my invitation to come to the chapel where I ministered, and there we had a fortnight of most blessed and memorable meetings. The little vestry here, how vividly I remember it, was the scene of our long and earnest prayers as we knelt around the leather-covered table in the middle of the room. 2 Presbyterian students, brothers, from Dr. Mackay's church in Hull, often used to pray with us, and I remember that Mr. Moody, at the Great Free Trade Hall, Manchester, referred to that little room as the fountain from which the river of blessing for the whole country had sprung. Many recollections of those days come back as I write. How in the midst of tea at home, Mr. Moody suddenly felt that he should preach his afterward famous sermon on heaven, and started off on a 3 miles walk to fetch his notes. How Mr. Sankey went over to see Mr. Rees of Sunderland, the sailor preacher to whom I had introduced them, and proved his singing power in the little back parlor of a butcher's shop, to the entire satisfaction of both minister and elder. How we had our all-day meeting, the first of its kind in England, and how the fire of God burnt hot in all our hearts. Ah, blessed days, that will live as long as memory endures, days of heaven, of wonder, of a new and brilliant constellation in one sphere, and of the beginning of a lifelong devotion to another man, which has only ripened and deepened with every succeeding year. The first public report of the meetings in York appeared in the Christian for July 10th, in a letter from Mr. Bennet, who said, "The following notes of our brother D. L. Moody's evangelistic labors in this city will doubtless be welcomed by your readers. On Sunday morning, June 22nd, Mr. Moody preached in Salem Congregational Chapel to Christian workers. In the afternoon, in the Corn Exchange, to about 1,000 persons, and in the evening in Wesley Chapel. Many were impressed. Every evening during the following week, Bible lectures were delivered in various chapels. Each service resulted in the saving of souls, but especially in the quickening of believers. Formality and apathy were to a great extent dissipated, and Christians have been led to pray and work for the conversion of souls. During the past week, the Lord has greatly blessed us in the ingathering of souls. On Sabbath day, June 29th, Mr. Moody preached in 2 other chapels, and also twice in the Corn Exchange, to audiences numbering about 1,000 each. Every week evening service is preceded by a service of song, conducted by Mr. Moody's co-laborer, Mr. Sankey, whose hymns, tunes, and voice, like those of Philip Phillips, have drawn and impressed many. Mr. Moody preaches the gospel, and Mr. Sankey sings it. Prayer meetings have been held every noon at the rooms of the Young Men's Christian Association, and many there have offered themselves and others for the prayers of God's people. Though this is the summer season, and we are under a disadvantage in consequence, through the miscarriage of letters to and from Mr. Moody, of not having notice, and therefore were unprepared for his visit, when Mr. Moody dropped down on us on the Saturday afternoon, arrangements were made and bills printed, all in a few hours, and from the first the Lord has greatly blessed our brother's labors in the strengthening and stimulating of Christians, and in the bringing of many out of darkness into light. This visit will long be remembered in the city. The congregations have from the first been increasingly large. All denominations have opened their chapels and given us their presence and help. Many of the clergy have also heartily bidden them Godspeed. P.S. Sunday evening, 11 p.m. Just before posting this, let me add that this afternoon a large chapel was filled to hear Mr. Moody. A deep impression was made. I was just come from the evening service, where every aisle and standing place, the vestries and lobbies, even the pulpit stairs, were crowded nearly half an hour before the evening service commenced. The Holy Spirit worked mightily. Sinners in all positions of life sought the Lord earnestly, and Christian brothers and sisters of the Church of England, friends, and of every denomination, were constrained without invitation to speak and pray with them. I don't know how many, but over 50 gave their hearts to Christ. Mr. Moody will, if the Lord will, proceed to Scarborough tomorrow. Writing again from York, July 18th, Mr. Bennet said that the American evangelists were still there, and that every meeting during the week just past had been attended with great blessing. One distinguishing feature of his brother's meetings, he said, is the Bible lectures which he gives on such subjects as the blood of Christ, walking with God, etc. the passages of Scripture are previously selected and read out by friends in various parts of the audience. The chapel was crowded long before the service last evening, and many sought and found the Savior. We have had most refreshing seasons in our afternoon prayer meetings. We hope to continue them. Let me ask the Lord's children to pray that these meetings may become an institution in this city, and be greatly used of God in the binding together of Christians of every name, in the deepening of their spiritual life and fervor, and in the establishment of a great rallying center for organization and aggressive effort. Each public service was followed by an inquiry meeting, which at first was considered a novelty, but generally became a great power in the work. Mr. Moody's manner of expounding the Scriptures at once attracted attention. The Bible readings which he had given in Brooklyn and other cities were continued with great effect. Believers were aroused to a new interest in the sacred word. Bibles were seen at every meeting, and new methods of Bible study were suggested. Mr. Mayers thinks that no one has given a greater impulse to Bible study than Mr. Moody. During the time of his meetings in Great Britain, for Bagster Publishing House could hardly keep pace with the demand for Bibles, which he created, he said. He knew his Bible as very few have done, and was always wearing out Bibles, covering the margins with references and notes, and allowing them to pass freely among his friends. His Bible school and the Chicago Seminary have filled hundreds of young minds with the same enthusiasm. In my earliest acquaintance with him, I remember how eager he was that I should tell him any new thing I had discovered in the Word of God. How interested he was, for instance, when I said that the use of the articles in Acts 1 indicated that the scene of Pentecost was the same upper room where the apostles had prepared the Passover. The first all-day meeting which Mr. Moody held in England was arranged by Mr. Mayor and himself as they walked up and down Coney Street, York. It began at 11 a.m. and lasted 6 hours, and an evening service followed. From its novelty it attracted great attention, and it commended itself heartily to all who attended the services. First, there was an hour for confession and prayer. Second, an hour for praise. Third, a promise meeting, which consisted of testimonies on the part of believers to the fulfillment of promises in their own experiences. Fourth, a witness meeting, which was a succession of public confessions of Christ by young converts. Fifth, a Bible lecture by Mr. Moody. And finally, communion service conducted by Mr. Moody and 4 ministers. After 5 weeks of meeting in York, resulting in the professed confession of several hundred people, Mr. Moody went to Sunderland. Here the meetings were even more largely attended. The chapel in which the services were held soon became too small for the audience, finally necessitating the use of one of the largest halls in the north of England. Mr. Rees, who invited Mr. Moody to Sunderland, was an open communion Baptist, the pastor of the Bethesda Chapel, where the inquiry meetings were held after the first meeting in the Victoria Hall. The weekday meetings were held in such chapels as could be secured, for there was more or less criticism to be overcome. It was said that there was only one minister heartily in sympathy with the revival movement. All the other clergymen were half-hearted or even active in opposition. During the Sunderland mission, a committee from the Young Men's Christian Association called upon Mr. Moody and asked him to speak before the young men. The invitation was readily accepted. The committee then apologized for not joining earlier in the work, explaining that their delay was not due to lack of sympathy, but to the fear that the association would be injured if its officers seemed to favor a sectarian work. When they came to a better acquaintance with him, they were frank to acknowledge how little they knew at the time of the spirit of the preacher. In Sunderland, as in York, special stress was laid upon the noon prayer meeting and upon the afternoon meetings. Here also an all-day meeting was held. It is interesting to read the impression which Mr. Rees had after working for a month with Mr. Moody and Mr. Sankey. 1. Both these brethren are genuine to the backbone. 2. They are as disinterested as they are zealous, and their zeal is extraordinary. 3. Mr. Moody is the Mercurius of the pair. Mr. Sankey is not the Jupiter, but the Orpheus. The former is not eloquent, but very fluent, not poetical or rhetorical, but he never talks twaddle, and seldom utters a sentence that is not well worth hearing. He is a rapid, too rapid a speaker. Nevertheless, what he does say is sensible, forcible, and to the point, and not too long, which is a great advantage. He is American to the core, in speech, intonation, and vigor. His anecdotes are superabundant, and for the most part the acquisition of his own experiences. They are always apt, often most pathetic, and sometimes appealing. His earnestness is intense, his energy untiring, his courage large, his tact uncommon, and his love for souls most tender. After the Sunderland mission, Mr. Moody began a new work in Newcastle on the Tyne. He had now gained the sympathy of nearly all the ministers of the several denominations, except those of the established church, who, learning that he was not ordained, refused in any way to countenance the work. After a few weeks of very successful meetings, the editor of the Newcastle Chronicle, Mr. Cohen, then a member of Parliament for that district, described the meeting in his paper, speaking of them as a wonderful religious phenomenon. On the whole, it was a friendly review and criticism of the work. This was an unusual notice for such a prominent secular paper, and Mr. Cohen's article created a profound impression throughout England, resulting in invitations to hold services in other cities. Mr. Moody had been slowly overcoming the prejudice against his preaching, and Mr. Sankey's singing at York and Sunderland. But when he accepted an invitation to visit Newcastle, the home of the Mr. Bainbridge, at whose invitation partly he was in England, he did so with the determination to stay there long enough to settle for all time the questions which had arisen as to their methods and motives. He knew that he could accomplish nothing among the people until he had their confidence, and this would be won most easily when he had the cooperation of the clergymen. On this line and in this place, if it takes all summer, was his spirit, if not his motto. The meetings were held in the Rye Hill Baptist Chapel, seating some 1,600 people, and while they were not large at first, they increased rapidly. Mr. Moody preaches, wrote a friendly critic at the time, but the conventional use of the word preaching does not convey any notion of Mr. Moody's talk. He is a businessman, and he means business. Every word he speaks is meant to lead to a definite business. If it does not do that, he regards it thrown away. Most people believe that there is a life beyond the grave, and that there is some way of salvation and some way of being lost forever, and this is rather important business after all. Mr. Moody goes into the heart of this matter at once, and he puts it in a business way. He says he himself has salvation, in fact is saved forever by the Son of God, and that every soul that wants it may have it too, at once, and know it, and go home with it, and be as happy as he likes. A good many, if not all, of the early earnest ministers of all denominations endorse as perfectly true what he says, though it is put in a new way. But better than all, he takes his stand by the Bible, and proves it. I think this ought to be more widely known. Here at Newcastle, the same increasing interest that had been experienced at Sunderland attended the mission. The meetings were transferred from a church to the music hall, and there Mr. Moody and his friend, Henry Morehouse, who had joined him, preached to the great congregations which gathered there. Educated people were among the first converts. Those who had known the Scriptures from childhood decided definite for a religious life, and the work thus started went down through all classes of society, and influenced the surrounding towns. The inquiry room work was thorough, every inquirer being known by name and residence. As rapidly as possible, ministers and experienced Christian workers only were allowed to have a hand in this important part of the meetings, and they were admitted by ticket. When an all-day meeting was announced to be held at Newcastle on November 12th, many anticipated failure. But those who had felt the reviving power and the love of God, and had made this meeting a matter of earnest prayer, knew that it could not fail. Not only did the people from Newcastle attend in large numbers, but people from Sunderland, Shields, Jarrow, and neighbouring towns came in by train, and filled the church and galleries. Businesses, home cares and works, pleasure and idleness had been left behind by the hundreds of earnest Christians who came to worship God and to hear his word. An hour was given to prayer and Bible reading, and a second hour to promises, Mr. Moody leading during this part of the service. Another hour was set apart for experiences and exhortation, which was followed by an address by Mr. Morehouse on separation. The sixth and last hour was devoted to a sermon on heaven preached by Mr. Moody. In the evening, a gospel service was held, Moody and Morehouse speaking. The chapel was filled to overflowing. After this all-day meeting, the work seemed to grow steadily. Mr. Morehouse speaks in this connection of 4 things which he had observed about dear Moody's work, as he called it. 1. He believes firmly that the gospel saves sinners when they believe, and he rests on the simple story of a crucified and risen Savior. 2. He expects, when he goes to preach, that souls will be saved, and the result is that God honors his faith. 3. He preaches as if there never was to be another meeting, and as if sinners might never hear the gospel sound again. These appeals to decide now are most impressive. 4. He gets Christians to work in the after meetings. He urges them to ask those who are sitting near them if they are saved. Everything about this work is very simple, and I would advise the workers in the Lord's vineyard to see and hear our beloved brothers, and if possible learn some blessed lessons from them in soul-winning. At one of the inquiry meetings at Newcastle, Mr. Moody had an interview, which he often related in later years, as illustrating the need of confession and restitution. The inquirer complained that every time she began to pray, 5 bottles of wine came up before her mind, which she had stolen when serving as housekeeper for a gentleman. She had never been able to pray since. In replying to a reply for advice, Mr. Moody said without hesitating, "Pay for them." "But the person is dead," she said. "Are not some of the heirs living?" "Yes, a son." "Then go to that son and pay him back." "I want to see the face of God," she said, "but I could not think of doing a thing like that." My reputation is at stake." She went away and came back the next day to ask if it would not do just as well to put the money in the treasury of the Lord. "No," was the reply. "God doesn't want any stolen money. The only thing is to make restitution." For several days she struggled with her pride, but finally went into the country, saw the son of her former employer, made a confession, and offered him a £5 note. He said he didn't want the money, but she finally persuaded him to take it, and came back at peace with God and the world. The Life of D. L. Moody. Chapter 17. Birth of the Moody and Sankey Hymn Book. Newcastle was the birthplace of the Moody and Sankey Hymn Book, for it was during this mission that the demand for its publication first became urgent. The hymns and tunes used in the British churches and chapels were not adapted to evangelistic services, and neither Mr. Moody nor Mr. Sankey were familiar with the books in use. They therefore adopted for use in their meetings Philip Phillips' book, Hallowed Songs, containing many American hymns and a few English tunes. Mr. Sankey used such hymns from his private collection as he had been singing in Chicago and elsewhere, and which were not contained in this book. Some of these became very popular, and in a short time frequent requests were made for their publication. With the view of meeting the many inquiries as to where the hymns could be procured, Mr. Sankey wrote to the publishers of the book they had adopted, offering to supply a dozen or more of the songs he was singing, provided they would print them in the back of their own book. This offer was not accepted, and when urged again later, it was definitely declined. As the request for the publication of the hymns continued, Mr. Moody determined to publish the hymns on his own responsibility, and agreed with Messrs. Morgan and Scott to issue a pamphlet of 16 pages, personally guaranteeing the cost of the plates. This collection of songs was known as Sacred Songs and Solos, and sold in large quantities at 6 pence a copy. For several months it was used in the service as a solo book, in connection with the larger book originally adopted. From time to time additions of new songs were made to the smaller collection, and several months later a small book of words only was published and sold for 1 penny, 2 cents per copy, after which the larger hymn book first adopted was discontinued. Mr. Moody's faith in the power of sacred song was fully rewarded, for he lived to see these songs make their way into the hearts of millions of people, and afford the means of establishing and maintaining churches, Christian associations, educational institutions, and biblical schools. The first advertisement of Sacred Songs and Solos appeared in the Christian of September 18th, 1873, which gave it a much wider circulation than would have been possible through its use in the meetings alone, and it soon found its way into all parts of the British Empire, and later on into every Christian land. The copyright of the book was not taken out by Mr. Moody or Mr. Sankey, but by the publishers. On reaching Ireland, it was rumored that Mr. Moody was growing rich by the royalties from the hymn books. This he publicly denied, together with other reports of a like character to the effect that P.T. Barnum, the greatest showman, was behind the whole movement. On the occasion of the visit to London, preparatory to the great meetings held there, Mr. Moody stated in a large public meeting of ministers and others that the royalties from the hymn book, then in the hands of the publishers, together with what might afterwards accrue, would be placed in the hands of a committee of well-known businessmen, of which Mr. Hugh M. Matheson of London was chairman, which committee would disperse of the royalties as they saw fit. At the close of the London campaign, and shortly before Moody and Sankey returned to America, the statement of Morgan and Scott, publishers of the hymn book, showed that the sum standing to the credit of the Evangelist was now £7,000, or $35,000. Word was sent to the committee that this amount was at their disposal, to be used as they might elect. The committee refused to dispose of the funds for general purposes, asserting that they did not propose to have Mr. Moody pay this large sum for the privilege of preaching in London. Mr. Moody's church in Chicago had been partially rebuilt after the fire, for owing to the panic which followed in 1873-74, a good portion of the pledges made for its erection had grown worthless, and the work stopped with the completion of the first story only. A temporary roof had been placed over this, however, and services had been held there while Mr. Moody was abroad. A friend from Chicago who was interested in the church was in London at this time, and hearing that there was no one who would take the hymn book money, he suggested to the committee that it be forwarded to Chicago to complete that building. This suggestion was adopted, the money paid over, and the splendid edifice at Chicago Avenue and LaSalle Street, which has been a center of spiritual activity for more than 25 years, was completed and dedicated free of debt. While Mr. Moody and Mr. Sankey were abroad, P.P. Bliss, who was then associated with Major D.W. Whittle in the evangelistic work, brought out for use in their meetings a small volume of hymns and tunes under the title of Gospel Songs, mostly of Mr. Bliss's composition. When Mr. Moody returned to America in August 1875, it became necessary to arrange for the publication of a new collection of hymns, composed largely of those which had been in use abroad. It was decided to unite in making the book, and after much discussion as to a name, the title Gospel Hymns and Sacred Songs was adopted. The first book became very popular, and a large number were sold during the great meetings held in Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, and Boston. Since Mr. Bliss, Mr. Sankey, Mr. McGranhan, Mr. Stebbins, and others continued writing new songs and tunes as Mr. Moody's work went on, it was natural that there should be subsequent compilations, and Gospel Hymns No. 1 was followed by numbers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The royalties from these books were at first paid over to a committee of prominent businessmen of Philadelphia, Chicago, and New York, of which William E. Dodge of the last-named city was chairman, and were distributed by them for the benefits of religious, philanthropic, and educational purposes in many parts of the United States. At Northfield, East Hall, a dormitory of the Young Ladies' Seminary, and Stone Hall, a recitation hall of the same institution, together with the recitation hall at Mount Hernon, were erected from this fund. At the present time, all royalties were paid directly to the trustees of the schools of Northfield and Mount Hernon. The following statement from Mr. Dodge, chairman of the American Trustees, is of special interest in this connection. Mr. Moody was greatly pained when in Great Britain to find that those who were opposed to the new religious life had circulated reports that large sums of money were made from the royalties on the hymn book, and that the meetings were really carried out for the purpose of selling it, thus increasing the income of those conducting them. On his return to America, and before visiting the great cities of the country, he felt the need of a book of hymns and tunes adopted to his use here, and determined to arrange its publication so as to avoid all possible criticism. He invited me to visit Northfield to confer with him on the subject, which he felt to be of great importance. I met there Mr. Sankey and Mr. Bliss, and felt a most delightful and unusual spirit of Christian self-sacrifice on their parts. They were willing to contribute their own hymns and tunes and the copyrights which they held, and joined with Mr. Moody in giving up all possible claim to any benefits which might arise from their publication. Mr. Moody urged me to act as trustee, to arrange with the publishers for a royalty, and to receive any money which might come from this source, and distribute it at my discretion for religious and benevolent purposes. I declined to act alone, but promised Mr. Moody that if 2 other gentlemen were selected, I would gladly serve with them, and suggested the names of George H. Stewart of Philadelphia and John V. Farwell of Chicago. A board of trustees was thus formed. The sale of the first editions of the book greatly exceeded our expectation, and although the royalties were, on a single copy, small, as trustees we received by September 1885 the large sum of $357,388.64. All of this was carefully distributed among various religious and educational institutions. It was finally determined to be wise and right that, as the schools in Northfield had become so firmly established and were doing such great work, the entire royalties of these books should be turned over to the trustees of these schools, and this was accordingly done under careful legal advice. During all these years, neither Mr. Moody nor Mr. Sankey had any fixed income. Mr. Sankey especially had given up copyrights that would have brought him a large sum yearly, and opportunities to hold musical institutions and conventions which would have added largely to his income. Neither of them during the whole continuance of the trust received $1 of personal advantage, and as they had no definite means of support, the self-sacrifice and the unselfishness of this course, in order to prevent the slightest breath of scandal and not weaken the influence of their personal work, were very remarkable and very beautiful. I have never known anything like it. In closing the trust, which was a peculiar one, after getting full legal advice, I submitted the opinions to a lawyer of very high national reputation, the leader of the bar in New York in all matters of consultation. He was greatly interested in the form of the trust, though he had but little sympathy with the religious work. He gave a large amount of time and thought to the matter, and after giving his opinion, I asked him to be kind enough to send me a memorandum, so that I could personally send him a check, which I suppose would necessarily be a large one. He told me that under no possible circumstances would he accept dissent, that the unselfishness and splendid quality of men who could make such a sacrifice was a revelation of human nature that made him feel better disposed towards mankind. I have ventured to go into the matter somewhat at length, because while Mr. Moody and Mr. Sankey have not received a cent of the personal benefit from the royalties of the hymn books, unkind and ignorant assertions have been made to the contrary in some quarters. In the later editions of Gospel Songs, the services of George C. Stubbins and James McGranhan should receive special mention. Both these gentlemen were closely associated with Mr. Moody in his evangelistic work in Great Britain and America, and were prominent in the Northfield conventions and Bible schools. My acquaintance with Mr. Moody began in 1871, writes Mr. Stebbins. I used to see him in the noon meetings in Chicago, where I occasionally went to help in the singing. But it was not till the summer of 1876 that I came more directly in touch with him. In August of that year, at the request of Major Whittle, whom I met in Boston, I went up to Northfield to spend a Sunday with him and Mr. Moody, to assist them in some services that had been arranged for that day. This was the first time I had seen Mr. Moody since the night he left Chicago for his work in Great Britain, which was destined so soon to make him known throughout the Christian world. And yet, though he was then at the height of his fame, and considered to be one of the great religious characters of his time, he was still the same unassuming, unaffected man that he was before his work had brought him into such prominence before the world. He was spending the summer at his home for rest, as he had just concluded his great campaigns in Brooklyn, New York, and Philadelphia. But even then he could not be kept still. He was preaching 2 or 3 times every Sunday in some of the smaller towns or cities among the New England hills. And during his days at home he was always trying to interest the neighbors and the country people in something besides their daily round of toil, always having their spiritual welfare at heart. I remember very well an instance of this. During the few days that I was visiting him, he drove about the country, and invited the people to his house to hear some music. The day set was very hot and sultry, but the people crowded the rooms to suffocation, and he, taking a place by an open window, in full view of the audience and the performer, gave directions as to what should be sung, occasionally making some encouraging or humorous remark to keep up the interest. Anyone with such a keen sense of humor as his must have been amused to see the singer sweltering in the heat, while doing his best for an hour or more to entertain the guest. During that visit, Mr. Moody induced me to enter evangelistic work, and my connection with him and Mr. Sankey dates from that time. My first work was to organize and drill the choir of 800 singers for his great tabernacle work in Chicago, which began in October of that year and continued till the end of December. During the years that have followed, it has been the privilege of Mrs. Stebbins and myself to be associated with Mr. Moody in several of his great campaigns, both at home and abroad, all of which have been memorable as indicating the extraordinary hold he had on the affections of the people of all classes. Mr. Moody not only loved nature, but art and poetry also, and the latter more especially, as it was found in the poetical books of the Bible. He would sometimes ask for a chapter, and after listening intently to its close, he would break the spell by saying, "Beautiful," then drop on his knees and pour out his heart to God in thanksgiving and prayer. His thoughtfulness for others, especially for those working with him, was very marked. It was not uncommon for him, at the close of a hard day's work, to say, just before he began his last address, "You slip out and go home. I'll get on. I want you to be fresh for tomorrow." In this connection I might speak of another trait of his that may not be generally known. That is, his disposition to make others as little trouble as possible on his account. I have known him to put up with annoying things, and positively suffer discomforts, rather than inconvenience others or indulge in fault-finding. Some interesting illustrations of his conscientiousness in regard to accepting compensations for his services in evangelistic work came under my notice while spending a winter with him in the West. We had held a mission in one of the large cities for 5 weeks, having 3 meetings a day. At the close, a representative of the finance committee came to his hotel and handed him a check for $1,500 for himself and his assistant. He immediately handed it back, saying that it was too much. A day or so afterward, the gentleman went again to the hotel, and not seeing Mr. Moody, left the same check for him. Finding it awaiting him on his return, he took it back to the gentleman, who, in telling me about it afterwards, stated that Mr. Moody told him in very plain terms that he meant what he said when he first returned the check, and that he would not accept it. $1,000 was afterwards given him. This he accepted. This decision was in consideration of the fact that he had then well under way plans for establishing the Bible Institute in Chicago, and also that he needed money all the time to carry on his schools at Northfield. Immediately after this, a 10-day series of meetings were began in a city close by, at the close of which the committee handed him $500, which he accepted. But at the last meeting, when a collection was taken up to pay off the debt of the Young Men's Christian Association, he contributed the whole amount that had been given him for his services. The last time we heard Mr. Moody preach was at the church in Northfield in September 1899, the first Sabbath after the opening of the seminary. There were no flowers at the church, and he remarked upon it, saying that he wished the senior class of the seminary to act as a committee, to see that there were flowers every Sunday. He then said, "I preached in Plymouth Church, Brooklyn, last Sunday, and there was no flowers. One of the papers said the next day that the usual flowers were omitted from the pulpit, because it was understood Mr. Moody did not like flowers." Turning to me, he said, "Stebbins, you tell them when you go back to Brooklyn how I love flowers." Mr. and Mrs. McGranahan were associated in evangelistic work with Major Whittle, but frequently assisted Mr. Moody in his conventions, at his meetings, and at his schools, and were often in his home. "No one could know him without loving him," said Mr. Granahan, "nor be with him without being benefited." Once in a western city some 20 years ago, a number of people had gathered in his room, and were discussing some knotty question with a good deal of warmth and earnestness. Conflicting opinions were freely and emphatically expressed. Mr. Moody looked on, a silent spectator. When all had gone, I should never forget his remark, nor the spirit it revealed. "Mac, The world is in great need of peacemakers. I trust I may never lose the desire then felt to be among that number. Untiring in his own labors, his consideration for others was as tender as a father's. When we were holding a series of meetings at Auburn, New York, Mr. Moody came during the closing week to conduct a convention. I found it difficult to continue to lead the singing and do the solo work that was expected, but, as I have often done before, I decided to stand by the choir until I could do no more. Mr. Moody said, "No, it is not required of you to attempt what you are not able to do. Your voice is of too much importance to injure it knowingly. We do not serve a hard master. When health is at stake, and matters beyond our control interfere, our duty is plain. Go at once and leave the convention with the Major and me. Care for your voice, and have it for use as long as you live." Mr. Moody has always been an inspiration to me in preparing hymns for gospel work. Not that he was a musician or claimed to be, but I soon learned to prize his judgment as to the value and usefulness of a hymn for our work. What moved him was sure to move others, and what failed to do so could safely be omitted. I have esteemed it one of my highest privileges to share in preparing songs for his work, and now that he is gone, how lonely it seems. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 18. The Awakening in Edinburgh. The success of the American evangelists in the north of England led to an investigation of their methods, and after some hesitation they were invited to Edinburgh, and held their first service in the music hall, the largest in the city, on Sunday, November 23rd, 1873. Mr. Moody was slightly indisposed that evening, and the following day Mr. Sankey's organ was broken, and Mr. Moody was obliged to conduct the meeting without him. Yet, at the opening service, not only was the hall densely packed in every cranny, but the lobbies, stairs, and entries were all crowded, and several thousand people went away, unable to obtain admission. On the weekdays following, the evening service was held in Berkeley Free Church, and every foot of the standing room in the large edifice was occupied every night by attentive crowds. The attendance at each meeting must have exceeded 2,000. On the evening of the second Sunday, special services were held in 3 churches: the Berkeley Church, beginning at 6 o'clock, the Viewforth Church at 7 o'clock, and the Fountainbridge Church at 8 o'clock. Long before the time appointed, all 3 churches were filled to overflowing, and hundreds were turned away. The second week the meetings were held in the Broughton Place United Presbyterian Church, and the numbers continued to increase. The part of the service toward which all the rest tends, and in which the power culminates, said a writer in the Edinburgh Daily Review, is the address of Mr. Moody, in which, in simple figures and telling language, he holds up before men the truth as it is in Jesus, and makes most earnest and powerful appeals to heart and conscience. Mr. Moody is strikingly free from all pretense and parade. He speaks as one who thoroughly believes what he says, and who is downright earnest in delivering his message. His descriptions are characterized by a remarkable vividness and graphic power. He has a great wealth of illustration, and his illustrations are always apposite, bringing into the clearest light the point which he intends to illustrate, and fixing it forever into the memory. There is very little excitement, there is no extravagance, but the effect of the service is seen in the manifest impression produced on the audience, generally in the anxious inquiries, varying in number from about 40 to upward of 70, who remain for spiritual conversation and prayer after each meeting, and also in the hundreds of persons in all the grades of the social scale scattered in Edinburgh and the neighbourhood, who are more or less awakened to realize the importance of eternal things, and are burdened with a sense of sin and a longing to obtain salvation. Not a few also profess to have been brought out of darkness into marvelous light, and to be going on their way rejoicing. In Edinburgh, as in every city where missions were held, the daily noonday prayer meeting was established. The deep interest manifested in this meeting was shown in 2 ways. First, in the number of requests for prayers sent in by persons seeking a blessing for themselves or others, of which more than 100 were handed in at each meeting, representing the burdens, the cares, the longings of many a heart, with the request for thanksgiving and praise for former prayers answered and blessings bestowed. Second, by the large attendance, more than 500 persons being present the first day, their number steadily increasing until, at the end of the first week, the Queen Street Hall was found to be too small. For a time there was some difficulty in fixing on a suitable place. The Reverend Alexander White of Free St. George's offered his church for the prayer meeting, but finally, on account of its central situation, the Free Church Assembly Hall was selected. The attendance soon reached 1,000, and often exceeded that number. The first half hour was employed in singing part of a psalm or hymn, reading briefly the request for prayer and praying, followed by a few remarks from Mr. Moody on some passage of Scripture. During the second half of the meeting, anyone could speak or pray or call for hymn. Many ministers and laymen of the various evangelistic denominations in Edinburgh and Leith gladly welcomed Mr. Moody on his arrival in the city, and threw themselves heartily into the work. Others, who at first had difficulties and stood somewhat aloof, found their objections melting away with personal contact, and identified themselves cordially with the work. It was delightful to witness the unbroken unity and brotherly love that prevailed among all engaged in the movement. Denominational differences were for the time lost sight of. The Reverend Andrew Thompson, pastor of the Broughton Place United Presbyterian Church, thus expressed himself: "There is nothing novel in the doctrine Mr. Moody proclaims. It is the old gospel, old and yet always fresh and young, as a living fountain or the morning sun, in which the substitution of Christ is placed in the center and presented with admirable distinctness and decision. It is spoken with the most impressive directness, not as by a man half convinced and who seems always to find that a skeptic is looking over his shoulder, but with a certainty of the truth of what he says, as if, like our own Andrew Fuller, he could venture his eternity on it, as if he felt that if he did not speak the very stones would cry out. I would not for the wealth of the world have the recollection of what I have seen and heard during the past week blotted out from my memory. When Howe was chaplain to Cromwell at Whitehall, he became weary of the trumpery and pomp of the palace, and wrote to his dear and honored brother, Richard Baxter, telling him how much he longed to be back again in his beloved work at Torrington. I have devoted myself, he said, to serving God in the work of the ministry, and how could I lack the pleasure of hearing their cryings and complaints who have come to me under conviction? I have shared with many beloved brethren during the past week in this sacred pleasure. It is like eating angel's bread, first to hear the cry of conviction, and then the joy of reconciliation and peace. I was much struck by the variety among the inquirers. There were present from the old man of 75 to the youth of 11, soldiers from the castle, students from the university, the backsliding, the intemperate, the skeptic, the rich and the poor, the educated and the uneducated, and in how many cases were the wounded healed and the burden eased. The fourth week of the special meetings began in St. Stephen's Established Church on Tuesday evening, December 16th, where the services were continued for 3 evenings. Admission was by ticket, and the church was crowded in every part, 2,000 people being present at each meeting. The St. Stephen's congregation is composed largely of the upper class, many of whom attended and were deeply impressed by the preaching and singing. The Reverend Dr. Nicholson presided, and every evening there was present ministers of all denominations from all parts of the country, while representatives of the nobility, professors from the university, and distinguished lawyers and parliamentary leaders were also in evidence. The Free Assembly Hall was crowded one Sunday evening with Sunday school teachers. Everyone present felt that his work among the young called for absolute consecration and a high level of Christian life. In the evening the same building was filled with students. Around the platform were professors from nearly all the faculties in the university, and several professors from the Free Church College. Hundreds applied for admission in vain, and the Free High Church was opened and services conducted there as well as in the Assembly Hall. Professor Blakey thus referred to the blessing which had come to the ministers of the city. It would be difficult to enumerate the ministers who have taken a prominent and most hearty interest in the movement. The utter absence of jealousy, the cordial cooperation of the clergy of all denominations in the work has been extremely striking. They have gained in no ordinary measure the esteem of the laity by their cordiality, seeming to think nothing of the fact that strangers from another country have been the instrument, all other feelings being apparently swallowed up in thankfulness for the blessing that has come. At the same time, there is a very general feeling that the wonderful work is due in large degree to the faithful labors and earnest prayer of the clergy and the Christian people of Edinburgh, although the peculiar gifts of the strangers have been especially blessed. It is amusing to observe how entirely the latent distrust of Mr. Sankey's Christo whistles has disappeared. There are different ways of using the organ. There are organs in some churches for mere display, as someone has said, with the devil in every pipe. But a little harmonium, designed to keep it tuned right, is a different matter, and is seen to be no hindrance to the devout and spiritual worship of God. The interest manifested in Edinburgh attracted the attention of Scotland generally, and brought invitations for missions in other cities. Requests sent not only by ministers, but by councillors and leading citizens, were received daily from towns large and small, and the desire for Mr. Moody's services seemed to be remarkably serious and earnest. It was not to gratify curiosity, but to promote spiritual and eternal good that his presence was sought. Even remote rural parishes in Scotland met to pray for a blessing on his labours, and the belief prevailed that what was then going on in Edinburgh was spread over the country. Never, probably, said Professor Blakey, was Scotland so stirred. Never was there so much expectation. The meetings increased in numbers and in spiritual interest as the weeks went by. One Sunday morning Mr. Moody preached to the young men in the Free Assembly Hall at 9 o'clock. The place was filled to overflowing, although the admission was by ticket. At the close of the service a gentleman appealed to him for another effort among the young men. Mr. Moody replied that if those present would get up another meeting for unconverted young men, he would address them, and he asked all those who were willing to work to stand up. The whole audience rose, and the second meeting was held on Friday evening. On Sunday evening, the Free Assembly Hall, the Established Assembly Hall, and the Free High Church were all filled to overflowing, as well as Free St. John's Church. All denominational differences were forgotten. Professor Charteris spoke in the Free Church. Professor Blakey spoke in the Established Church. Brethren from all parts of the country came together in unity of a common need and a common Saviour. So deep was the spiritual awakening, the following circular letter was sent to every minister in Scotland. Edinburgh is now enjoying signal manifestations of grace. Many of the Lord's people are not surprised at this. Ministers and others have been for some time discerning tokens of special interest and expectation attending the ordinary ministrations of the Word, and in October and November last, many Christians of various denominations met from time to time to pray for it. They hoped that they might have a visit from Messrs. Moody and Sankey of America, but they very earnestly besought the Lord that he would deliver them from depending upon them or on any instrumentality, and that he himself would come with them or come before them. He has graciously answered that prayer, and his own presence is now wonderfully manifested among them. God is so affecting the hearts of men that the Free Church Assembly Hall, the largest public building in Edinburgh, is crowded every evening with meetings for prayer, and both that building and the Established Church Assembly Hall overflow whenever the gospel is preached. But the numbers that attend are not the most remarkable feature. It is the presence and power of the Holy Ghost, the solemn awe, the prayerful, believing, expectant spirit, the anxious inquiry of unsaved souls, and the longing of believers to grow more like Christ, their hungering and thirsting after holiness. The hall of the Tulbulth Parish Church and Free High Church are nightly attended by anxious inquirers. All denominational and social distinctions are entirely merged. All this is of the grace of God. Another proof of the Holy Spirit's presence is that a desire has been felt and expressed in these meetings that all Scotland should share the blessing that the capital is now enjoying. It is impossible that our beloved friends from America should visit every place, or even all those where they have been urged to go. But this is not necessary. The Lord is willing himself to go wherever he is truly invited. He is waiting. The Lord's people in Edinburgh, therefore, would affectionately entreat all their brethren throughout the land to be active in invoking him to come down to them and to dismiss all doubt as to his being willing to do so. The week of prayer for the 4th to the 11th of January next affords a favorable opportunity for combined action. In every town and hamlet let there be a daily meeting for prayer during the week, and also as often as may be before it. In Edinburgh the hour is from 12 to 1 o'clock, and where the same hour suits other places it would be well to meet together in faith at the throne of grace. But let the prayers not be formal, unbelieving, and unexpecting, but short, fervent, earnest entreaties, with abounding praise and frequent short exhortations. Let them entreat a blessing on all the means of grace enjoyed by our native land, and let them also embrace the whole world, that God's way may be known upon earth, his saving health among all nations. If the country will thus fall on its knees, the God who has filled our national history with the wonders of his love will come again and surprise even the strongest believers by the unprecedented tokens of his grace. Call upon me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things which thou knowest not. While the Holy Spirit was daily and hourly approving the work of the evangelist, the power of darkness was not idle. A Scotchman in Chicago, a lawyer by profession, sent a scurrilous letter to a prominent clergyman in Scotland, attacking both the commercial honesty and the religious character of Mr. Moody. Unsupported by the slightest evidence, the charges were made that he had sold information regarding the interest of one of his employees to a business rival, and further that he was insincere in his attitude towards the doctrine so dear to Scottish hearts. The letter was widely distributed in manuscript copies, in places where it would do the greatest possible harm, and where it would be the most difficult to counteract its influence. At last a copy fell into the hands of the Edinburgh Committee, and steps were taken to ascertain the truth or falsity of the statements made. Mr. Moody was deeply exercised over the letter for the sake of the work in Scotland, although perfectly conscious of his rectitude. He trusted his reputation implicitly to his Heavenly Father, and demanded that the committee who had invited him to Edinburgh give the matter a thorough investigation. The Reverend John Kelman of Free St. John's, Lythe, the secretary of the Edinburgh Committee, and the man who had gone to Newcastle to see Mr. Moody's work, and who was in a large measure responsible for his visits to Scotland, sent a copy of the letter to Mr. Farwell in Chicago, saying, "The friends of religion, who have been associated in Christian work with Mr. Moody in this country, are anxious that there should be a thorough investigation of the truth or falsity of these charges. I have been requested to apply to you in the hope that you be kind enough to furnish me at your earliest convenience with whatever information you can obtain as to the facts in the case." The following communication, signed by the 35 clergymen, educators, editors, and secretaries, who had known Mr. Moody in his work in Chicago, was sent to the Edinburgh Committee. "We, the undersigned pastors of the city of Chicago, learning that the Christian character of D. L. Moody has been attacked for the purpose of destroying his influence as an evangelist in Scotland, hereby certify that his labors in the Young Men's Christian Association, and as an evangelist in this city and elsewhere, according to the best information we can get, have been evangelical and Christian in the highest sense of these words, and we do not hesitate to commend him as an earnest Christian worker, worthy of the confidence of our Scottish and English brethren, with whom he is now laboring, believing that the Master will be honored by them in receiving him among them as a co-laborer in the vineyard of the Lord. Later, C. M. Henderson, the nephew of his former employees, the successor to the business, and the head of the house at the time the criticism was made, said, "For 15 years since Mr. Moody left us, I have watched him, assisted him, and believed in him. And until the death of Mr. Henderson a few years ago, he was a frequent contributor to Mr. Moody's work." Severe as had been the test of faith, and bitter as had been the experience during 2 or 3 months before his slander was run down and killed, the outcome gave Mr. Moody a hold upon Scotland, which is doubtful he could have secured if all men had spoken well of him. Along with the Edinburgh meeting, services were held in Leith, in the Free North Life Church, Dr. MacDonald's, and in the Free St. John's, the Reverend Jake Hellman's. These meetings were important from the fact that the large shipping interests of the town attracted people from almost all parts of the world. Many seafaring men attended the services, and the influence extended not only throughout the great population of Scotland, but was carried in ships around the world. Toward the end of the Edinburgh meetings, Dr. Horatius Bonner sent a letter which, although not intended for publication, had been so frequently requested by the public that it was printed, and an extract is given herewith. After referring to the meeting in the Corn Exchange with its great crowd of listeners, most of them from the Grass Market and the Cowgate, he says, "These American brethren bring us no new gospel, nor do they pretend to novelty of any kind in their plans, say perhaps that of giving greater prominence to the singing of hymns, conveying the good news to those hearers through the instrumentality. We may trust them. They fully deserve our confidence. The more we know of them in private, the more we appreciate them, and the more do we feel inclined to cast in our lot with them. We ask for soundness in faith, and we do well. These men are sound. We ask for a consistent, humble life, and we do well. These men are consistent and humble. We ask for self-denial, and we do well. These men are self-denying, hard-working men, who are spending and being spent in a service which they believe not human but divine. We ask for definite aims, an ultimatum in which self shall have no place, and we do well. These men have the most definite of all definite aims, winning souls to everlasting joy, and they look for no fame and no reward, save the Master's approval, the recompense in reserve for those who turn away to righteousness. They have in view no sinister nor sordid motives, as their past histories show, as everyone who associates with them must feel. Besides all this, it is vain to try to stop them. They will work, and they will speak, whoever shall say nay. Let us work among them. Rowland Hill was once asked the question, "When do you intend to stop?" "Not until we have carried all before us," was his answer. So say our brethren in Chicago. We say Amen. Heaven and earth say Amen. The work is great and the time is short, but strength is not of man, but of God. The most remarkable meeting, perhaps, held in Edinburgh, was that held during the closing hour of the year 1873. There were many misgivings as to the possibility of keeping a large audience together from 8 o'clock until 12 on the last night of the year. Mr. Moody's expectations, however, were justified by the people which filled the Free Assembly Hall for 5 hours on that evening. Many of all ages and classes stood all the evening, or exchanged places occasionally with those who had seats near them. Mr. Moody entered the hall at 8 o'clock, accompanied by many ministers and laymen. The congregation had already been waiting for them an hour. After singing and praying, he announced that the order for the evening would be uttermost irregularity. In fact, anything that is worship will be in order. And when I am speaking, if anyone has an illustration to give, or would like to sing a hymn or offer prayer, let him do so. This singular invitation was at once accepted, and acted upon by many speakers, and gave constant variety to the meeting, so that the interest never flagged. Mr. Sankey and the Fisk Jubilee Singers sang hymns frequently. Soon after 11 o'clock, Bible study ceased, and the remainder of the session was given to prayer. During the week of prayer, the services continued, with remarkable results. On January 14th, Mr. Moody presided at an all-day Christian convention, held in the Free Church Assembly Hall, which was largely attended. The Tolbooth Established Church and the Free High Church were equally crowded. People from the surrounding country poured in by hundreds, and some were there who had come 50, 100, and 200 miles. Dr. Bonner opened the proceedings with an address on personal effort. Reports were received from Newcastle and other places where Mr. Moody had held meetings, showing that the work, which had been started, had gone on after they had left the place. An hour was devoted to the question drawer, which Mr. Moody conducted. The services closed with an address by him on works. Donald MacAllan, the chairman of an infidel club in Edinburgh, for many years had given great trouble to the Caruba's clothes workers. He sent to a meeting in the Free Assembly Hall to have an argument with the Evangelist. Instead of arguing with him, Mr. Moody dealt with him as with a man needing salvation, asking if he had ever heard or known of anyone who wished to be saved by Jesus, and had come to him and been refused. Reluctantly he admitted that he did not know of any such case. "No," said Mr. Moody, "the Scripture cannot be broken. Do you know we are praying for you, and you will yet be converted." Later on, in the town of Wick, Mr. Moody met this man again, and saw that the Spirit was dealing with him. On his return to Edinburgh, MacAllan was attending a meeting which was being addressed by James Balfour, when he suddenly became converted. American papers heard of this story and denied its truth, but at a meeting subsequently held in the Free Assembly Hall, Mr. Moody told the story of the conversion and its denial, adding, "I understand that this former infidel is present in this meeting. If so, will he kindly rise and bear witness to the fact of his conversion?" Mr. MacAllan rose near the spot where Mr. Moody had first dealt with him, admitted that he had been the infidel who had formerly opposed the gospel so bitterly, and declared what great things the Lord had done for him. During these Edinburgh meetings, Mr. Moody took occasion to reply to some criticism which had appeared in the daily papers. These were to the effect that he had cast a slight on the educated ministry in one of his addresses at the recent all-day conference in Glasgow. Mr. Moody asserted that he had said he did believe in an educated ministry, and appealed for corroboration to those present who had heard him. Many young men entered on Christian work far too late in life for them to go through the regular college course. The church ought to take these men in hand and give them the opportunity for doing that which they are fitted. Peter, the unlettered fisherman, did work as good as Paul, the man educated. Of course, Paul did some special duties better because of his education, but there are some kinds of work that men, whether educated or not, are not fitted for. Why should not devoted Christian women be trained to hold mothers' meetings, cottage prayer meetings, and to teach young mothers cooking, dressmaking, and so forth? This is a practical kind of Christianity for which only consecrated and trained women are fitted. The church ought also to train helpers to go around among the people and get hold of the non-churchgoers, and in that way supplement the regular ministry. The time has come to call out the volunteers. In Scotland, there are piety and education and money enough to evangelize the whole world. If a man has a desire for a university education, let him have it by all means, but it is not necessary for everyone to know Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. As a finishing stroke on this point, Mr. Moody quaintly observed that he regretted exceedingly that he had never had a college education himself. But he did not get it, and he was doing the best he could without it. The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 19, in Glasgow and the Scottish Towns. Glasgow was visited after the Edinburgh missions were closed. In fact, preparations began as soon as the Edinburgh work started. In the middle of December, a meeting was held in Glasgow to arrange for the visit of the Americans, which was attended by more than 100 ministers and laymen of all the evangelical churches. At the first of a series of union prayer meetings in St. George's Established Church on January 5th, Mr. Moody spoke briefly, returning to Edinburgh for the evening meeting. After beginning their work in Glasgow, he returned to Edinburgh 2 or 3 times to assist in special meetings. Berwick-on-Tweed, Melrose, and Dundee were visited, and meetings lasting a few days each were conducted there after the Edinburgh mission closed. The Glasgow meetings had been going on uninterruptedly for more than a month when Moody and Sankey reached there on February 7th, and began their labors on the following morning, February 8th. At 9 o'clock, a stirring meeting of Sabbath school teachers was held in the City Hall, attended by about 3,000. The evening evangelistic service was held at 6:30, but more than an hour before that time, the City Hall was crowded, and the great multitude outside was drafted off to the 3 churches nearest, which were soon filled. The next day prayer meeting began in the morning in the United Presbyterian Church. Dr. Bonner thus referred to the meeting not long after they were started. There have been not a few awakened of late, and the interest is deepening. The ministers of all denominations take part most cordially. Men are coming from great distances to ask the way of life, awakened to this concern by no directly human means, but evidently by the Holy Spirit, who is breathing over the land. It is such a time as we have never had in Scotland before. The same old gospel, as of aforetime, is preached to all men. Christ, who was made sin for us. Christ, the substitute. Christ's blood, Christ's righteousness. Christ crucified. The power of God and the wisdom of God unto salvation. But now the gospel is preached, with the Holy Spirit sent down from heaven. And amid all this, the enemy is restrained, so that we are reminded of Revelation 7:1-3, the time before the coming of the Lord, when the 4 angels are charged to let no storm burst in, nor to allow the wind of heaven to ruffle the sea's smooth surface. or move the leaf of any tree until the seal of the living God has been put upon his elect. Is not this sealing going on daily among us? Are not the 4 angels looking on us? Surely it is the time to seek the Lord, that he may rain righteousness upon us. From Glasgow as a centre, occasional meetings were arranged in adjoining towns, and Helensburgh, Greenock, and Paisley were visited, while the ministers of Glasgow and other cities took their regular meetings during the absence of Mr. Moody. On Thursday, April 16th, a convention of ministers, office-bearers, and other Christians from all parts of Scotland and the north of England were held in the Crystal Palace Botanical Gardens. 5,000 people were present, the larger proportion being men. Professor Charteris of Edinburgh read a paper showing how the revival movement could be advanced and directed into the ordinary church channels. Professor Fairbairn of the Free College spoke upon the great doctrines which had been emphasized during the meeting. Dr. Carnes of Berwick, Mr. Van Meter of Rome, and others took part. One of the most impressive gatherings during this mission was a meeting held in the Ghibli Crystal Palace, especially for warehouse girls, of whom there were probably more than 12,000 in the city. Tickets were issued, and while 5,000 were seated in the building, and several hundred standing, outside was a crowd of more than 1,000 girls. On the following evening the meeting was held for young men, when nearly 6,000 were brought together. A service was held for children also, and another for young women. The first meeting was held in the Botanical Garden on the following Sunday. Mr. Sankey found his way into the building and began the service with 6,000 or 7,000, who were crushed together there. But so great was the crowd outside, estimated at 20,000 or 30,000 people, that Mr. Moody himself could not get inside. Standing on the coachman's box of the carriage in which he was driven, he asked the members of the choir to sing. They found a place for themselves on the roof of a low shed near the building. After they had sung, Mr. Moody preached for an hour on immediate salvation. So distinct was his voice that the great crowd could hear him without difficulty. The evening was beautiful, the air calm, the sun near its setting. The deep green foliage of the trees that enclosed the ground framed the scene. Writing of this, a witness said, "We thought of the days of George Whitefield, of such a scene as that mentioned in his life, when in 1753 at Glasgow, 20,000 souls hung on his lips as he bade them farewell. Here there were 30,000 eager hearers, for by this time the thousands within the Crystal Palace had come out, though their numbers quietly melted into the main body, did not make a very perceptible addition to the crowd, and many onlookers who knew something of such gatherings were inclined to estimate the number much higher. After the sermon, Mr. Moody asked all these who wished to attend the inquiry meetings to enter the palace. Those who could remain were requested to gather in the neighboring church, Kelvinside, for prayer. In a few minutes the Crystal Palace was filled, and when Mr. Moody asked for those who were unsaved, and yet anxious to be saved, 2,000 people rose to their feet. It was a strange and solemn night. So many unsaved, and yet seeking salvation, said a spectator. It makes the heart yearn in an intense desire for them. Assuredly, it was of the Lord that these 2,000 should thus appeal to the Lord's people for help at the very moment when these special meetings were brought to a close. It was a sight that summoned the Lord's people to continue every effort in their behalf, hastening with sharpened sickles to the field ready for harvest. Thursday, May 24th, being the Queen's birthday, and a general holiday in Edinburgh, a farewell meeting was held on the grassy slopes between Arthur's Seat and Salisbury Craig, above Holyrood. Here Mr. Moody preached to an audience of 20,000, and the scenes witnessed in Glasgow the previous Sunday were repeated. From Glasgow Mr. Moody went to the north of Scotland. In Dundee, where he was holding meetings, he was taken to visit a bedridden cripple, and the conversation he held there left a lifelong impression upon him, and in after years frequently figured as an illustration in his sermons. The sufferer had fallen and broken his back when he was a boy of 15. He had lain on his bed for about 40 years, and could not be moved without great pain. Probably not a day had passed in all those years without acute suffering. But day after day the grace of God had been granted to him, and his chamber seemed as near as heaven as one could get on earth. I can imagine that when the angels passed over Dundee, they had to stop there for refreshment, said Mr. Moody. When I saw him, I thought he must be beyond reach of the tempter, and I asked him, "Doesn't Satan ever tempt you to doubt God, and to think that he is a hard master?" "Oh, yes," he says, "he does try to tempt me. I lie here and see my old schoolmates driving along in their carriages, and Satan says, 'If God is so good, why does he keep you here all these years? You might have been a rich man, riding in your own carriage.' Then I see a man who was young when I was, walking by in perfect health, and Satan whispers, 'If God loved you, couldn't he have kept you from breaking your back?' What do you do when Satan tempts you?" "Ah, I just take him to Calvary, and I show him Christ, and I point out those wounds in his hands and feet and side, and say, 'Doesn't he love me?' And the fact is, he got such a scare 1,800 years ago that he cannot stand it. He leaves me every time. That bedridden saint had not much trouble with doubts. He was too full of the grace of God. At Aberdeen, no building could accommodate the audience, and on Sabbath afternoon, June 14th, the meeting was held on the links in the natural amphitheatre of the Broad Hill, where a platform had been erected for choir and speakers. Some 10,000 people were around the platform long before the hour of the meeting, and when Mr. Moody spoke on the wages of sin is death, it is estimated that from 20 to 22,000 people heard his words. Montrose, Bircham, Forfar, Huntley, where more than 15,000 people were gathered in the open-air services. Inverness, Arbroath, Tain, Nairn, Illigan, Forres, Granttown, Keith, Eze, and Campbelltown were some of the places visited during the summer. An employer was converted at one of the meetings in another part of Scotland. He was very anxious that all of his employees should be reached, and he used to send them one by one to the meetings. But there was one employee who wouldn't attend. The moment he heard of his employer's desire, he made up his mind he wouldn't go. If he was going to be converted, he said, he was going to be converted under some ordained minister. He was not going to any meeting that was conducted by unordained Americans. He believed in the regular Presbyterian Church of Scotland, and that was the place for him to be converted. After we left that town and went away to Inverness, said Mr. Moody, in relating the incident, the employer had some business up there, and he sent this man to manage it. One night, as I was preaching on the bank of a river, I happened to take for my text the words of Naaman. I thought. I was trying to take men's thoughts up and to show the difference between their thoughts and God's thoughts. This man was walking along the bank of the river. He saw a great crowd and heard someone talking and wondered what this man was talking about. He didn't know we were in the city, so he drew up to the crowd and listened. He heard the sermon and became convicted and converted right there. Then he inquired who was the preacher, and he found out it was the very man whom he said he would not hear, the man he disliked. The very man he had been talking against was the man God used to reach him. An all-day meeting was held in Inverness on August 27th. Mr. Moody, with a few friends, then went down to the Caledonian Canal to Oban, where much preparatory work had been done during the 2 preceding months by Doctors Horatius and Andrew Bonner. After a few hours' rest at the home of Sir William Mackinnon at Ballinacel, he concluded his stay in Scotland by a trip to Campbelltown. A year after the Evangelist left Glasgow, Dr. Andrew Bonner said, "We in Glasgow, who have watched this movement and taken part in it, are aware that our testimony cannot have much influence on those to whom we are strangers. But to any of those who will listen, we should like to testify to the permanence of the work among us, and any who will come and see for themselves will at once discover how extensive and sincere this work has been. Personally, I can say, and many of my brethren are prepared to make the same statement, that the fruit of last year has been as satisfactory in every way as any period in my ministry, while it has also had some new features of special interest. There have indeed been cases of backsliding, but what of that? Is not the parable of the sower true in all ages?" In his biography of Henry Drummond, Dr. George Adam Smith states that the power of the revival movement in Scotland at this time spread beyond the congregations immediately gathered, and that one of its most striking features was the social and philanthropic work it stimulated. Like all religious revivals, he says, this one had its origin among merely well-to-do classes, and at first offered some ground for the sneers at religion which were cast upon it. But Mr. Moody, who had a knowledge of the city, and the power to bring up before others the vision of its needs, inspired the Christians of Glasgow to attempt missions to the criminal classes and the relief of the friendless. The lodging-houses were visited, with every haunt of vagrants, about the brick kilns upon the south side and elsewhere. Temperance work was organized, and although there were, as always in that work, very many disappointments, a large number of poor drunkards were befriended and reformed. A huge tent was raised on the green, and afterwards replaced by a hall, which became the scene of a Sabbath morning breakfast to the poor, and the center of a great deal of other philanthropic activity. New interest was aroused in industrial schools, and on the advice of Sheriff Watson, a veteran in this line of education, an industrial feeding school was established for ill-fed and ill-clad children. At Saltcoats, a house was bought and furnished for orphans. New impulses were given to the Orphans' Home of Scotland, founded in 1871 by Mr. Querier, who, with his fellow workers among the poor of Glasgow, has given inestimable assistance to Mr. Moody's mission. A boarding house for young women was opened in Glasgow. Mr. Moody gave great attention to the Young Men's Christian associations, and at the height of the movement secured very large subscriptions for their foundation or expansion. He felt strongly that they had been conducted upon methods which were either too vague or too narrow, and that for their success clear and liberal views were needed. He defined their aim: to promote the spiritual instincts and look after the temporal welfare of young men. Each sought to be a nursery of Christian character, a more efficient evangelistic agency, a center of social meetings, and a means of furthering the progress of young men in the general pursuits of life. But along with liberality in their minds, you must have thoroughness in detail. The spiritual must be distinctly dominant. Do not, however, put the association in place of the church. It is not a handmaid and a feeder of the church. For every man it must find some work, and use every particle of power in the young convert. Professor Smith has not been able to trace with exactness how Henry Drummond was drawn into the movement by Mr. Moody. But from the first, he says, Drummond felt Mr. Moody's sincerity and the practical wisdom of the new methods. The aim at the individual, the endeavor to arouse and secure him, was what he had missed in ordinary church methods and now found. The inquiry meetings bridged the gap between the preacher and the hearer, and brought them together, man to man, before God. On his side, Mr. Moody was feeling the need of a young man to take charge of the meetings for young men, and it is a tribute to his insight that he chose one whose style and taste were so different from his own. At first, Drummond was employed, like other students, only in the inquiry room. From working in the inquiry room, he began to address meetings. After some time, Mr. Moody sent him to continue the work among young men at places where he had visited. In Sunderland, alone 1,000 persons gave in their names as converts. The Reverend James Stalker and the Reverend John F. Ewing, working with Drummond. Newcastle and other towns in which Mr. Moody had held meetings were in turn visited by the three Scotchmen. The Sunderland mission made Drummond a man, says Professor Smith. He won from it not only the power of organizing and leading his fellow men, but that insight into character and knowledge of life on its lowest, as on its highest, levels, that power of interest in every individual he met, which so brilliantly distinguishes him, and in later years made us, who were his friends, feel as if his experiences and sympathies were exhaustless. The Reverend Dr. John Watson recently made this reference to Mr. Moody's relations with Professor Drummond. As soon as Moody came to Edinburgh, Drummond aligned himself with the most capable, honest, and unselfish evangelist of our day, and saw strange chapters in religious life through the United Kingdom. This was the infirmary in which he learned spiritual diagnosis. W. Robert Nicoll, editor of the British Weekly, in his introduction to Drummond's ideal life, speaks as follows regarding the awakening in Scotland and the relation to it of Moody and Drummond. A crisis was sure to come, and it might very well have been a crisis which would have broken the church in pieces. That it did not was due largely to the influence of one man, the American evangelist, Mr. Moody. In 1873, Mr. Moody commenced his campaign in the Berkeley Free Church, Edinburgh. A few days before, Drummond had read a paper to the Theological Society of his college on spiritual diagnosis, in which he maintained that preaching was not the most important thing, but that personally dealing with those in anxiety would yield better results. In other words, he thought that practical religion might be treated as an exact science. He had given himself to scientific study, with a view of standing for the degree of Doctor of Science. Mr. Moody at once made a deep impression in Edinburgh, and attracted the ablest students. He missed in this country a serious religious provision for young men, and he thought that young men could be best molded by young men. With his keen American eye, he perceived that Drummond was his best instrument, and he immediately associated him in his work. It had almost magical results. From the very first, Drummond attracted and deeply moved crowds, and the issue was that for 2 years he gave himself to this work of evangelism in England, in Scotland, and Ireland. During this period he came to know the life histories of young men in all classes. He made himself a great speaker. He knew how to seize the critical moment, and his modesty, his refinement, his gentle and generous nature, his manliness, and above all, his profound conviction, won for him disciples in every place he visited. His companions were equally busy in their own lines, and in this way the Free Church was saved. The Life of D. L. Moody. Chapter 20. Irish and English Cities. On the conclusion of the Scottish mission, efforts were made to induce Mr. Moody to visit London. The interest awakened in Scotland had attracted the attention of the Christian public throughout Great Britain, and it was felt that a mission in London would be attended with marked results. When asked to conduct a mission, he always insisted upon the necessity of unity among the ministers, and as Scotland at this time was not ready for a union movement among the representatives of all denominations, he decided to accept the many urgent invitations to visit Ireland. His first mission was in Belfast, where he began on Sunday, September 6, 1874, with a service at 8 a.m. in Dungall's Square Church. This meeting was exclusively for Christian workers, and long before the hour named, the chapel was crowded. Mr. Moody discussed the necessity of entire devotion to the work and unwearied labor for the Lord. In the evening, the third meeting of the day was held in the largest church in the city, capable of holding 2,000 people. But here again, the streets were crowded with those unable to secure admission. The daily noon prayer meeting was held in Dungall's Square Chapel, but the room was so overcrowded that it seemed advisable to adjourn to a building seating 1,400 people. Here, as elsewhere, this noon meeting became the center of the movement, and proved a great blessing to the work and workers. Evening meetings began the first day in the Rosemary Street Church, but the crowds were so great and caused so much inconvenience that Mr. Moody changed his plans somewhat and held a meeting at 2 p.m., exclusively for women, and a meeting in the evening in another church for men. As the work went on, the interest increased rapidly. The audiences consisted mostly of young men, and the number of strangers who visited Belfast from long distances was very large. Within 10 days after the first meeting, the movement spread to Bangor, 10 miles distant, where Henry Morehouse, Reverend H. W. Williamson, and others preached. Soon after the meetings began, Mr. Moody published the following letter, calling upon the Christians throughout Great Britain to hold daily noon prayer meetings. During the revival of God's work in America in 1857 and 1858, in nothing was the power of God's Spirit more manifest than in the gatherings that came together at 12 o'clock in the day for prayer and praise. Many of the meetings commenced at the time are still continued, with an almost constant and visible result attending them. In hearing from time to time of the blessing connected with these noon prayer meetings in America, a strong desire for similar meetings in their own towns has come to the heart of many, and the thought has occurred to us that if such meetings were started in the different towns of the kingdom, similar to those in Edinburgh and Glasgow, they might be the means of a very great blessing. Could no such meeting be started, commenced on the 1st of October and continued until January 1st, making 3 months of united prayer for a blessing on the country at the noontime hour? May not the results be beyond our estimation? The noon prayer meetings at Newcastle, Edinburgh, and Glasgow are still kept up. And if God blesses these places, as we believe, in answer to prayer, is he not able and willing to bless others? The question may arise, how can these meetings be started? I would suggest that a few Christians, clerical or lay, should get a suitable room which will be comfortable and easy of access. Then select the leader for each day a week in advance, with a request that he open the meeting at the half hour, advertising not only the leader for each day, but also the subject for prayer and thought at the meeting. If these meetings are thrown open for everyone to speak or pray as he may feel led, with an occasional psalm or hymn sung from the heart, I believe many would be glad to attend, and doing so would go away refreshed. After starting the meetings, let them be well made known. Let the notice of them not only be given from the pulpit from the weekly church prayer meetings, but also advertised constantly in the newspapers, with the names of the leaders and the subject for the day. There may be occasionally a person who will take up more time than he ought, but if such a thing should occur, or if anyone whose character is known to be doubtful should be prominent, let one of the brethren go to such a one privately, and in a spirit of love, talk with him. Again I urge, will not God's children all over the United Kingdom meet at the noon hour, and unite their prayers with those of Christians in different towns for the mighty blessing? He says, call unto me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things. Has not the time come for the Church of God to arise and call on our God for a blessing? Thousands of our young men are fast passing to a drunkard's grave, while many of our young women are being drawn into worldliness. Will not the fathers and mothers, if there is not one else to meet, come together at the noontide hour and ask for a blessing on their children? I trust there may be a united cry going up to God for a blessing all over the land. Surely God will answer the cry of his children. Shall we say, there are yet 4 months, and then cometh the harvest? Or shall we arise now, and with prayers put in the sickle and gather? If he is with us, we are able to possess the land, and no giant, however great, can hinder. When in response to this letter the central noon meeting was established in Moorgate Street Hall, London, Mr. Moody sent this telegram. Daily meeting of Belfast sends greeting to the Christians of London. Our prayer is that the meeting may become a great blessing to many. He must increase, but I must decrease. Open-air meetings were held on Sunday afternoons, attended by the thousands who could not get into the churches or halls. The first Sunday Mr. Moody spoke upon the text, Go ye into all the world, and preach the gospel to every creature, following this by a meeting for inquirers only in the Ulster Hall, the largest public building in the city. Not the least gratifying feature of the Belfast meeting was the bringing together of all evangelical denominations, Presbyterian, Episcopalians, Methodists, and Baptists mingled without distinction. One night, in Rosemary Street Church, the Reverend Mr. Dickinson, of the Mariners Episcopal Church, was one of the busiest among the inquirers. And on another evening, an Episcopal clergyman occupied the pulpit of the Eglinton Street Presbyterian Church. At the close of the Edinburgh mission, it was said that 1,400 people had professed conversion. People who did not believe in the work, however, asserted that 1,100 of these were women, hinting that this kind of thing could only make progress among women and weak-minded men. When he arrived in Glasgow, therefore, Mr. Moody made a special prayer that he might be able to refute this notion by being honoured in the conversion of young men. And this wish was so far gratified that when he was about to leave the city, and held a meeting for those who believed they had been brought to Christ since his coming, out of the 3,200 who attended, 1,630 were men. Baffled in this matter, the enemies of the work now found a new cause of fault-finding. They could not deny that many men had been blessed, but they suggested that these were not of a class which most needed conversion, the abandoned class of the community. When coming to Belfast, therefore, Mr. Moody prayed that he might be specially able to do good to this class. His prayer had so far been answered that the first 3 converts who rose to tell that they had been changed men were former drunkards. An open-air meeting was held October 8th, one of the largest ever seen in Ireland. Mr. Moody addressed a vast multitude on the words, "I pray thee, have me excused." The last meeting in Belfast was on the evening of October 16th. It was designed for those who had reason to believe that they had become converted during the meetings. Admission was strictly by ticket, received only on personal application, and 2,250 tickets were given out. Londonderry was next visited. The meetings were largely attended by young and old of all classes, from this and surrounding districts. Excursion trains brought many, while hundreds walked and drove many miles. The attendance steadily increased to the close, while a noticeable feature in connection with the meeting was the large number of clergymen present. The prevailing characteristic of all the meetings was intense earnestness and solemnity without, however, any undue excitement. The services seemed to awaken the liveliest interest in the public mind, and to produce a marked impression. The inquiry meetings after the first night were very well attended, large numbers remaining for conversion and prayer with Mr. Moody and the Christian workers. The work in Dublin had been preceded by a general prayer meeting, made up largely of members of all evangelical denominations of the city, the clergymen working cordially together, without the least shade of envy or party spirit. The Reverend Dr. Marrable, of the Church of England, presided at the first service, supported by Presbyterians, Wesleyans, and others. On the following day the management secured the use of the Exhibition Palace, the largest and most commodious building which had up to that time been placed at Mr. Moody's disposal, and here, as elsewhere, the same general interest was at once awakened. A correspondent of The Christian of London, writing at this time, says, "The inhabitants of Dublin are becoming alive to the fact that we are now in the enjoyment of a great time of refreshing, and that our gracious God is working powerfully among us by the instrumentality of these, his honoured servants. Such a sight has never been witnessed here as may now be seen every day, thousands flocking to the prayer meeting and to the Bible reading, and most of all to the evening services in the great Exhibition Palace. It fills the heart of a child of God with the deepest emotion to stand upon the platform from which Mr. Moody preaches, and to cast one's eye over the vast concourse of people hanging on the speaker's lips, as in burning words he discourses of life and death, and Jesus and his love. One cannot but ask the question, what is the magic power which draws together these mighty multitudes and holds them spellbound? Is it the worldly rank, or wealth of learning, or oratory of the preacher? No, for he is possessed of little of those. It is the simple lifting up of the cross of Christ, the holding forth the Lord Jesus before the eyes of the people, in all the glory of his Godhead, in all the simplicity of his manhood, in all the perfection of his nature, for their admiration, for their acceptance. As an Episcopal minister, I am most thankful to see many of the dear brethren in my own church, as well as of the other evangelical churches attending and taking part in these happy services. May each of us receive a blessing, and in turn be made a blessing to our flocks. An able and godly minister stated a day or 2 ago that by attendance at these services he seems to have returned to the freshness of his spiritual youth, a sentiment worthy of a noble man and a generous heart. The active cooperation of the Episcopalians, and the respect and sympathy manifested by some of the Roman Catholics, were notable features of Mr. Moody's work in Ireland at this time. The leading Roman Catholic paper of the city gave full information respecting the work, and was extremely friendly toward it. In The Nation, an article appeared entitled Fair Play, in which the editor informed his constituents that the deadly danger of the age comes upon us from the direction of Huxley and Darwin and Tyndale rather than from Moody and Sankey. Irish Catholics desired to see Protestants deeply imbued with a religious feeling rather than tinged with rationalism and infidelity. And so long as the religious services of our Protestant neighbors are honestly directed to quickening religious thought in their own body, without offering aggressive or intentional insult to us, it is our duty to pay the homage of respect to their conscientious convictions. In a word, to do as we would be done by. Mr. Moody now returned to England, and visited Manchester, Sheffield, Birmingham, and Liverpool with marked success. In Manchester particularly he did much for the Young Men's Christian Association. After a stirring appeal for a building fund, he took up a collection of £1,800 for the purpose. In speaking of the definite results of the meeting in Manchester, the Reverend W. Rigby Murray wrote to the Christian, "If one class has been blessed more than another during these past weeks, it has been the regular Christian ministers. I am sure I voice the sentiment of all my brethren, who have thrown themselves heart and soul into the movement, when I say that we have received nothing less than a fresh baptism of the Holy Ghost. Our souls have been quickened. Our faith in the adaptation of the glorious gospel of the blessed God to the wants and longings of the human spirit have been deepened. Our sense of the magnitude and responsibility of our offices as heaven's ambassadors, charged with the message of reconciliation, and love for the guiltiest of the guilty and the vilest of the vile, has been greatly increased. Mr. Moody has demonstrated to us in a way at once startling and delightful that, after all, the grand levers of raising souls out of the fearful pit and the miry clay are just the doctrines which our so-called advanced thinkers are trying to persuade the Christian world to discard as antiquated and impotent. These are the doctrines of the atoning death of Jesus Christ, the doctrine of a living, loving, personal Savior, and the doctrine of the new birth by the Spirit and the Word of Almighty God. One of the ablest ministers at the noon prayer meeting on the last day of the year solemnly declared that, whereas the first of these cardinal verities have not been fully realized by him before these services commenced, he now felt it to be a spring of joy and satisfaction to his soul, such as language could hardly express. And then how shall I speak of the gladness which filled our hearts as we heard, almost from day to day, of conversions in our congregations, of parents rejoicing over sons and daughters brought to Jesus, of young men consecrating their manhood and strength to God, and of converts offering themselves for all departments of Christian service. If our dear friend Mr. Moody had accomplished nothing more than the quickening of the ministers of this great center population, and the stirring us up to greater devotion to our glorious calling as laborers together with God, his visit would not have been in vain. Give us a revived ministry, and we shall soon see a revived church. What is to be done for the unsaved masses? Mr. Moody asked while in Sheffield. In answering his own inquiry, he said that he had found a spiritual famine in England, such as he had never dreamed of. Here, for instance, in this town of Sheffield, he said, I am told that there are 150 people who not only never go near a place of worship, but from whom there is actually no church accommodation provided, even if they were willing to take advantage of it. It seems to me that if there be upon God's earth one blacker sight than these thousands of Christless and graceless souls, it is the thousands of dead and slumbering Christians living in their very midst, rubbing shoulders with them every day upon the streets, and never so much as lifting up a little finger to warn them of death and eternity and judgment to come. Talk of being sickened at the sight of the world's degradation. Ah, let those who are Christians hide our faces because of our own, and pray God to deliver us from the guilt of the world's blood. I believe that if there is one thing which pierces the Master's heart with unutterable grief, it is not the world's iniquity, but the Church's indifference. He then argued that every Christian man and woman should feel that the question was not one for ministers and elders and deacons alone, but for them as well. It is not enough, he said, to give alms. Personal service is necessary. I may hire a man to do some work, but I can never hire a man to do my work. Alone before God I must answer for that, and so must we all. On the last day of the old year, 1874, the meetings at Sheffield were begun. The first meeting was held in the Temperance Hall at 9 p.m., beginning with the new hymn, afterwards so famous, written by Dr. Horatius Bonner, Rejoice and be glad, the Redeemer has come. Just before the hour of midnight, Mr. Moody asked all those who desired the prayers of Christians to rise. For a time none were willing to do so, but soon a few stood up, and the Christians were asked to pray for them. Just then the bells began to ring in the new year, and with a prayer by Mr. Moody, one of the most solemn meetings of the series was closed. Following the Sheffield mission, Mr. Moody held a 2-week series of meetings in Birmingham. The Town Hall, Carr's Lane Chapel, and Bingley Hall were found none too large for the audiences which attended. During the first 8 days of their stay in that city, the total attendance at the 3 halls were estimated at 106,000. Dr. W. R. Dale was at first inclined to look with disfavor on the movement, and stood aloof. As the interest continued, however, he became more impressed, and attended the meetings regularly. Of Mr. Moody's own power he says, I find it difficult to speak. It is so real, and yet so unlike the power of ordinary preachers, that I hardly know how to analyze it. Its reality is indisputable. Any man who can interest and impress an audience of from 3,000 to 6,000 people for half an hour in the morning, and for 3/4 of an hour in the afternoon, and who can interest a third audience of 13,000 or 15,000 people for 3/4 of an hour again in that evening, must have power of some kind. Of course, some people listened without caring much for what he said, but though I generally sat in a position which enabled me to see the kind of impression he produced, I rarely saw many faces which did not indicate the most active and earnest interest. The people were of all sorts, old and young, rich and poor, tradesmen, manufacturers and merchants, young ladies who had just left school, cultivated women, and rough boys who knew more about dogs and pigeons than about books. For a time I could not understand it. I am not sure that I understand it now. At the first meeting, Mr. Moody's address was simple, direct, kindly, and hopeful. It had a touch of humor and a touch of pathos. It was lit up with a story or two that filled most eyes with tears, but there seemed nothing in it very remarkable. Yet it told. A prayer meeting with an address at 8 o'clock on a damp, cold January morning was hardly the kind of thing, let me say it frankly, that I should generally regard as attractive, but I enjoyed it heartily. It seemed one of the happiest meetings I have ever attended. There was warmth, and there was sunlight in it. At the evening meeting the same day at Bingley Hall, I was still unable to make out how it was that he had done so much in other parts of the kingdom. I listened with interest, and I was again conscious of a certain warmth and brightness that made the service very pleasant. But I could not see that there was much to impress those who were careless about religious duty. The next morning at the prayer meeting the address was more incisive and striking, and at the evening service I began to see that the stranger had a faculty for making the elementary truths of the gospel intensely clear and vivid. But it still seemed most remarkable that he should have done so much, and on Tuesday I told Mr. Moody that the work was most plainly of God, for I could see no real relation between him and what he had done. He laughed cheerily, and said he should be very sorry if it was otherwise. Scores of us could preach as effectively as Mr. Moody, I felt, and might, therefore, with God's good help, be equally successful. In the course of a day or two, however, my mistake was corrected. His preaching had all the effects of Luther. He exulted in the free grace of God. His joy was contagious. Men leaped out of the darkness into light and lived a Christian life afterwards. Dr. Dale did not believe much in Evangelist, but he had a profound respect for Mr. Moody, and considered that he had a right to preach the gospel, because he could never speak of a lost soul without tears in his eyes. After the work in Birmingham came a mission in Liverpool, where the blessed experience of the preceding weeks were repeated. In this case no suitable auditoriums could be secured, and a wooden structure 174 feet long and 124 feet wide, capable of accommodating 10,000 people, was erected at great expense. This was called Victoria Hall. The building was erected in 40 days. At the close of the mission a convention was held, where the rousing addresses of Dr. Chone of Bradford, Newman Hall of London, Dr. Dale of Birmingham, Mr. Fletcher of Dublin, and other men of large experience produced a profound impression. An important feature of the convention was Mr. Moody's hour with the question drawer. One little observed but important part of the meeting was the gathering of children every Sunday at noon in nearly every town and city visited. This was generally organized into a permanent institution. While they were still in Great Britain, many of these meetings were held every week, and after a time the Edinburgh children conceived the idea of opening a friendly Christian correspondence between the various meetings, and set the example by sending letters to the children of Dublin. One of the most interesting meetings at Liverpool was the children's service, where Mr. Moody and Mr. Sankey were both present. Some of the papers put down the number in Victoria Hall at 12,000, with an overflow meeting of about 2,000 in Hingler's Circus. Mr. Moody gave an address founded on a book with 4 leaves, red, black, white, and gold, a sort of running interchange of simple yet searching questions and answers. Responses were very promptly given. Mr. Sankey's singing was especially enjoyed by the young people, joined in the choruses with great heartiness. Mr. Moody made an impressive appeal in Victoria Hall to merchants, employers, and friends of young men, the meetings being in connection with the special appeal for funds in behalf of the new Young Men's Christian Association building. The audience was one seldom ever seen in Liverpool. There were men of very different beliefs and nationalities: High Churchmen, Broad Churchmen, Low Churchmen, Orangemen, Wesleyans, Unitarians, Baptists, Presbyterians, Roman Catholics, Jews, Greeks, Spiritualists, and others. Different phases of commercial life were represented. There were present also clergymen, town councillors, Liberal and Tory, leading members of the dock board and the select vestry, millionaire ship owners, dealers in every kind of produce, timber merchants, star merchants, tea merchants, corn merchants, provision merchants, brokers, shopkeepers, and many women. When Mr. Moody rose to speak, he said that he was often asked whether he believed in the Young Men's Christian Association. He wanted to say that he did with all his heart, because they did not have associations in the days of the fathers, he said. A great many churches now thought they were not needed, but that was no fair criterion. 50 or 100 years ago, young men lived at home. They lived in a country home, and did not come to these large cities and centers of commerce as they do now. If they did come, their employers took a personal interest in them. I contend that they do not do so now. At this sturdy utterance of opinion, there was a subdued but perceptible hear, hear from various parts of the hall. Since I have come to Liverpool, he said, there is hardly a night that in walking from this hall to my hotel, I do not meet a number of young men reeling through the streets. They may not be your sons, but bear in mind, my friend, they are somebody's sons. They are worth saving. These young men who come to large cities want somebody to take interest in them. I contend that no one can do this so well as the Christian Association. Some ministers claim that associations are doing the church harm. They draw young men away from the church. That is a mistake. They feed the church. They are the handmaids of the church. They are not tearing down the church. They are drawing men into it. I know no institution which helps to draw churches so much together as these young men's Christian associations. Later, on the completion of the building for which Mr. Moody had made so strong an appeal, he was requested by Alexander Balfour, the president of the Young Men's Christian Association of Liverpool, to place the memorial tablet of the new structure, which bears the inscription. This memorial stone was laid by D. L. Moody of Chicago, March 2nd, 1875. One who was present at the Liverpool meetings thus described the deep impression made upon the public. Men who wrote and spake against the movement, men who laughed at it, went to hear and came away with changed thoughts. The 6,000 people at the noonday prayer meeting, 6,000 at the afternoon Bible lecture, and 10,000 at the evening meeting, with the inquiry rooms full, is something that even the Exchange has to admit. But beyond this there is the mighty power of God's Spirit, working and acting, which no tables can register, no numbers record. Following Mr. Moody, Henry Drummond held meetings for young men in Liverpool, with an average attendance of 1,400 nightly. Of Mr. Drummond it was said, his gentleness is only surpassed by the earnestness with which he carries out and controls the most successful service. The Life of D. L. Moody. Chapter 21. The London Campaign. Mr. Moody turned a deaf ear to all the invitations that poured in from London during his first 2 years in Great Britain. For the spirit of unity in the earlier calls that would indicate the cooperation of all denominations was at first lacking, and until this was assured he did not feel that the time was ripe. When he was in Edinburgh, Hugh M. Matheson, a London businessman, made the trip to Scotland to hear him. It was the last day of the meetings. There was the usual large attendance, and Mr. Matheson found no opportunity to present the invitation that he had brought with him. Afterward he went to Thurso, where they had a delightful interview. They discussed London and the best means for preparing for a mission there, should he see his way to undertake it. During all the missions in Scotland and Ireland, as well as in the large manufacturing centres, the work had been fully reported in the Christian of London. Thousands of copies of this paper had been sent to the clergy of Great Britain, and the movement had been closely followed by the Christian public. Appreciating the benefit of such a medium, Mr. Moody wished to distribute the paper still more widely over England, and Mr. Matheson agreed to raise a fund of £2,000 to circulate the paper gratuitously for 3 months to 30,000 clergymen and nonconformist ministers all over England. The accounts which he gave of the remarkable movement in Scotland stimulated the desire for a similar work in London. While the evangelists were in Dublin, the final arrangement was made, and the Central Noon Prayer Meeting at Moorgate Street Hall, London, adopted the following resolution: that, in accordance with the suggestion of Mr. Moody, it is hereby determined to arrange for special evangelistic work in London during 4 months of next year, namely March, April, May, and June, that a fund of not less than £10,000 be placed in the hand of the treasurer, and that men of distinguished evangelistic gifts, heartily interested in the work, be invited not only from other parts of England, but also from America, Scotland, and Ireland to assist in the movement. 4 centres were selected for preaching places: Agricultural Hall at Islington in North London, seating 13,700 persons, with standing room for 4,000 or 5,000 more. Bow Road Hall in the extreme east, with 10,000 seatings. The Royal Opera Hall in the West End, in the aristocratic quarter of Westminster, and Victoria Theatre in the south, and later Camberwell Green Hall. The need for evangelistic services in London at that time may be gathered from statistics which were published shortly before Mr. Moody went to the metropolis. The promoters of special services in theatres and music halls made the following statement concerning the city's need, in the report of their 15th series of services: 117,000 habitual criminals are on its police register, increasing at an average of 30,000 per annum. More than 1/3 of all the crime in the country is committed in London. 23,000 persons live in its common lodging-houses. Its many beer shops and gin palaces would, if placed side by side, stretch from Charing Cross to Portsmouth, a distance of 73 miles. 38,000 drunkards appear annually before its magistrates. It has as many paupers as would occupy every house in Brighton. It has upwards of 1,000,000 habitual neglectors of public worship. It has 60 miles of shops open every Lord's Day. It has need of 900 new churches and chapels, and 200 additional city missionaries. All through the months of January and February, extensive preparations were made for the intended meetings. No movement within the memory of those then living had so bound together the clergymen and Christian workers of various denominations. Had the meetings not been held, the preparations for them would, in themselves, have been a blessing. On Friday, February 5th, 1875, Freemasons' Hall in London was crowded with ministers and other Christian workers from all parts of London and its suburbs to confer with Moody in reference to the services soon to begin. There were nearly 2,000 persons present at one of the largest and most varied meetings of the ministerial order ever held for any purpose in England. Representative men from all evangelical churches were there, and there was besides a contingent from the ritualistic clergy who had scarcely been accepted. Prebendary Orrell and Mr. Kiddo headed a strong phalanx of evangelical churchmen. Dr. Moffat, Dr. Stockton, Mr. Hannay, Dr. Bevan, and Mr. Braden were among the congregational ministers who answered to the summons. The Venerable Charles Stovall was one of the many Baptists. The presbytery sent a formidable array, among whom were Doctors Edmonds, Fraser, Dykes, Patterson, and Thane Davidson, while the various branches of the great Methodist body attended in great numbers. The chair was occupied by Mr. Stone of Blackheath, a London merchant. Mr. Moody made a brief statement. There was, he said, many obstacles to the proposed work in London, which could be put out of the way if they could only meet together and come to an understanding. He found some of the very best men kept out of the work because they heard this and that. Perhaps some things they heard were true and some not, and if they only had a fair and square understanding, he thought it would be helpful. He spoke frankly to his new friends, telling them that the great difficulty with which they had to contend was prejudice, and he urged the ministers to come into sympathy with the work at the beginning, and invited questions from every one. He spoke of the prejudice of some people against the inquiry room, and explained in detail the method, that those who were present might judge for themselves. A charge of undue excitement in the meetings had been made. This was errorous. Very often, in a room with 100 inquirers, one could hear scarcely a whisper. Concerning the sale of hymn books, he said, "A great deal has been said about our making a fine thing financially out of this movement from the sale of the hymn books, organs, etc. Now I desire to say that up to the 1st day of January we received a royalty from the publishers of our hymn books. But from that day, when the solo book was enlarged, we have determined not to receive anything from the sale, and have requested the publishers to hand over the royalties upon all our hymn books to one of your leading citizens, Mr. H. M. Matheson, who will devote the same to such charitable objects as may be decided upon. In regard to the organ question, I want to say once for all that we are not selling organs. That is not our mission, nor are we agents for the sale of organs. Nor do we receive a commission or compensation in any way whatsoever from any person or persons for the organ that Mr. Sankey uses in our meetings. I hope now that no one here will think that I have made these statements to create a financial sympathy in our behalfs. We do not want your money. We want your confidence, and we want your sympathy and prayers. And as our one object in coming here is to preach Christ, we believe we shall have them, and that with God's blessing we shall see many brought into his fold. If we make mistakes, come and tell us. Then I shall not fear for the result." Many questions were asked Mr. Moody, and many misstatements corrected. One clergyman wished to know whether the work had the effect of estranging people from the communion. If so, he would not uphold the mission, without being false to his ordination vows and the Holy Ghost. Mr. Moody replied that his one object was to preach the gospel, a statement which was greeted with cheers. The next questioner wanted to know if it was true that a Roman Catholic took the chair at one of Mr. Moody's meetings in Ireland. Mr. Moody said that he was not responsible for the chairman, and added, amid laughter, that his meetings were attended by Jew, Greek, and barbarian. One clergyman asked Mr. Moody to print his creed before he came to London. "My creed is in print," was the ready response. "Where?" was the general inquiry, as many people reached for their notebooks. "In the 53rd chapter of Isaiah," was the reply. His answer was entirely satisfactory, and there was no further question as to Mr. Moody's orthodoxy. The opening meeting at Agricultural Hall was held on Tuesday evening, March 9th, and the noon meeting at Exeter Hall on the following day. The house-to-house visitation committee had been actively at work, and in the noon prayer meeting at Moorgate Street Hall there was a decided increase of interest and fervor. Prayer meetings had also been held in Agricultural Hall for a month, attended by more than 1,000 people. The campaign was an unquestionable success from the outset. Many of the leading evangelical ministers and laymen of London were on the platform at the first service. The hall was quickly filled. Seats and standing room, and thousands went away disappointed. Though 17,000 people were crowded into the great hall. Mr. Moody won all the hearts in the very beginning by asking the vast audience to praise God for what he was going to do in London. He added that he had received dispatches from many cities in Great Britain, saying that the Christians were praying for London, and then he prayed with great fervor that a blessing might come upon that city, thanking God for the spirit of unity among the ministers, and praying that there might be no strife among them. In his address he expressed his early fear that if he should come to London, many people would be led to trust too much in the excitement of the great meetings, at the risk of having their eyes turned away from God. Those who would come expecting to hear a new gospel would be disappointed. He had the same old story to tell that the ministers whom he saw before him had preached and were preaching in their churches and chapels. Referring to the men, weak in the estimation of the world, whom God had used to do a great work for humanity, he said that it was not good preachers that were wanted in London, for probably at no time had the city possessed so many great preachers as then. The belief of every individual Christian should be, not that God can use me, but he will use me. What was wanted was that they should be out and out on the Lord's side, heart and brain on fire for him, ready to use every power and every opportunity for service. He also spoke of the necessity for proper unity in carrying on the work, and expressed a hope that ministers, Sabbath school superintendents, teachers, and parents would all be found working and praying for the success of the movement. The first Sunday afternoon the great hall was nearly filled with women, and in the evening it was crowded to its utmost capacity with men. In order to reach different classes of people, Mr. Moody began to repeat his afternoon service in the evening, in the hope that those who came to one service would stay away from the other to make room for different audiences. The noon meetings in Exeter Hall were crowded day after day, and reports of the work throughout the kingdom were received, and many requests made for prayer. But the enthusiasm was not confined to Mr. Moody's meeting. At the East End Tabernacle, the Reverend Archibald G. Brown had the pleasure of seeing 2,000 members of his evening congregation remain to an after meeting, and instead of the churches and chapels declining in interest, as was feared, they were filled as they had not been before. The best of the work was in the inquiry room, where earnest workers found plenty of scope for their zeal and more for their wisdom and tact. From the outset, attention was directed to Christians, Mr. Moody saying that he would rather wake up a slumbering church than a slumbering world, and that the man who does the most good in the world is not the man who works himself, but the man who sets others to work. He was able to help people more in a few minutes in the inquiry room than he could in a whole sermon. "You've had enough of pulpit preaching," he said, "and very good preaching too. What we want now is hand-to-hand work, personal effort, individuals going to people and pressing on them the claims of Christ." One woman, 85 years old, asked for a place in the house-to-house visitation. She said, "I must do something. I'm getting old, but I will take a district." "Only think of that," was Mr. Moody's comment. "This old lady, who has lived 15 years on borrowed time, has taken a district and started out. She went to one house where the people were Roman Catholics and wanted them to take a leaflet announcing the meetings, but they pushed it away. 'Well,' she said, 'if you won't read it, I will read it to you,' and she did." "Of course, they couldn't put out a woman 85 years old," said Mr. Moody. "Nobody could think of doing that." It stirred me greatly. It ought to shame us all. Every young man and woman who is not at work ought to be ashamed. He concluded his address by calling for 1,000 men and women who would join him in an effort to win one soul to Christ over the week, and in answer to his question who would join me, the greater part of the congregation stood up. It must not be supposed that Mr. Moody was entirely free from criticism. The infidel in the street and an occasional editor in his office vented his spite against religion by attacking those who came to proclaim it. As the crowds gathered for the opening service, false handbills were distributed, pretending to describe the sermon that was about to be delivered. The Vanity Fair outside the great hall in the evening has been described by an eyewitness. Many policemen to keep the way, multitudes of young men full of fun and joking, multitudes also of evil women and girls gaily dressed, joining in, the two together forming a mass of well-dressed but disreputable blackguardism, proving to demonstration that the American evangelists have come at last exactly where they were sorely needed. Omnibus men, cabmen, tramcar men, board, and loafers of every description took part in the universal carnival. Oaths, jests, slang, and mockery were all let loose together, but not one serious face, not one thoughtful countenance, not an idea of God's judgment or of eternity in all the vast changing multitude outside. After the service inside had ended, and partly during its continuance, detachments of choirs belonging to the neighboring missions had stationed themselves near the hall, and occupied themselves in singing the songs and solos, and delivering addresses of the briefest character. But all seemed in vain. The very spirit of mockery seems to possess the great majority. There was nothing like spiteful opposition, much less of interference. The singers and speakers were merely regarded as amiable enthusiasts, who had rashly delivered themselves to the merciless mockery of a London mob. The mob was not the only form of opposition. The Saturday Review expressed surprise that so many persons go to hear the Americans. As for Moody, he is simply a ranter of the most vulgar type. His mission appears to be to degrade religion to the level of the penny gaff. The New York Times at that time was nearly as strong in its opposition to the Evangelist. In its issue of June 22nd, 1875, in an editorial column, this statement occurred. We are credibly informed that Messrs. Moody and Sankey were sent to England by Mr. Barnum as a matter of speculation. The London Society papers devoted a great deal of attention to Mr. Moody on this visit. Caricatures of him and Mr. Sankey appeared in Vanity Fair. The tone of the articles and paragraphs describing the meetings were at first contemptuous, but as eminent leaders of society began to attend, it became more sympathetic and respectful. Mr. Moody, says one writer, is a heavy-looking individual, with a nasal twang and a large fund of English ears, slightly irreverent anecdotes. Curious reports of Mr. Moody's provincial tour went before him to London. The World said, in many large English towns, they, the Evangelist, had the satisfaction of throwing females into convulsions, and had been lucky enough to consign several harmless idiots to the neighboring lunatic asylum. Those who attended the meetings bore testimony that this element of violent excitement was totally absent from them. A penny biography of Mr. Moody sold widely in the London streets that spring. Everything that could be done to counteract his influence and prejudice the public against him was attempted by certain papers. Londoners were told that, judging by the low standard of an American ranter, Mr. Moody is a third-rate star. His reading of Scripture was severely blamed. Mr. Moody, with a jocular familiarity which painfully jarred on our sense of the reverential, translated freely passages of the Bible into the American vernacular. The grand, simple stories of Holy Writ were thus parodied. But in spite of all the hostility of the press, it soon became manifest, not only that the common people heard him gladly, but that society itself was moved and deeply impressed by his preaching. One of the first to attend the meeting was Lord Cairns, then Lord Chancellor in Mr. Disraeli's government. He occupied a prominent seat in Agricultural Hall, Islington. Very soon nearly all the leaders of the society had followed his example. The epithets pernicious humbugs, crack-brained Yankee evangelist, pestilent vermin, abbots of unreason, with which the anti-Christian press pelted the preachers, gave way to much more polite language from the highest in the land were numbered among their hearers. The London papers had asserted that Moody and Sankey were financially interested in the sale of the cheap photographs sold in the streets, although these were uniformly little more than caricatures. A photographer in one of the largest provincial towns, seeing these criticisms, wrote a letter to the Times, stating that he had offered Moody and Sankey £1,000, about $5,000, if they would sit for a photograph and allow him to copyright it, but that the offer was refused. The publication of this letter had a remarkable effect in establishing confidence. In striking contrast with this flippant attitude was a leading article in the London Times, which referred pleasantly to Mr. Sankey's singing, and then added, "But people would not come together for weeks merely to hear expressive singing, nor yet to yield to the impulse of association. They come to hear Mr. Moody, and the main question is, what had he to say? Is any Christian church in this metropolis in a position to say that it can afford to dispense with any vigorous effort to rouse the mass of people to a more Christian life? The congregations which are to be seen in our churches and chapels are but a fraction of the hundreds and thousands around them, of whom multitudes are living but a little better than a mere animal existence. If any considerable proportion of them can be aroused to the mere desire for something higher, an immense step is gained. If the churches are really a higher influence still, Mr. Moody will at least have prepared them better material to work on." A striking incident connected with this campaign was the publication of a letter written by the Archbishop of Canterbury to a friend, in which he said he took the deepest interest in the Moody and Sankey movement, and that, having found an opportunity for consulting some of his Episcopal friends on the subject, his own view was very much strengthened by what he heard from them. That the great truth of the gospel should be urged on the people's conscience was no innovation, and he heartily rejoiced that the movement was conducted on so great a scale and with such apparent success. At the same time, he made it clear that he did not officially sanction the work. "Many of our clergy, as you are aware," he wrote, "have been present at the meetings in question, and those who have stood aloof have not done so from any want of interest, but because they have felt that, greatly as they rejoiced that simple gospel truths were urged on their people's consciences, there were circumstances attending the movement to which they could not consistently give their approval. If there is a difficulty in the clergy's giving their official sanction to the work, you will at once see that in the case of the bishops, there are greater difficulties in the way of any direct sanction, which, coming from them, could not but be regarded as official and authoritative. And I confess that the objections I originally felt still remain in full force now that we have had time to examine and to learn from various quarters the exact nature of the movement. But looking to the vast field that lies before us, and the overwhelming difficulties of contending with the mass of positive sin and careless indifference which resist on all sides the progress of the gospel, I for my part rejoice that whether regularly or irregularly, whether according to the divine scriptural and perfect way or imperfectly, with certain admixtures of human error, Christ is preached, and sleeping consciences are aroused." The inquiry meetings in connection with the Agricultural Hall services were held in St. Mary's Hall, a large concert room. Mr. Moody divided the inquirers, leaving the women in the basement and sending the men into the gallery, and directed the workers to divide in the same way. All around the gallery were men in twos and threes, to the number of 200 or 300, every couple or three separated from their neighbors, and earnestly engaged in their own work, without taking any notice of those near and around. Here, for instance, was a couple discussing a difficulty in the way. There, another couple earnestly reading passages of God's Word. Next was one pleading with another. Here a worker was praying for the light to come. There another, pressing the inquirer to pray for himself, and others praying earnestly together. Bow Road Hall in the East End of London was the second place of meeting. It was patterned somewhat after Bingley Hall in Birmingham. An American spending a few weeks in London at the time sent this description of the building and one of the meetings in it to a home paper. The Bow Road Hall is a frame building, sheathed with corrugated iron, which was erected for these meetings in the East End of London. It is in easy reach of a vice-infested, poverty-stricken district, which Mr. Moody thinks comes nearer hell than any other place on earth. A thick carpeting of sawdust, laid upon the ground, forms the floor. It is seated with cane-bottomed chairs, of which, I am told, it holds over 9,000. Scripture texts in white letters 2 feet tall, on a background of red flannel, stretch along the several walls. A choir of 100 young men and women occupies a part of the platform. The preaching begins at 8 o'clock. At 7:30, every chair in the room is filled. Latecomers who cannot be packed upon the platform, or find standing room out of range of those who are seated, are turned away by the policemen at the entrances. The choir fills with hymns familiar to American Sunday schools and prayer meetings. Sweet hour of prayer, when he cometh, come to the Saviour, but mostly unknown here until Mr. Sankey sang them into notice and favor. A Christian cannot look into the faces of this serious, hushed, expectant audience of 8,000 or 10,000 people without being deeply moved by the thought of the issues that may hang on this hour. Many of them seem to belong to the class of shopkeepers and thrifty, working people, but here and there a diamond flashes its light from richer people, while some of the faces evidently belong to the very lowest classes. Hundreds, if not thousands of them have come from every quarter of the city, from 5 or 10 miles away. They sit so closely packed that the men wear their hats. Ushers, carrying their tall rods of office, are thickly scattered along the entrances and aisles. In a great tent at the rear are prayer meetings going on for the blessing of God on the evening service. Promptly at 8, Mr. Moody steps out and plants both hands on the rails that run along the front of the platform, and forms his pulpit. He has grown stout since leaving America, and wears a flowing beard, but there is no mistaking the man as soon as he opens his mouth. He sees too many people, he says, whose faces are getting familiar at these meetings. It's time for Christians to stop coming here and crowding into the best seats. It's time for him to go out among these sailors and drunkards and bring them in and give them the best seats. Mr. Sankey sits at his cabinet organ close by, at the kiths or whistles which so scandalized some of the good Scottish brethren last year, and Mr. Moody calls on him to sing, "Jesus of Nazareth passes by." It is plain enough, before the first verse is finished, that this movement owes much of its success to Mr. Sankey. He has a voice of unequaled clearness and power, which sounds through the hall like a trumpet. Each word is articulated with great distinctness, and there is a soul in the singing that is something more and higher than mere art. The hymn tells at once, as any one can see by the intent eyes that are everywhere focused on the singer. A prayer by Mr. Moody, brief, fervent, and Mr. Moody sings, "There were 90 and 9," with great effect. Mr. Moody, aptly turning the Whit-Sunday commemoration of the day of Pentecost to account, reads a part of Peter's address on that occasion, and announces that he proposed to take the same topic and text, the crucified Christ. The sermon that followed is simply the story of the closing scenes in the Saviour's life, beginning with the gathering of the little company of 13 at the Last Supper. It is told in the photographic way of one who has studied it so intently that the whole scene stands out in clear detail and intensely real before him. And he makes it seem very real and present to his audience. There are Moody-ish touches to the picture here and there that are very characteristic and effective. Judas made great professions. He got near enough to the Son of God to kiss him, but he went down to perdition. His words tumbled over each other in the haste of his utterance. He has a surprising faculty for such grammatical mistakes and illiteracies as "the Spirit done it," "'tain't no use," "get right up," "he came to him," etc. But these minor blemishes sink out of notice in the tremendous earnestness with which he speaks. That is the preeminent characteristic of the discourse. The noiseless, rapt attention of the vast congregation is wonderful. Hundreds are in tears. In the very midst of one discourse, and the height of its interest, 2 or 3 quickly succeeding shrieks come from the center of the audience. Mr. Moody stopped as if at signal, and then, with Sheridan-like promptness, said, "Well, stand up and sing Rock of Ages, Cleft for Me, and the ushers will please help that friend out of the hall. She's hysterical." There was no more hysterical demonstrations during the evening, and the congregation scarcely realized that there had been any interruption in the service. At the close of the address, which was something less than an hour long, those who wished to become Christians were invited to stand up, and several hundred arose. While they remained standing, all Christians present were asked to rise. Apparently not a tenth of the audience kept their seats under both invitations. The congregation was then dismissed, but with an urgent request to stay in the second meeting, for conversation and prayer with inquirers. Many remained, perhaps 12 or 1500, but much of the larger part were Christians. As there were opportunity and occasion, they scattered about the hall, talking and praying with those who had asked for prayers. The interest in this second meeting did not, however, seem to match that of the preaching service, but it would be manifestly unfair to measure the influence of the latter by such a test. It was as well calculated to quicken the Christian as to awaken the impenitent, to set them at work elsewhere, and everywhere, as in Bow Road Hall. It was spoken of at the noon prayer meeting the next day as the best so far of the London meetings. Nothing is clearer than that London has been remarkably stirred by the labors of these two evangelists. The windows of every print store are hung with their pictures. Penny editions of Mr. Sankey's songs are hawked about the streets. The stages and the railway stations are placarded to catch the travelers of their meetings. The papers report their services with a fullness never dreamed of before in reporting religious meetings. Yet it is doubtful whether, with services held almost every day since about the 1st of March, 5% of the people of this great city have ever heard them, or 15% ever heard of them. While Mr. Moody was reaching the tenement house population and the crowded East End, he was also holding services in the fashionable West End. The Royal Opera House was secured, and in addition to the noon prayer meeting and a Bible lecture in the afternoon, he preached twice every evening except Saturday, being driven rapidly from the Opera House to Bow Road Hall. One Sunday he arranged to preach 4 times. Ignorant of the distances, he was obliged to walk 16 miles, besides delivering the sermons, as he could not use a public conveyance on Sunday. "I walked it," he announced later when preaching on the 4th commandment, "and I slept that night with a clear conscience. I have made it a rule never to use the cars, and if I have a private carriage, I insist that horse and man should rest on Monday. I want no hackman to rise up in judgment against me." In a later visit to Scotland, a committee went to a livery stable keeper, without Mr. Moody's knowledge, to secure a carriage to take him to a distant meeting on the following Sunday. "It will hurt him less to walk," said the owner of 1,000 horses, "than to drive in horse and carriage 4 miles through the décalage." Mr. Moody was greatly pleased with the reply and often repeated the incident, remarking that he wished more employers were as careful of the interests of their men as well as their animals. Among those who attended London meetings was Mr. Gladstone, who entered heartily into the service. At the close of the meeting, Mr. Moody was presented to him. The conversation was characteristic in its abruptness, and in reply to an inquiry as to its nature, Mr. Moody said, "Oh, he said he wished he had my shoulders, and I said I wished I had his head on them." Although Mr. Moody was utterly indifferent to rank and title as such, his influence was no less effective on the higher educated and socially eminent. Lord Shaftesbury thanked God publicly that Mr. Moody had not been educated at Oxford, for he had a wonderful power of getting at the hearts of men, and while the common people heard him gladly, many persons of high station had been greatly struck with the marvellous simplicity and power of his preaching. Lord Shaftesbury added that the Lord Chancellor of England a short time before had said to him, "The simplicity of that man's preaching, clear manner in which he sets forth salvation by Christ, is to me the most striking and the most delightful thing I ever knew in my life." Mr. Moody received no more hearty support from anyone in London than that given by the Reverend Charles H. Spurgeon. Addressing his own audience, Mr. Spurgeon said that some of my hearers have probably been converted under the influence of the services conducted by my dear friends Moody and Sankey at Agricultural Hall. He implored them, if they professed to have found Christ, not to make a sham of it, and said that their salvation, if it was worth anything, should be a salvation from sin. Salvation from hell was not the salvation they ought to cry after, but salvation from the sin, and that would bring salvation from hell. A thief might want to get salvation from going to prison, but the only salvation from him that was worth anything was salvation from thieving. One of the most enthusiastic services, and in many respects one of the best, was held in Spurgeon's tabernacle. It was designed for the benefit of the students of Mr. Spurgeon's college, and the Baptist ministers in town for the April anniversaries, but the scope of the meeting was widened and tickets were issued to the Sunday congregation. In his address, Mr. Moody was dwelling on the passage, "Prepared unto every good work," and he said, "I wonder how many of you would rise if I should ask every man and woman to do so who is ready to go and speak to some anxious soul. I wonder how many would rise and say, 'I am ready for one.'" He paused. "Someone behind me says, 'Try it.' But I am rather afraid." He paused again. "Well, suppose we do try it. How many of you are ready to go and talk to some soul?" The students and ministers on either side of the platform at once rose in a body, and their example was quickly followed by members throughout the congregation. "Equal to the occasion," Mr. Moody says. "Well, now you have risen, I want to tell you that the Lord is ready to send you. Nothing will wake up London quicker than to have the Christians going out and speaking to the people. The time has come when it should be done. You have been on the defensive too long." The Life of D. L. Moody, Chapter 22. The London Campaign Continued. At the opening of the mission in Camberwell Green Hall, Mr. Moody received the valuable assistance of Rev. W. H. M. Hay Aitken and Rev. Charles H. Spurgeon. Special children's services were begun here, and the exercise was adapted to their needs and taste. On one occasion, between 6,000 and 7,000 children from the various charitable institutions of London gathered to hear Mr. Moody's anecdotes, to answer, as they readily did, the simple questions, and to listen with delight to Mr. Sankey's beautiful hymns. From shoeblacks' homes, doorstep brigades, newsboys' societies, boys and girls' refuges, industrial schools, schools for the blind and for cripples, and homes for orphans, the waifs and strays came trooping up to swell the host. 47 such Christian nurseries sent their contingents, and as the entire army rose to sing "Hold the Fort," the sight was most touching and beautiful. The uniforms of the several brigades, the costumes of the girls, varying from bright scarlet to black, came out most effectively, and their singing was well worth walking miles to hear. The galleries and spare floor space were filled with parents and friends of the boys and girls, with an extensive intersprinkling of children, who enjoyed the treat as much as their most favored contemporaries in the body of the hall. Among Mr. Moody's most valued assistants and closest friends, men who gave him the most valuable aid at this time and never lost their warm associations with him during his life, were Dr. Andrew Bonner of Glasgow and Harry Drummond. The London meeting was thus described by Drummond in a letter to his father: "Everything is bright outside and inside, and I only wish you were here to share the enjoyment. How would you like to see an acre of people? That is exactly the size of the audience to which Mr. Moody preaches every night in the east of London." Here is his program: a 3 miles drive to noon meeting, lunch, Bible reading at 3:30, followed by inquiry meeting till at least 5. Then 5 miles drive to East End to preach to 12,000 at 8:30. Then inquiry meeting, 5 or 6 miles drive home. That is every day this week and next, a terrible strain, which, however, he never seems to feel for a moment. The work is coming out grandly now, and I think the next 2 months will witness wonderful results. It is deepening on every side, and even London is beginning to be moved. Mr. Moody said Sunday was the best day of his life. The following extract from Dr. Andrew Bonner's diary at this time is also of special interest. "Have been with Moody again in London. Immense crowds, wonderful sight, and more wonderful impression. Had time today for prayer. Saw how simple confidence in Christ has helped me very often in the past, and sought to be able to have this always as well as often. There is great talk about higher life and much movement in that direction, and though there is error mingled, this may be the Lord's way of answering the prayers which some of us have sent up, asking in our lives more likeness to Christ. At Camberwell Hall not less than 9,000 assembled, morning, noon, and night. In the morning before 8 o'clock I was summoned away to the overflow in the neighboring church. But the most remarkable part of the day was our Bible reading with Mr. Moody in the forenoon. About 30 Christian friends present. We were like Acts 20, verse 7, talking for 2 hours and then dispensing the Lord's Supper. Mr. Moody closed with prayer. Most solemn scene, never to be forgotten. The last of Moody's meetings here, an assembly of ministers and friends at Mildmay. I thought upon Revelation 7, 1-3. John Wanamaker of Philadelphia presided at a noon meeting, and spoke of the deep interest that was felt in America in the great religious movement going on in London. One afternoon about 3,000 children with 1,000 adults came together, when Henry Drummond presided and gave a delightful address, which was well suited to the young audience. During the mission in London a number of conventions were held, notable among which was a convention for young men held one evening at Mr. Moody's request. The special attraction was the presence of 3 presidents of Young Men's Christian Association America. Henry Drummond read a part of the Sermon on the Mount. Mr. Moody gave a sketch of the origin and progress of the association movement in Great Britain and America, and then called upon William E. Dodge, president of the Young Men's Christian Association New York, to speak. He was followed by John V. Farwell, the president of the association in Chicago, and John Wanamaker, the president of the Philadelphia Association. Professor Drummond conducted the meeting for young men, bringing with him a large and varied experience. besides being especially gifted with many qualifications for this special work. He ruled the meeting with a firm and yet gentle hand, and possessed a happy knack of putting everyone at his ease, and making him feel that he was one of a circle of friends, met for the common welfare. Another convention was held the following week in the Haymarket Theatre, in which reports of the work in the various parts of Great Britain were presented. A question of the unchurched masses and other practical topics occupied one day. Sunday schools, the inquiry room, and work for young men was taken up on the second day. As the end of the series of meetings approached, still another conference was held, this time with the house-to-house visitors and superintendents, and later a meeting of ministers of the gospel for praise and thanksgiving before Mr. Moody returned to America. The last week that Moody and Sankey were in London, they received an invitation to hold his services on grounds adjacent to Eton College, so that those boys who were anxious to attend it might have an opportunity of doing so. There were upwards of 900 boys at this well-known school, almost under the shadow of the royal palace at Windsor. Notwithstanding his already overfilled time, Mr. Moody accepted the invitation, and arrangements were made for a meeting in a tent erected outside the college grounds. The headmaster of Eton, who had absolute jurisdiction in such matters, agreed to not put any obstacle in the way of the boys attending. Just before the meeting was to be held, Mr. Knatchbull Huggison, a member of Parliament, took steps to prevent the meeting, and published a correspondence of his with the provost of the college. No little excitement was caused by this unexpected turn of affairs, and the matter was discussed in the House of Lords. Mr. Moody, with those who had arranged for the meeting, saw no reason to change their plans, and went to Windsor shortly after noon on Tuesday. When they reached there, they found that they could not meet in the tent, and tried to secure the use of the town hall, but were disappointed in this also. Mr. Cayley, a leading townsman of Windsor, generously offered the use of his garden, and this offer was accepted. Shortly after 3 o'clock, some 200 Eton boys appeared, and when the meeting proper began, the garden was well filled, and a standing audience of about 1,000. After the singing of the 100th psalm and a prayer by Lord Capon, Mr. Moody, standing upon a chair under the shade of a large chestnut tree, surrounded by attentive groups of Eton boys, delivered an address, in which he dwelt with his usual earnestness on the value of the gospel, which, he said, had removed from his path the bitterest enemies with which he ever had to contend, the fear of death, judgment, and sin. Mr. Moody departed little, if at all, in his discourse from his usual line of argument, exhortation, and illustration. He expressed the hope that as many of them might occupy in the future high positions in the state, they should do their uttermost, by the early cultivation of Christian virtue, to qualify themselves to fill these positions worthily, and to merit the glorious hereafter which was promised to those who conform to the will of God. At the closing service in London, Mr. Moody said, "For 2 years and 3 weeks we have been trying to labor for Christ among you, and now it is time to close. This is the last time I shall have the privilege of preaching the gospel in this country at this time. I want to say that these have been the best years of my life. I have sought to bring Christ before you and to tell you of his beauty. It is true I have done it with stammering tongue. I have never spoken of him as I would like to. I have done the best I could, and at this closing hour I want once more to press him upon your acceptance. I do not want to close this meeting until I see you all in the Ark of Refuge. How many are willing to stand up before God tonight and say by that act that they will join us in our journey to heaven? You that are willing to take Christ now, will you not rise?" Many rose to their feet and were led in prayer by Mr. Moody, who besought the power of the Holy Ghost to fall equally upon those who had risen and upon those who had not, and with the closing hymn, "Safe in the Arms of Jesus," the work of the evangelist for that campaign was at an end. A farewell and Thanksgiving meeting was held the next day, July 12th, at Mildmay Conference Hall. The hall was crowded with ministers and laymen, the 3 galleries containing many ladies. Of the ministers present at this memorable meeting, there were 188 belonging to the Church of England, 154 Congregationalist, 85 Baptist, 81 Wesleyan Methodist, 39 Presbyterian, 8 foreign pastors, 8 United Methodist, 7 Primitive Methodist, 3 Plymouth Brethren, 2 Countess of Huntingdon's Connection, 2 Society of Friends, 3 Free Church of England, 1 Bible Christian, and upward of 20 whose denominational connections were not discovered. These figures were taken from the official statements supplied at the meeting, and show the Catholic and unsectarian character of the services, as well as the universal esteem with which the evangelists were regarded by all sections of the Church of Christ in Great Britain. Mr. Moody said they were meet to give thanks to God, and not to honor men, and he very emphatically requested that nothing should be said about the human instruments of the mission's success. Dr. Andrew A. Bonner of Glasgow gave an interesting address, and the Reverend Archibald Brown, Dr. Donald Fraser, the Reverend Marcus Rainsford, Reverend W. H. M. Aitken, Henry Valery, Lord Shaftesbury, and others spoke. It will be remembered that Lord Shaftesbury was the noble Earl who presided at the first meeting which Mr. Moody attended in London in 1867, and to whom he declined to move a vote of thanks, saying that there was no more reason for doing so than for thanking the audience. Nothing but the positive command of Mr. Moody, he said, could have induced me to come forward on the present occasion, and to say but a very few words in the presence of so many ministers of the gospel. But as Mr. Moody has asked me to speak of what had occurred during the past 4 months, I do so with the deepest sense of gratitude to Almighty God, that he has raised up a man with such a message, be delivered in such a manner. Although Mr. Moody has forbidden us to praise him and his friend, yet if we praise God for sending us such men, we do no more than express our admiration for the instruments he has raised up, while we give him all the glory. I have been conversant for many years with the people of the metropolis, and I might say that wherever I go I find the traces of the work, of the impression that has been made, of the feeling that has been produced, which I hope will be indelible. Only a few days ago I received a letter from a friend, a man whose whole life is given among the most wretched and most abandoned of the populous city of Manchester, who speaks of the good that has been effected there by Mr. Moody and Mr. Sankey. A correspondent in Sheffield has also written that he could not begin to satisfy the wants of the people, that they are calling for tracts and anything else to keep the religious feeling that has been aroused. He says, for God's sake, send me tracts by thousands and millions. Even if Messrs. Moody and Sankey have done nothing more than to teach the people to sing such hymns as Hold the Fort, for I am coming, they would have conferred an inestimable blessing on Great Britain. During the 4 months of the London mission, the work accomplished is shown by the following statistics. In Camberwell Hall, 60 meetings attended by 480,000 people. In Victoria Hall, 45 meetings attended by 400,000. In the Royal Haymarket Opera House, 60 meetings attended by 330,000. In Bow Road Hall, 60 meetings attended by 600,000. In Agricultural Hall, 60 meetings attended by 720,000. In all, 285 meetings attended by 2,530,000 people. The mission cost £28,396, nearly all of which was subscribed before the close of the meeting. After leaving London, Mr. Moody went for a short rest with the Reverend Mr. Aitken and Mr. Balfour of Liverpool, to the country residence of the latter at Bala, Wales, for here he was not allowed complete rest, as he was called upon to give 3 gospel addresses and several Bible readings during his short vacation. As he had to pass through Liverpool to sail for America, he was urged to conduct 2 or 3 more services in this city before leaving the country, and on August 3rd, Christian conference was held in Victoria Hall, and in the evening a farewell meeting. In addition to Mr. Moody's sermon, addresses were made by clergymen and Christian workers, including Henry Drummond and James Stalker of Edinburgh. Mr. Moody spoke again in the evening to the young men. The last service held in England by Mr. Moody was on the morning of his departure. The doors were open at 7 o'clock, and when he rose to speak, there were between 5,000 and 6,000 people present. He presented the watchword he had given the day before, advance. He then offered to shake hands with all the people present, in the person of the president of the association. Mr. Moody left England August 14th, and on his arrival in New York he was greeted by many friends, including Messrs. D.W. McWilliams, William E. Dodge, Jr., George H. Stewart, J. V. Farwell. Some of the direct results of this English tour, covering more than 2 years, have been summarized by one writer as follows. A spirit of evangelism was awakened that has never died away. A large number of city missions and other active organizations were established. Denominational differences were buried to a remarkable extent. The clergymen of all denominations were drawn into cooperation on a common platform, the salvation of the lost. Bibles were reopened, and Bible study received a wonderful revival. Long-standing prejudices were swept away. New life was infused into all methods of Christian activity. An impetus was given to the cause of temperance such as had not been experienced in Great Britain before. No attempt was made to proselytize, but converts were passed over to existing churches for nurture and admonition in the things of the Lord. Since Mr. Moody made his way across the ocean 23 years ago, wrote a prominent Scottish minister in 1896, an American preacher has been a welcome visitor here. With reference to this work, the late Reverend Dr. Philip Schaeffer of New York made the following remarks in an address in London some years ago. One of the most interesting and remarkable facts in the history of these days is the wonderful effect produced among you by the efforts of 2 laymen from America. It was a greater marvel to us than to you, and the only way to account for it is to refer at once to the grace of God. Such a movement the world has not seen since the days of Whitefield and Wesley, and it is much wider in its results than the work of these 2 honored men. It is more unsectarian in its character, and I may add, the most unselfish movement known in our common history. It was for the purpose of winning souls to Christ and of extending his kingdom, without regard to denominational boundaries, that these two men came to England, and every church may reap the benefit. We, in America, had no idea these two men could have produced such a commotion among you, but it is just the old story of the simple fisherman of Galilee over again. Subsequently, he said of his countrymen, they approved the power of elementary truths over the hearts of men more mightily than all the learned professors and eloquent pastors of England could do. As the Methodist revival more than 100 years ago stopped the progress of deism, so these plain laymen from America turned the tide of modern materialism and atheism. It is the grace of God behind these men which explains the extraordinary religious interest they have awakened all over Scotland and England. The farewell service given to the American Evangelist on the 12th of July in London furnished abundant testimony to the fruits of the labors from the mouths of ministers and laymen of all denominations. It was a meeting which will not be easily forgotten. The Life of D.L. Moody, Chapter 23. Return to America. The reports of the deep religious awakening in Great Britain had preceded Mr. Moody to America, so that on his return he was as well known there as in Great Britain. A little over 2 years before he had left his country, known only to a comparatively small circle of Sunday school workers and Young Men's Christian Association friends. In Chicago, his name was more prominent than elsewhere, but to the general public, his work was not familiar. It may be said, then, that Mr. Moody was introduced to America by Great Britain, as he, in turn, is said to have introduced several Englishmen to their own country. Immediately on his return, he received many invitations to visit the leading cities in America. In some cases, these were sent to him before he left London. In several places, committees had been formed to arrange for a series of meetings, which he was asked to conduct. It must have been most gratifying as well as flattering to find at once such a widespread expression of appreciation, but with a characteristic spirit of humility, he turned aside from all these invitations, ostensibly to rest, but in reality to study and to wait upon God for guidance as to his future plans. On arriving in New York, Mr. Moody, with his family, went directly to Northfield to spend several weeks with his aged mother. Here he gave much time to a careful preparation for the work of the coming winter. Mornings were devoted to reading and the preparation of dresses, as he had had little opportunity during the busy months abroad to acquire new material. It was at this time that he purchased the small farm, which later became his home. A barren little tract of 12 acres near his mother's place was offered for sale at this time at a moderate price, and Mr. Moody bought this, purposing to hold the land for his mother and to spend a few summers there for the sake of his children. For several summers he retreated to the quiet seclusion of this country home, where he could study and prepare for the arduous missions during the winter months. Gradually his interest in Northfield increased, until the home he planned for rest and quiet became the scene of his greatest activities and most lasting work. Soon after arriving at Northfield, he was again besieged with the most cordial and urgent invitations to visit different American cities. Among others was one from Washington, brought by the Reverend Dr. John P. Newman, who was delegated by the pastors of that city to go to Northfield and secure a positive answer to the question, "Will you conduct campaign in Washington this fall?" Dr. Newman found Mr. Moody busily engaged in farm duties. He listened attentively to the distinguished preacher, later a bishop of the Methodist Episcopal Church, but he was not prepared to give a definite answer. "I don't know yet where the first meeting will be held. I'm waiting to see where I am led." This was all he could be induced to say. Dr. Cuyler of Brooklyn, who visited Northfield, to hear from Mr. Moody's own lips the thrilling story of what God had wrought in Great Britain. The two friends talked frankly of the meetings abroad and of those soon to begin in America. At the farmhouse table of his venerated mother, writes Dr. Cuyler, he related some of his experiences. When I asked him who had helped him most, he replied, "Dr. Andrew A. Bonner and Lord Cairns. The first one helped me by inspiring hints of the Bible truth for my sermons, the other one by coming often to hear me, for the people said that if the Lord Chancellor came to my meetings, they had better come too." He might have added, if his characteristic modesty had allowed, that Cairns had said that it gave him a new conception of preaching. The next morning, Moody told me that he had but a few educational advantages in his boyhood, but he was thinking of starting a school of a decided Christian character for boys and girls in Northfield. And lo, into what a godly tree has that seed thought grown, and how God has watered it. Many other reminiscences crowd upon me, but I restrain my pen, for if all his friends should tell all they know, a volume would swell into a library. Of one thing I felt sure, and that is, if another book of the Acts of Christ's faithful apostles were to be written, probably the largest space in the record of the 19th century would be given to the soul-saving work of Charles H. Spurgeon and Dwight L. Moody. Another visitor who gave and received a great blessing was Major Whittle, his former associate and lifelong fellow worker. Several years before, while walking home from a meeting in his tabernacle in Chicago, stopping near a lamppost where their ways were to part, Mr. Moody opened his Bible to 2 Timothy 4, and in reply to something his friend had said as to what could be done to arouse the people, read, "Preach the word. Be instant in season, out of season, reprove, rebuke, exhort with all long-suffering and doctrine," adding, "This is our commission, Whittle." Nothing more was said then, but there came to his friend the conviction, which never from that time left him, that God might call him to some form of gospel work. As I look back now, writes Major Whittle, it was a wonderful manifestation of the presence of the Spirit of God, and I bless him for his goodness in sending the call through Mr. Moody to me. The following extract from Major Whittle's diary of September 1875 gives a picture of the daily life at Northfield during the preparation for the first gospel campaign in this country. Bliss and myself received a letter from dear Moody to come at once to Northfield, Massachusetts, and to confer with him about the work of the coming winter. We left Chicago together Monday evening, September 6th. Arrived at South Vern Wednesday noon. Dear Moody was at the station with a carriage to meet us, and received us with much joy. Over 2 years ago we departed with him in Chicago. Since that time he has been used to rouse the Christian world, to lead thousands of souls to Christ, and to stimulate scores, as he did in the cases of Bliss and myself, to go out into the vineyard. I love him, and reverence him as I do no other man on earth. To me he has seemed for years a man full of the Holy Ghost. The only change I see in him now is a growth of conscious power and an ability for speaking with added weight and deeper conviction. He is wholly and thoroughly conscious that it is all of God. Praying alone with him, I found him humble as a child before God. Out in the work with him, I found him bold as a lion before men. No hesitation, no shrinking, no timidity. Speaking with authority. Speaking as an ambassador for the Most High God. 2 weeks we passed in this beautiful mountain home of our brother. We met his widowed mother, his 3 brothers, his wife, and children. We were made part of the family, and taken over all the haunts of Moody's boyhood, of the mountain where he used to pasture the cows, and pick berries, and gather chestnuts, and where he passed the last Sunday alone with God before he sailed for England upon his last memorable visit. We went with him to take dinner with his Uncle Cyrus, over the Connecticut River, and as we passed the beautiful stream, the valleys sloping down on either side, and the blue hills and mountains beyond, Bliss and Sankey sang together, "Only waiting for the boatman," and "There is a land of pure delight." Moody was helping the ferryman. We all thought the crossing very slow. After the 3rd or 4th song, Sankey looked around and discovered Moody holding on to the wire and pulling back while the ferryman pulled forward, his object being to get in a good many songs, not only for his own enjoyment, but for the good of the ferryman, a boyhood friend for whose conversion he was interested. Moody greatly enjoyed Sankey's discomfiture, and after a hearty laugh from us all, we joined in the song, "Pull for the Shore," and by keeping a watch on Moody, reached the shore as we closed. One beautiful day we left luncheon in baskets, and driving out 4 or 5 miles, climbed the highest of the hills and had a picnic on its top. We could see for miles, up and down the Connecticut Valley. The village of Northfield was at our feet, Brattleboro just at the north, and all around us, grand old granite mountains. Mount Manadoc, the largest of these, was at our right as we faced the valley. Upon this mountain Moody asked which of the mountains of the Bible was dearest to us. His was the mountain in Galilee, where Christ met the disciples after he had risen, Matthew 28:16. Bliss and Sankey both chose the Mount of Transfiguration. Samuel Moody, the mount where Christ preached his sermon. George Davis, Calvary, my own choice, Olivet. We had a precious season of prayer upon this mount, and asked for prayer for the work before us, and praising the same Lord for meeting us here, who met his disciples in Galilee. I spent the rest of the day with Moody, driving up the valley to Warwick, a most beautiful ride, and back to Northfield. Moody told me much of his experience in Great Britain. I asked him if he was never overcome by nervousness and timidity because of the position in which he stood. He said no, that God carried him right along as the work grew. He had no doubt that, had he known when he reached England what was before him, he would have been frightened. But as he looked back, all he could think of was Jeremiah's experience, that God gave him a forehead of brass to go before the people. He had had such a consciousness of the presence of God in his meetings in London that the people, lords, bishops, ministers, or whoever they were as grasshoppers. It troubled him somewhat in going to London that his sermons and Bible talks would all be reported, and his entire stock, the same that he had used in other places, would thus be exhausted. But as he expressed it, there was no help for it, so I just shut my eyes and went ahead, leaving it with God. He told me he spent but comparatively little time in secret prayer, and had no experience of being weighed down and burdened before God. He did not try to get into this state. His work kept him in the spirit of prayer and dependence upon God, and he just gave himself wholly to the work. For a year or more before he left Chicago, he was continually burdened and crying to God for more power. Then he was always wanting to get a few people together for a half-day of prayer, and would groan and weep before God for the baptism of the Spirit. He did not seem to be in this state now. I wanted such a season while with him, feeling my own need, but he was as one who had passed through that experience, and had just put himself wholly in God's hands, received the baptism of the Holy Ghost, and was being led in all things by him. His prayers while I was with him were as simple as a child's, full of trust, humility, and expectation that God would not disappoint him. There seemed to me an understanding established between the servant and the master, which made long prayers or the importunity of repetition unnecessary. During our stay with Moody, services were held in the Congregational Church each night, with very blessed results. The whole population attended, and hundreds came from surrounding towns. Dear Moody's mother and 2 brothers, connected with the Unitarian Church, were much blessed. I shall always thank God for the blessed experience of these 2 weeks. Many brethren from different parts of the country came and went while we were there, among them Stewart of Philadelphia, Rowland, Dodge, and McBurney of New York, Remington of Fall River, Moore of Boston, Fairbanks of Vermont, and others. While together we arranged for the compilation of hymns for our common use. We all agreed that it would be best to distribute our forces in different parts of the country, and not be in the same locality. Nothing was more characteristic of Mr. Moody than his longing for retirement in the country from the press of his work. Though his life work lay for the most part in great cities, he was born a country lad, and for him the everlasting hills possessed a wealth of meaning and marvelous recuperative power. Some instinct drew him back to the soil. Some mysterious prompting impelled him to solitude, away from the crowds that absorbed so much of his strength. Then, after a little respite, he would return with new strength and new vitality.